Welcome to another episode of Dante's Prison Stories. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, or I'ma push that blade.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
So I'm laying in my bunk, and a homosexual peanut come knocking on my cell door. Doom, 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 doom. So I have my headphones in, so I look up because I see him standing there. So I take him off. I'm like, "What's up, Peanut?" He like, Dante, do you want to buy my TV? Because I'm about to go to another unit, and you know they gonna be tripping. So I'm like, "What's wrong with it?" He was like, "Ain't nothing wrong with it. I just can't take it over there with me." Now, y'all probably wondering like, "Yo, Dante, hold up, man. What is gay Peanut even talking to you?" Like, I thought y'all could, let me explain something to y'all. In this unit that I was in, okay, now this was way later in my bid, where I already established who I am and who I, how I get down up in there. Okay, so even if you see me talking to somebody like that, y'all know it's only strictly business and ain't no funny business going on, right? So I'm like, and for the record, y'all, Peanut can't take this TV over there because when they do inventory, they're going to see. Now, when you get like a TV, a radio, a Walkman, a tablet, your prison ID number is etched and stamped into that device, okay? But people, when they sell it or somebody steal a TV or steal something, they etch it out. So nobody know whose it is, okay? So 9 times out of 10, this is how Peanut got his TV. Somebody probably stole it for him. Whatever the case is, however he got it, he know when he leave out this unit, he can't take it with him. So he coming to me to ask me, can I buy it from him or do I want it from him, right? Because he know I got that bread. So I'm like, yeah, bring it on down here, right? So he go to his cell and he bring it back. So we plug it up. I'm flipping through the channels, making sure the volume up, volume down, and all that. So I'm like, all right, bet. I'm like, what you want for it? He was like, man, give me 20 bags of coffee. I'll take 20 bags of coffee. So I'm like, all right, bet. So I get up and I go, to my little locker or whatever, and I'm getting the bags of coffee. And I'm like, why you leaving out the unit? He was like, man, it's just too messy up in here. It's too much. It's these dudes gossiping here, man. They be hating on me and all this, man. I just hate being up in here. But yeah, it's time for me to go. I'm like, all right, then. All right, so I give him his bags of coffee, and he bounced, right? So I'm sitting there with the TV, and it's all good, right? Now, I got 3 TVs in my cell, okay? I just had a lot of I was a hoarder, right? I just had a lot of shit in my cell. So, about 3 months ago by, no issues at all. None whatsoever, okay? So, this dude named Deontay come into the pod, right? He comes into the pod. And I'm looking at him, and I said, hold on. I know this dude. I know this cat. That's Deontay. Now, let me tell you, me and this dude got some unsavory history. And when I tell y'all this story, some might blame me, some might blame him, okay? So, let me give y'all the story. But before I give y'all the story, make sure y'all punish that like button. Okay, it don't cost you nothing to hit that like button, all right? And I know y'all wondering, what is that right there, Dante? Oh, I got a gaming channel. I started a gaming channel, okay? I'm gonna have my gaming channel pinned at the top of the comment section, okay? And also, y'all, my Patreon is pinned at the top of the comment section too, okay? Go over there, my exclusive videos over there, like the prison stories that I can't put on here, my short horror films over there, my Bible stories over there, and my podcast is over there. All right. So make sure y'all go check it out. Let's get back to the story though. So I met Deontay. We was at this party, right? This was in the free world. I met him. It was a house party. And you know, I got me and my homies over here. It's about 8, 9 of us over there. And it's about 6 or 7 of him and his homies, right? So this girl named Bianca that I was messing with, I'm not going to say we was dating or anything, but we was messing around like a whole lot. We was like friends with benefits. But they wasn't called that back in my day. It was, I don't know what it was called. I don't know. But anyway, so me and this chick, Bianca, we'd just mess around like twice a week or something, whatever. And I never asked her, did she have a boyfriend? But I kind of figured that she did, because sometimes she wouldn't let me come over or whatever. Or she'd be like, it ain't the right time or something, whatever, right? But I wasn't sweating it. One day, y'all, I came over there, right? She told me to come over around like 7 o'clock. And when I got over there, you know, we did what we did in her room. Like, when I say I bust her down, I bust her spread eagle style, right? When I was done, I left the condom like on the side of the bed. I didn't even remember, right? I forgot to throw it away. I'm leaving out the window, the side window, right? Now, there's like these steps, cause she stayed like in a duplex, like, a triplex. You got the first level, the second level, and the third level. She stayed at the first level of this apartment type of building, whatever. So I left out the window, and it's these stairs that go like this, and then go this way, and then go this way, and then go this way, and go up there like a fire escape or whatever. So as I'm leaving out of the window, the dude Deontay is walking up. Now, I don't know if he actually seen me hop out the window, or he just seen me just enough that we're passing. Now, in his mind, either me just came from the 3rd floor, the 2nd floor. Ain't no way he just came from the 1st floor, my girl, right? But I don't know how long he was out there. But we ended up passing, and we just looked at each other and just kept going, right? And I just went on about my day. I didn't know who he was. He didn't know who I was, right? So we're going to fast forward to the party, all right? About 3, 4, 5 months later, summertime, we in the party. Donta in there listening to, cause I'm on, wipe me down. I'm on, wipe me down, cause I'm on, right? That I pull up in the club, VIP, some, but all drinks on me. That Bootsy wipe me down, right? So we all up in there, right, doing our thing, right? And Bianca come in there. She come in there with her homegirls. It's about 6, 7 of them, right? So now we are in the basement. It's a basement party, right? Well, it's a house party, but everybody in the basement, right? Now she's coming downstairs, and I'm looking at her. Now keep in mind, y'all, it's about a good 40, 50 people down here, right? And all together at the house, period, it's maybe about 200, but about 40, 50 people in the basement, right? So they coming downstairs. And my homeboy Al was like, hey, ain't this B? Ain't this B? I'm looking, I was like, oh yeah, that is her. So she's coming down so you got the stairs, right? I'm to the right against the wall over here. Deontay and his homeboys is like, once you coming down the stairs, if you keep going straight, they right there, bam. Right, and everybody else just sporadically out throughout the basement, right? So she looked at me, but the look, because I started to walk towards her, the look that she gave me was like, she did that. So I'm looking like, right? And he come up to her, he like give her a hug, like, hey, and then they give each other a kiss. So I'm like, oh, okay. So so now I know, okay, this is her boyfriend, right? And I wasn't no hater. I wasn't finna go over there like, hey man, who is this? No, man, that ain't even that ain't in me at all, right? Now, I got plenty of these type of stories to tell y'all. Let me know in the comment section if y'all want to hear about Donta old rendezvous stories back in the day. Just let me know in the comment section, all right? So anyway, I'm like, all right, okay, this. So Al was like, I said, yeah, that must be it. So, you know, I had some other chicks that I knew that came through and we all dancing, freaking me up against the wall and all this and that, right? So, the party is starting to die down. Everybody's starting to leave out. And as we going upstairs, as I'm going upstairs, Bianca is like right behind me. I didn't know she was behind me. She was like, go to the backyard. And I turned and I seen it and I'm like, oh, okay. So we go to the backyard or whatever. Dude's still downstairs. So I'm like, I said, I said, that's your boyfriend? She was like, yeah, that's my boyfriend or whatever. I said, oh, okay. She was like, you coming by tonight? I was like, I wasn't planning on it, but yeah, why not? She was like, all right, bet. So I gave a little quick hug and she left. I guess she went back down there with him or whatever. So he ended up coming upstairs with her, right? And they all kissing right here. Right, and I'm seeing them, and then I'm looking, I said, oh, wait a minute. I tell my homeboy out, like, hey, that's the dude when I seen him before when I was leaving out, right? He was like, oh, you did? I was like, yeah, okay. Right, now, let me give a quick pause. Let me throw a quick pause right quick. This is why when I was growing up, when I was active in the streets with women, I never liked to kiss. Because I felt like I just thought kissing was so nasty. I mean, cause just think about it. I know what me and Bianca do. I know what we do, okay? Well, I should say I know what she do with me, to me. And then you turn around and you tongue kissing your. That's why I never really kissed like that back in the day. I couldn't. Because I just always had that fear that, you know what I mean? We ain't got to go into detail or whatever, but I always had that fear. So, nevertheless, I end up, we mob in the hood. We just, walking, bailing around the hood, right? So it's about 2:00 in the morning. And she called me. She was like, is you going to come over here and get this? And I'm like, I'm on my way right now. So I tell the homies like, hey, y'all, I'm out, whatever, right? So she stayed maybe like a 7 to 8 minute walk from where I was at, right? Because I was, lingering around the area or whatever. So I go over there, right? And I tap on the window, right? At the fire escape, whatever. She opened the window, the candles lit. You know what I'm talking about? It's some soft Ron Isley music playing that, what was he playing? That summer breeze make me feel right, blowing through the jasmine on my mind. Right, so I'm talking about the mood and set, right? So I get in there, right? And she wearing like this cheetah print, like a cheetah print thong and like a cheetah print like bra or whatever. And I guess she put like some oils on or something, because I'm like, oh my God, what's going on? So y'all know how I do it. So I went in and, I handle my business. Okay, so I don't know because I was just so, I don't know what it was, but that night, I really put in some work. I don't know what was going on with me that night, but when I say I really put in some work that night, I put in work. Okay, and I know some of y'all gonna be like, "Oh, Dante, man, you weren't putting in work like that." Believe me, I was putting in some real life work. Okay, so anyway, I passes out and I go to sleep, and that's one thing I never do. I never do is go to sleep at a chick house. Okay, so I'm asleep. And then, when you sleep, but you hear something, I hear like this arguing back and forth. So I'm like, I wake up and dude is right there. He's in the house at the doorway and she's sitting up. Y'all remember that one scene with Craig girlfriend off of Friday when she was laying in the bed? It was a dude laying in the bed when she was arguing with Craig on the phone. I don't know if y'all peeped that at night, but that's what was happening. But the dude Deontay was right there. He was right there, and I'm laying in the bed, and he like, man, who the is this? And all this straight up, you a hoe, and all this and that. And so I rolls over, and he like, hey, bruh, hey, man, you ain't even got nothing to do with this, bruh. I don't want no problems, man. A hoe is a hoe, right? So I'm putting on my drawers and everything. Cause when I say I'm naked, I ain't got nothing on, y'all. I'm putting on my drawers, everything. I'm putting on my shirt, putting up my shorts, putting my shoes on and all that, right? And so, he was like, man, hold up. Weren't you just at the party? See, man, I know you were right. So, I walk past him like, excuse me, bruh. So I walk out, it's like, gotta be about 6 o'clock in the morning at this time, right? So I know I'm looking at my phone and it's like 6:15. I'm like, okay, I can get on the city bus right quick. The bus finna come at 6:30, right? It runs every half hour on the hour, right? So I said, let me get to this bus stop. So I walk out, right? And I leave and I just hear them arguing in the background or whatever, right? So now that's me and this dude history. This is why I know him from, because of Bianca, right? In that incident, right? So let's fast forward back to prison. Let's get back to prison. So he come in, I'm looking, I'm like, that's that dude, Deontay. I smashed it. This is what I'm saying in my head. I smashed his chick or whatever back in the day, right? So he get in there, right? And he in the cell. So I told my homeboy Al, like, hey, go holler at that dude right quick. See is that dude named Deontay right quick and report back. Let me know where he from and everything. So Al go down there, they talking or whatever. Al put the press on them, like, do you need protection in here? Because for those that don't know, I offer protection in prison for, weaker inmates. And hold on. I got an Instagram. I started an Instagram, y'all. I'm going to have my Instagram and my TikTok pinned at the top of the comment section too. But I done have my Instagram for about 2 weeks now, and it's like at 5,000 something followers now. Somebody from this channel done went over there and trying to violate me. Let me explain something to you about the way I ran my business in prison. Okay, trust me, y'all. This is a part of this. This is a part of the story. When you come to me and you need protection, or you are afraid of somebody, this is how my business was ran. You would pay me to protect you, to keep guys up off of you, okay? I told a story maybe about a year ago, maybe it was 2 years ago, where I told that this guy came to me for protection. He paid me to keep this booty bandit up off of him, okay? I protected, me and my homeboys ran down on Big Larry, and we told Big Larry, like, stay away from him. He under our protection, right? That same week, later on that week, somebody planted a knife in my cell. It wasn't my knife, because that time I cleared my whole cell, but somebody put a knife in my cell and some coke, okay? I ended up getting locked up for 6 months, okay? They put me in the hole of the hole, okay? It was no contact with nobody out there. All my homeboys that was running my business when I got locked up, y'all know how it is. When the captain fall, everybody end up doing their own thing, okay? A lot of my guys got shipped. It was a whole bunch of mess. When I got out of the hole and got put on a whole different side of the prison, dude was turned out. Big Larry ended up getting at him. Now, my thing is this dude all on Instagram talking about, oh, Donta was foul. He didn't keep his word. How can I keep my word or protect somebody when I'm out of the game for 6 months, when I don't even know what the hell going on, right? So this dude on Instagram talking about, oh, Donta ain't a good guy. He fucked up. He was running game on these dudes and all. Man, let me tell y'all something. Number one, I did not help you or tell you to commit a crime to go to prison. Okay, so let's get that established. Okay, and then number two, you supposed to be a man, right? To stand on your own 2 feet and protect yourself. Now, dealing with me, it's just an extra bonus to get you through your bid. But if I'm out of commission and I'm out of the game, and my homeboys is just running amok, running wild, like the Wild Wild West, what that got to do with me? It ain't no refunds in prison. I did protect you to a certain degree, but then at the end of the day, you are responsible for yourself. So whoever you are that's over there making videos with your faceless mask and all that, whoever you are, if you gonna speak on it, tell it all. Anyway, let's get back to the story. Matter of fact, y'all, for the sake of time, I'm gonna have to make it part 2. Y'all go to my Patreon. Part 2 will be on the Patreon. With that, y'all, and the Patreon is pinned at the top of the comment section. With that, y'all be safe out there. I'm out. Welcome to another episode of Donta's Story Time. The cat screaming at him like, hey, motherfucker, man, where my man, give me my back, right? Jimmy just went to damn near cell to cell getting commissary from people, knowing that he was going home. Jimmy just ran a cold play on everybody up in here. He owed people commissary. He took a lot of dudes' last, right? And now he's going home. Welcome to another episode of Donta's Story Time. In prison, the 4th of July is probably the second most deadliest, dangerous holiday while in lockup. Number 1 easily is Thanksgiving. So the reason why the 4th of July is so deadly in prison is because the food tray that you get. Now, normally they giving you BS, they giving you slop, right? But on the 4th of July, you get hot dogs, spare ribs, baby back ribs, hamburgers, and all that. So you say, well, Donta, ain't that good? No, it's not good. Because you got cats that sit up there and sell you they tray, but they done sold they tray to like 4 or 5 other persons beforehand, right? And now it's time, when it's time for you to get that tray, they ain't got it. And now it's like, hey, well, give me my money back. Or some people don't even want the money back. They want your head, right? Let's get to the story. So it's the 4th of July. Now, the week prior, dudes is putting in they trades, they bets. Hey, I'm Muslim, so I ain't gonna eat this. I'm not saying I'm Muslim, y'all. I'm just going off of different inmates' outlook of what happened the prior week and building up to. So you got Muslim cats in there talking about, man, I'm Muslim, man. I ain't gonna be able to eat this tray, right? And what's on now, I'm gonna tell y'all what's on the tray, right? You got macaroni and cheese right here, green beans right here, cornbread right here. All right, let's get over here to the meats. You get 2 or 3 ribs over here. You get barbecue chicken right here. You get hot dogs over here, polar sausages. They pack it on. You got a big plate, right? So you got Muslim cats talking about, yo, I'm trading this off. I can't eat this tray due to my religious belief. So give me about 10 bags of coffee and 5 ramen noodles and maybe 2 Pepsis or 2 Mountain Dews, right? So, they'll just be trading it off just like that, right? And then normally how it's supposed to go is when we get our trays, you just come up to me, here you go. It's all good, right? But it don't work that way. So you got this dude named Jimmy. Jimmy is from Detroit, Michigan. Jimmy got locked up because he was working at GM. He was in charge of like some inventory or whatever. So what Jimmy would do is when the parts would come, he would sell them. Like it'd come in bulk off the train, right? And he'd get a hold of some engines, transmissions, the whole thing to build a car, and he'd sell it on the black market. Well, he was doing this for a good 4 or 5 years before he got caught. And y'all want to know how he got caught? Just like how all criminals get caught. They can't keep their mouth closed. So Jimmy ended up telling his brother, like, hey, listen, he ended up putting his brother on. Look, the train come at this time and ain't no security be over here. Go to this train cart, get it, blah, 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 right? So they, hand over fist, dude was probably making about 30, 40 grand a month, okay? So this would go on and go on. But then Jimmy's brother ended up putting somebody else on it, and then somebody else put somebody else on it, right? So now they got a little crew. Now Jimmy was like really apprehensive with this because he know the game. Like the more people know, the more exposure this could go bad. But it didn't. It just kept going and kept going, right? Till one day, a dude got into it with his baby mama, right? And his baby mama knew what was going on. So baby mama calls the police and like, hey, I know this guy, my baby daddy is basically stealing GM car parts or whatever off the train or whatever at this time, blah, 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 right? So it blew the whole operation up. Just because somebody was pillow talking, got upset with their baby mama got upset with them, and then the whole thing came down. So my homie Jimmy ended up getting 10 years, right? Now, Jimmy in prison, I'ma say, now, he wasn't no punk, right? He wasn't no punk at all. He was like a quiet dude. He kind of stayed out the way. He would put the work in if he had to, right? But who really want to, right? Let's just say he'd stand up for himself, right? But anyway, Jimmy come to me one day, like on the 4th that morning, and he like, hey, Dante, let me holler at you right quick. I'm like, what's up? He was like, you want my food tray today? I was like, yeah, not really, man. I already got about 10 plates coming through. He was like, oh, okay. I said, why, what's up? He was like, man, I'm kind of hurting, man. I'm kind of hurting bad. I was like, oh, really? I was like, what you need? I'll look out for Jimmy here and there. He was a cool cat. He was like, man, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm trying to, bust a spread, man. I'm like, okay, well, what you need? He was like, I need about 5 honey buns, 4 packs of Reese Cubs, 2 bags of Lay's potato chips, about 6 honey buns. I said, dang, what are you making? He was like, man, shoot, I finna make me a Tootsie Roll. I'm like, all right, bet. I said, well, write everything down that you need and just go get it, right? He was like, all right, bet. So he get the items or whatever, and he leave out my cell. Now, I noticed Jimmy is like every 5 or 10 minutes, he's going to different sales, right? And coming out with commissary. So I'm like, what is he doing? I mean, is he trying to feed the whole block? Like, what is he doing? Because listen, y'all, I'm telling you, Jimmy had, if you went into his sale, it's like he got a stove. Now, I ran a stove myself, but the way Jimmy's sale was set up, I'm like, Jimmy ain't running no, what is he doing, right? But then I noticed he's getting deodorant, he getting toothpaste, he getting all this commissary, and I'm like, what is Jimmy doing? So I roll up on him, I knock on the cell door, doom, doom, doom. He like, what's up? I said, hey, man, what you got going on, man? He was like, man, well, what you mean? I said, you going to get all this commissary? He like, oh, man, don't worry about it, man. Man, people owe me, and I got something going on right now. But I'm going to holler at you later. So I'm like, all right. Now, like I said, y'all, Jimmy ain't really show no type of him being a slime ball or anything or being cutthroat. So I'm like, all right, I'll leave it alone. So I end up hitting the yard, doing what I do. Now it's time, y'all. It is time. Now we all in our sales, right? They coming through with the carts. Now they shut the chow hall down, right? Especially for events like this, because the last prior years, it was always a riot. Something always kicked off because somebody didn't want to pay. Somebody put their hands on the food. And that's another thing, y'all. If you owe somebody some food in prison, off them trays, do not put your hand on the food, raw dog, and put it on somebody's tray. Don't ever do that, or you will get your head buzzed to the white meat. So anyway, they end up, shutting the cafeteria down, and we have to eat in our units or our dorm or whatever. So we all out there, and they come through. The guard and the porter they hit. I can smell it coming down the hallway, man. So we all lining up. Now, they got it. Now, it's 30 men in this unit, okay? So they came with 30 trays. So they hit the door. Everybody lining up, right? I'm like this. Ooh, I can't wait to eat this pork, baby. Right? So we all lined up. Everybody getting their tray, right? So Jimmy get his tray, and he just duck off. Now, I'm worried about mine, right? So I'm sitting here at the table, right? A couple cats come over there. They give me my tray, whatever, because I done traded something off to them early in that day, right? But I see Jimmy in his cell, and he got all this food and stuff, right? So now, this is one thing I forgot to tell y'all. This is what I forgot to tell y'all. So Jimmy does not have a cellmate. Jimmy also worked in administration. Now, being that Jimmy worked in administration, he knows things that a lot of us is not privileged to, such as who might be going home, who's getting parole, sale assignments, lockdowns, right? Surprise lockdowns. And this is what this story is all about. So Jimmy is in the cell, right? And we getting our trays and everybody sitting down, trading off. I'm waiting for some cats to come in here that owe me or whatever. And then as soon as everybody got their tray and the officer leave out with the porter, 4 officers run up in there. Lock down, everybody locked down, right? So we like, wait, what's going on? Man, get your motherfucking ass in your cell, right? Right, we grown men, right, getting talked to like we kids, right? So we all getting up, we going to our cells and they lock it down. But we like, hey man, what's going on, man? They like, it's a surprise lockdown, inmates. Happy 4th of July. So we like, damn, right? Now, we all in our cells or whatever, people hollering, people hooting. Hey man, make sure you give me my man. It's just people that old people stuff or whatever. It just happened so fast, y'all. People couldn't hurry up and get their trays off, right? So cats like, man, I don't even want that shit, man. He could be doing whatever to this food, right? Whatever, right? So this is the vibe in there. People just getting angry, arguing, like, man, I don't want that tray no more, man, that you owe me, man. I need my shit back. So it's a bunch of arguing, a bunch of wolfing back and forth, right? So I'm good. I'm chilling. I got mine, right? Now, it's like, I'm going to say about 9 o'clock. And everybody done settled down by this time because throughout the day that we was in the cell, we was turning up. Cause it's like, damn, y'all just gonna keep us in lockup and we ain't even did nothing. And it's the 4th. People want to go chill. We want to go hit the yard, man. Right? But for whatever reason, they had us locked down. Like, I'm gonna say about 10 o'clock, the captain come in and the rover come in. So we looking like, what the fuck the captain doing here, right? And the rover got a cart. So we looking like, man, what the fuck is going on? So we watching, I'm looking, and he go to Jimmy's cell. So dude's getting up like, hey man, what's going on? What's going on? Jimmy comes out the cell and he got all this commissary. Y'all remember I told y'all earlier that he was going to damn near cell to cell collecting commissary and everything? Y'all remember that? And I said he had like a big store in there. So I'm looking and I was just hit me. Jimmy is going home. So so she all like, well, Dante, ain't this good? Ain't this good that he going home? No, it's not. Jimmy just went to damn near cell to cell getting commissary from people, knowing that he was going home. Jimmy just ran a cold play on everybody up in here. He owed people commissary. He took a lot of dudes' last, right? And now he's going home. So Cat's like, hey, Jimmy, man, what's going on, man? Hey, what you doing? Where you going? I'm out this motherfucker. I'm like, what? I'm not, now look, y'all, Jimmy didn't owe me. He did owe me. Jimmy owed me too, right? He owed me too, because he got a lot of, you remember he got the 4 honey buns, the 2 packs of Reese cups, the honey buns. He got a good amount from me too. So I'm up on the bars. I'm like, hey, Jimmy, what's up, man? Where you going? He like, I'm out this motherfucker, bruh. I'm out this motherfucker, bruh. Right? And other cats screaming at him like, hey, motherfucker, man, where my man? Give me my back, right? And he like, man, fuck y'all. Man, fuck all of y'all. Look, y'all, I never heard Jimmy really ever raise his voice. It was like I was looking at a different person. Like, where the fuck is Jimmy at? Who is this guy? And Jimmy just talking big shit. He like, man, fuck all y'all, man, fuck you convicts. F all you motherfuckers, man. You jailbird niggas, right? He like, man, make sure you jazz niggas don't drop the soap, you niggas. I'm out this motherfucker, right? And I'm thinking to myself like, damn, like, why you do this? So he's leaving out, people screaming, hollering, like, man, I'm gonna kill you when I get out, and all this and this, and blah, 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 blah. He like, man, fuck all of y'all, man. Fuck you niggas, right? So he get out of there. And I'm sitting on the bed like, damn, why would Jimmy do that? Let me tell y'all something. So for those that might be lost, okay, Jimmy worked in administration. So Jimmy knew he was up for parole, and he also knew exactly when. So he been got his parole, but he knew he was getting out on the 4th of July. I don't know why he decided to go around collecting commissary, taking from cats, messing up the local economy, and he took everything with him. The crazy part about the crazy part about this whole thing is that everything that he took, he could have got on the street, right? Everything that he took from everybody, he could have got out there on the street. He could have went to the dollar store and got. You never know, what a cat thinking. I don't know why Jimmy did that. I don't know why. But I guess prison will make and have people doing things that they wouldn't normally do. Or maybe he just had that in him all this time. I don't know, y'all. But I do know this, though. If Jimmy ever returns back to prison, which I don't think he will, but who knows. But if Jimmy ever returned back to prison, he gonna have to go to PC, or he might get his head bust wide open. If y'all haven't hit the like button, hit the like button, share the video. Let's get the question of the day out the way. The question of the day is this: which is your favorite holiday? Let me know in the comment section. Me, I'm gonna say Thanksgiving. Y'all let me know what your favorite holiday is. Hey, y'all, I want to give a special shout out to the cats that been blessing the Cash App. Shout out to Jonathan. Shout out to Karen. Shout out to Breadman. Shout out to Robert. Shout out to Aubrey. And shout out to Sarah. And shout out to Tim, and shout out to Chris, and shout out to Christina, and shout out to Robert again. I appreciate y'all for blessing the Cash App. With that, y'all, I'll see y'all on the next one. I'm out. Welcome to another episode of Donta's Story Time. Welcome to another episode of Donta's Story Time. So one day we on the yard and we playing basketball, and this white guy approached the court. Now this white guy that approached the court was a dude by the name of Strawberry. Strawberry was a homosexual. Okay, hold on. I know y'all wonder, like, Donta, what is that in the background? Did y'all know that I made a gaming channel? I'm going to have my gaming channel pinned at the top of the comment section. Right now, I'm only playing Fortnite and Call of Duty Warzone, okay? I will be start playing GTA 6 when it come out. So make sure y'all, if y'all like gaming, make sure y'all subscribe to my gaming channel. I will have that pinned at the top of the comment section, all right? Now, let's get back to the story. So, Strawberry like, Donta, can I talk to you right quick? Now, I'm not on the court yet, but me and my homies about to get on the court. I'm like, just give me a minute. Just give me a minute, right? So, we hooping, right? Bah, 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 bah. We done with the basketball game. So, Strawberry is still right there. And so I get done. I'm like, oh, what's up? He like, can we walk and talk? I'm like, what? He said, please, man, listen, I just really need to talk to you. I'm in trouble. So now y'all know my rules and my programming. Even though I'm the one that set the rules, I can't break the rules neither. I must have somebody there with me to verify this conversation. All right. Because one thing about my organization was that if you are conversating with a homosexual, you must have a witness there. Okay. Because if not, you can't talk to them, because anybody can say anything that may have or may have not happened. Right. So to avoid all that gossip and drama and all that, just bring somebody with you. So I'm like, yeah, hold on, give me a minute. I'm like, Al, come here. Come here, Al. He's like, what's up? I say, hey, I need for you to be a witness to this conversation. So he was like, I bet. So Al is like 3 feet away from us. So me and Strawberry, we get to walking. I'm like, what's happening? He like, man, Dante, I really need to right now. The guy, Big Thomas, you know, I've been in a relationship with him, and he's starting to like pimp me out. Like at first it was like consensual, but now it's like he's trying to pimp me out to other inmates, and I didn't sign up for that. I'm like, okay, what do you want me to do? Now, I know a lot of y'all wondering, like, what? Dante, why is this dude Strawberry coming to you? Like, what's going on with you? Now, I noticed I got about 10,000 new subscribers, and y'all haven't watched all my videos. So y'all might wondering, like, well, Dante, what the heck is going on? So in prison, I ran a protection business. If you was a weaker inmate, or you just felt like you couldn't survive, or somebody was, pressing you, extorting you or whatever, you will come to me and you'll pay me for protection. And that will varies. It'll vary from $25 a week to $1,000 a week to commissary items such as 5 bags of coffees, 20 packs of ramen noodles. I said ramen noodles. I can't speak this morning for some reason. 20 packs of ramen noodles, right? Maybe 3 cases of honey buns. Now, Strawberry has some money, okay? Strawberry was hustling in there. He was hustling his body. So I'm like, look, I usually don't get in between, relationships, but if you can pay me $250 a week, then I got you. He like, yeah, I can do that. I can do that. But there's something else I gotta ask you too. I'm like, what? He was like, listen, I'm not trying to be on no BS, but I can get you $5,000 today on your Green Dot card. Now, back when I was locked up, we didn't have CASHAPP, y'all. We had Green Dot. Y'all remember that? So I said, what is it? Now, my curiosity done peaked, because I'm like, $5,000 in prison is like $50,000, right? So I'm like, what's up? He like, I need to move in your cell for a month. I said, what? He said, Dante, please, man, please. When I break up with this dude, I know he's going to try to do something to me. He's going to try to hurt me real bad. And I know if I'm under your protection, he ain't going to press me like that. So could you please allow me to be in your cell? So I look at Al, right? And he got this look like, I don't know, man. I mean, that's a lot of money. So I'm like, look, now I know what y'all thinking. I know what y'all thinking. You like, come on, Dante. Come on, man. Ain't no way you supposed to be, you can't be in a cell with him. Listen, y'all, this was $5,000, which was like $50,000 on the street. So I said, you can get me that 5 today? He was like, yeah, man, yeah. I said, all right, look. All right, yeah, we can do it. Yeah, we'll do it. He said, you for real? I said, yeah. So I said, Al, go with him and go grab homicide so y'all make sure he do the transaction right. Al was my right-hand man, so he made sure the money was good and everything. So Al come to me about an hour later, like, yeah, the money in there. So I tell, now, what I was going to do, I was going to do a very dishonorable thing. I was going to be like, man, bunk that, man. I got the money, F them, right? But I had a reputation. I couldn't ruin my reputation, right? Because other inmates that might seek, my protection might fall back, be like, man, he played Strawberry, so I ain't finna give him that amount of money. So, I was a man of my word, and, I had Al, Tar T, and Homicide help Strawberry bringing stuff to my cell or whatever, right? Now, at this time, Big Thomas is in medical for whatever reason, right? Which I found out later what he was in medical for. So, it's like 2 days went by, and it was all right. Strawberry, I told him the rules, like, don't have nobody in the cell, don't touch my stuff, pee when you sitting down, don't do no drugs in here, don't bring no knives in here, the whole rundown, and definitely don't have nobody in the cell. If you're gonna be tricking and all that, do that somewhere. Don't have nobody in the cell, right? So it was good for about 2 days, right? Now, I got word that Big Thomas was out, right? Big Thomas was out of medical, and he was looking for Strawberry, right? So I assembled everybody. It was me, Tar T, Al, Homicide, J-Rock, DK, and Diddy Kong, right? Now, I know some of y'all like, J-Rock? Is you talking about the same J-Rock that you caught in a prison shower with Peaches? Yeah, that J-Rock. But this was way before we found out that J-Rock was, playing military mind games with them folks, right? But anyway, so I'm like, hey, y'all, listen, we got to go run down on Big Thomas to let him know, like, what's happening. So now, Big Thomas, y'all, was not no pushover. Big Thomas was like 6'6", 6'7", maybe about 280, 285 jack. And I'm talking about muscle, right? Now, back in them days, y'all, because I was 6'1", maybe 240, 250. I was in shape too, but I keep it real with y'all. I don't think I could actually beat Big Thomas like one-on-one. You know what I'm saying? Unless I would have had to choke him out or something. But this dude was massive, and he could fight too. So, me and the whole crew is assembled like the Avengers, right? So we find out that he in the law library. So we go in there deep. It's about seven of us, right? And all of us clutching, right? We got that sword of justice. So he's sitting at the table, and he look up. I said, hey, T, man, I need to holler at you. He was like, well, what's all this? I said, listen, check this out, man. Strawberry? He was like, yeah, that's my B. I said, well, check this out. He with me now. He was like, what? What you mean he with you? I said, he paid me. He like, no, man, FR, man, that's my B. That's my B, man. You can't come be in between that. Look, Donta, I respect what you got going on and how you programming. But, dog, I got a life sentence, man. No, man. Hey, man, what you mean he with you? I said, listen, he paid me for protection. He's in my cell. And if you want that heat, you just going to have to get the heat. He like, man, bruh, this ain't right. This ain't right, bruh. I said, hey, man, listen. Either we can get into some gangster shit right now or just leave it alone. He like, no, man, I'm not going. I'm not going. Let's do a timeout right quick. Because I know what some of y'all think. Y'all like, man, so Donta, you about to go to war over a punk? Man, listen, this is 5 bands, okay? It ain't me going to war over no punk. It's me going to war over my reputation and my business model, okay? So, hell yeah, I was going to go to war, but not for that reason, okay? if anybody paid me that amount of money to protect them, you damn right I gotta protect my assets, right? But anyway, so he like, no, man, I can't, I'm not gonna take that L. I said, listen. Cause he started to get all aggressive and, you know, my guys got to clutch it for real. Like, you about to pour this dude out. But I had too much money floating around in this prison. We had a good thing going. So I really didn't want to take it there where we have to take this dude's life in his library. I didn't want to do that. So I said, listen. I can't let you do anything to him. I can't let you you can't do nothing to him, bro. But I'll tell you what can I give you to make this right? He like, man, you can't give me nothing but my beat back. I said, listen, man, you gotta be reasonable, man, cause it's over, it's out. You can't. He like, man, I just want my beat back. I said, well, listen, man, we not leaving this library until we come to an understanding, right? He like, all right, man, F it, man, give me 100 bags of coffee. I said, come on, T, man, we not doing that, man. We ain't doing that. He was like, well, give me 50 bags. I said, no, I'm not giving you no 50 bags of coffee, man. He like, man, well, then why the fuck you asked me? I said, man, hold on, tone that shit down, bro. He like, man, I said, I'll tell you what, I'll give you 20 bags of coffee today, and then I'll give you 10 bags of coffee for the next 2 weeks, each Friday. He was like, all right, man, fuck it. So I'm like, all right, we good, we straight. He's like, yeah, man, we straight. So over the next couple of days, right, Strawberry went to the clinic. I don't know why, but he was there at the clinic. So T come to me, you know, Big Thomas come to me one day on the yard. He was like, hey, I need to holler at you in private, right? Now, me and my homies are standing by, and they wonder, like, man, what's up with this dude? But the way that he said it, it didn't sound like he was going to try to do like a sneak attack or try to attack me or anything. So I'm like, what's up? So he was like, listen, man, I ain't trying to get in your business. You know, man, you straight, man, you good. But he got to looking around. He was like, man, Strawberry burnt me. I said, what? He was like, yeah, I'm just letting you know, because, you know, I know the type of business that you conduct, and I'm pretty sure that, I don't know if your homies or anybody that you know up in here is, you know, getting down with Strawberry, but I'm just letting you know that, you know, he burnt me. I said, I'm like, what the f that got to do with me? What the he like? Hey, I'm just letting you know. That's why he probably at the clinic right now. I said, all right, all right, whatever. So he walk off. So the homies get up on me like, what's up? What's happening? I said, he said that Peanut gave him a ST. Why I keep saying Peanut? Hey, you know what? I'm going to tell y'all, I know why I keep thinking about Peanut, y'all. I'm going to give y'all a Peanut story probably this Sunday, all right? I don't know why I keep mixing Strawberry up with Peanut, but I'm going to give y'all a Peanut story this Sunday. But anyway, I tell them, I'm like, yeah, he said Strawberry burnt him, gave him an STD. They like, what? I said, hey, I don't know. Right? But I was like, well, he gonna have to get up out the cell though, for real. Why I keep saying Peanut? Strawberry! Right? So, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. And look, we gotta do the question of the day right quick. The question of the day. What is your favorite cereal, okay? What is your favorite cereal to eat? Mine's, I think I'm gonna go with Trix. Yeah, I think I like Trix. Y'all let me know in the comment section, what is your favorite cereal to eat, all right? So anyway, I tell my homies like, yeah, he gonna have to go. He gonna have to go, man, because he be out here tricking. Dudes might want to get at him or whatever, because he's selling his body, right? So I go back to my cell, right? And I start packing all this stuff up, right? He comes in like 2 hours later. And he like, what's going on? I said, listen, I fulfilled the contract. Thomas ain't gonna mess with you no more. You good, you straight, but you gotta go. He was like, well, why I gotta go? I said, listen, man, I don't want you bringing no heat to the cell. He like, well, I told you, I don't bring nobody to the cell. I said, why was you at the clinic? He was like, I needed a checkup. I said, why was you at the clinic? He was like, the way you talking to me is like you already know. I said, hey, man, listen, just get your and get out. He like, man, why? Why? You said I can stay in here for a month. I said, yeah, but you safe now, so you can go. He was like, man, this some bullshit. This some bullshit. Can I get some money back? I said, no, you can't get no. Man, get the fuck out of my cell, man. So he was like, all right. So he grabbed the stuff and he walked out, right? About 2 weeks later, y'all. 2 weeks later. Now, I've been off doing my own thing, right? So I really wasn't paying attention to what Strawberry had going on or Big Thomas. Why 2 weeks later? Me and the homies is sitting on the bench, right, playing dominoes and spades. Why I see Big Thomas and Strawberry holding hands on the yard, just walking like a husband and wife type of situation. I'm like, ow! I tell her, look, right? I said, didn't he just say he birthed him? I was like, hey man, let me tell y'all something about prison. Prison is like the Twilight Zone. Prison is a place where right is wrong and wrong is right. It's some things that happen in prison that your mind just won't be able to comprehend. Of seeing a man and a man holding hands, kissing, right? But anyway, y'all, check this out. If you ain't signed up for my Patreon link will be pinned at the top of the comment section. All right? My short horror films is over there that I star in. My Bible stories over there. My supernatural stories over there. My podcast will be over there too, coming up real soon. My prison stories that I can't put on YouTube is over there too. So y'all make sure y'all check it out, okay? And again, y'all, I started my gaming channel. As y'all can see, I already start putting content on there. Y'all make sure y'all sign up, subscribe to my gaming channel. Only if you're going to watch it. And yes, I will be playing with y'all too. Pause, okay? Look me up. It'll be called, I think my gamer name is, I'm not sure yet, but I'll put it in the comment section, pinned at the top of the comment section on one of the video, well, on all the videos on there, all right? So y'all make sure y'all subscribe to my gaming channel if y'all want to rock out with me and chill and vibe with me over there, all right? With that, y'all make sure y'all hit that like button, share this video. I'll see y'all on the next one. I'm out. Welcome to another episode of Donta's Story Time. Welcome to another episode of Donta's Story Time. So I'm laying in my bunk and the guard hit the door. Boom, 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 boom. I'm like, man, what's going on? They like, Donta, get up. I'm like, what for, man? You about to get a new bunkie. I'm like, all right. Now, this is the process when you get a new cellie. You got to stand up, turn around, go put your hands behind your back, go to the cell door and they handcuff you. And you got to go face forward all the way to the back of the cell where the toilet at. So I get up and I get handcuffed, right? So I'm looking back because I don't know who about to come in here. I don't know if it's the enemy about to come up in here and try to swing on me, because this will be the best time to get yours off because you're handcuffed, right? I don't know if it's a homosexual that's trying to come up in here. And y'all know me, I'm not going for that at all. Matter of fact, I got the video when they tried to put a homosexual in my cell. I'm going to have that pinned at the top of the comment section. Y'all make sure y'all check that out. So anyway, I go to the back of the cell, and they put this dude in with dreads. So I'm looking to make sure, like, okay, I don't know this guy or whatever. So they unhandcuff him. He got all the stuff in his hand. So I bag up, and I'm looking at him while I'm getting uncuffed, right? So they close the cell door. So I'm like, what up, man? What's your name? He like, my name Lil J. I said, where you from? He was like, I'm from the north side. I said, north side of what? He was like, Flint, Michigan. I said, oh, okay, what's up, man? We from the same set, man, what's up? He like, oh, okay, yeah. So, you know, we talking or whatever. And I'm like, look, have you ever did any time before? He like, no, I mean, I did a couple days in the county. I said, how much time they give you? He was like, man, they gave me a life. They gave me a life piece, man. They gave me an L. I said, what? He was like, yeah, it's a long story. I said, wait a minute. You ain't in here on no funny business issue. He like, no, heads, no, man. I burnt somebody. I said, okay. So I said, look, this is my cell rules, okay? If you gotta pee, you gotta pee sitting down. The way he looked at me, y'all, he was like, I said, hold on. It ain't that I'm trying to punk you or anything like that. No, that ain't the case. It's just however they made these toilets, when you pee, it splashes back and it get all over the floor. And I laid my head right here by the toilet bowl, okay? And I don't need for you to be peeing and it's splashing all over my head or whatever. He's like, oh, okay, OG, okay. I said, another thing, do not have nobody in this cell. Absolutely nobody. Because if something come up missing in this cell, I'm holding you responsible. He's like, okay, yeah, I ain't gonna have nobody in the cell. I said, look, if you want anything from me, just ask. Do not steal from me. If you need some deodorant, if you need some food, like a pack of noodles, a honey bun, a Snicker, whatever you need, let me know, okay? I run the store, so you just gotta let me know beforehand what you trying to get or whatever, all right? He like, all right, that's good looking out. I said, another thing, if you involved in any homosexual activity at all, you're gonna have to get out the cell, whether you get involved with it later on or now. You ain't a homosexual, are you? He like, no, OG, I ain't heads. No, I don't get out like that. I said, okay, I'm just letting you know, because the way I'm programming, I can't be in a cell with a cat that, get down like that. He like, okay, respect. I said, we get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, make your bed up by 5:30. We have to be on our feet outside of the cell at 6 a.m. for count, or you're going to be in lockdown for the whole day if you ain't out there, right? He's like, all right. And I said, and last but not least, we grown men. I'm not your daddy. I'm not no babysitter. You should know right from wrong up to this point. And, that's it. You got the top rack. I'm about to go back to sleep. So I lay back down on the bunk, right? And he putting his stuff up in his locker and everything. Next day, roll call. We go through that whole situation, right? Now, this is a Saturday. So the only thing that's open is the yard, breakfast, and just being in the unit, right? So we just going to fast forward to 11 a.m. Now, there was this dude named Big Thomas, okay? Big Thomas, I've made plenty of stories about Big Thomas. He was a booty bandit. And then there was this guy named Freaky Freddy. I got a whole playlist about Freaky Freddy, okay? If y'all haven't seen Freaky Freddy videos, I'm going to have his playlist pinned at the top of the comment section and in the description, okay? So anyway, me and him walking the track, me and Lil J, my new cellmate. And, he asked me questions about the prison, who to talk to, who not to talk to, who to stay away from and all this and that. And so I'm pointing cats out like, he cool, he good. Nah, you don't want to mess with that, this, that, blah, 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 blah. Right? So Big Thomas, he over there on the weight pile. And I noticed he keeps stealing glances, right? He keep looking, and then because he already know what time it is with me. He already know how I get down, right? But he see this new cat with me. And how Big Thomas got down, he was a real booty bandit. Like, he the type that will knock you out and go up in you, right? So I guess he looking at me with this, younger cat with me, but he ain't trying to make it obvious, because like I said, every time I look that way, he'll look the other way and act like he steady working out, right? So I pointed him out. I say, listen, you see that dude on the weight pile? He was like, yeah. I said, that big motherfucker? I said, yeah, stay away from that dude. He was like, well, why? What's going on? I said, because he like young dudes, and he like to have sex with young guys or whatever. So stay away from him. He was like, oh, good looking out, man, good looking out. I said, yeah, like seriously, if you go to the shower and he come in there, just get out of there. If you in a law library and he come in there, just go. Keep your words short with him and just stay away from this dude, all right? He like, I bet. I said, another thing. You see that dude over there? He like, yeah. I said, yeah, right there with them two gay guys. That dude is Freaky Freddy. He bust out. So he was like, what, Freaky Freddy? I said, listen, let me tell you how he get down. Now, I run the store, right? And I charge people either, like if somebody come to me and they want one honey bun, they got to give me 2 back or 3 back on store day, right? If you want a pack of ramen noodles, either give me 2 back or you're going to give me 3 back, depending on our relationship, right? Now, with this guy over here, he going to let you borrow and borrow and borrow. The moment you can't give him what is owed to him, he's going to tell you, nah, look out, man. You ain't got to pay me back. You can just break me off in the sale. And breaking somebody off in the sale due to YouTube laws and regulations and policies, I'm not going to tell y'all what that are. Just breaking somebody off is something really nasty that 2 men should not be doing, okay? So he like, what? I said, yeah, don't borrow nothing from that guy unless you can pay it back, all right? He was like, all right, bet. So I said, well, with that, man, go do your thing. So he dip off. He go over there by the basketball court, and I go with my homeboys or whatever, and we over there talking. They're like, so what's up with dude or whatever? I'm like, nah, he just a younger man. He green, man. I'm just, showing him the ropes or whatever. They're like, all right, bet. Cool. Right? So everything was good for like a month. Everything was good. We were gelling real good together, right? This is where the issues start happening. Let me get close. So we out at chow time. We just had hamburger and Friday. And everybody know in prison, hamburger and Friday, hot dog and fries, and bone-in chicken, or any type of chicken, is the days that is most crazy, all right? There's almost a 99% chance that somebody gonna get their head bust or their head cracked on this day. 2 or 3 cats, because dudes like to trade their trays, give out commissary, be owing dudes that tray, and then when it's time to pay up, they done gave that tray out to, or owed that tray out to 2 or 3 other people. So somebody ain't getting a tray, right? Burger and Friday, right? Lil J like, hey Donta, can I get your tray or whatever? I'm like, no, I'm good. I love my tray. I love my burger and fry tray. He like, all right, bet, right? He goes to Freaky Freddy. Now listen, y'all. I know Freaky Freddy reputation is crazy. I get that, but if you pay him back what you owe him, there's no issues, okay? It's when you don't pay him back, that's when the issue comes. So he go to Freaky Freddy and he like, yo, Fred, how many burger and fry trays you got? Freddy like, I got about 10, 12, 15. Why, what's up? He like, look, let me get 2 of them trays up off you. So Freaky Freddy like, what do I get? And Lil J was like, man, I got you, man. I got you. What you want? He was like, shoot, man, give me 10 packs of ramen noodles and 3 bags of coffee. So he like, I bet, cool. So later on that day, we in our cell, right? And he come in there. Freaky Freddy come in there. Well, he don't come in. He come to the door like, here you go, young blood, here you go. So he stand up and grab the trays, right? So Freaky Freddy look at me like, oh, what up, D? What up? I'm like, what up, Fred? He like, nothing, shoot. I'm just making my rounds, but I'm out. So when Freaky Freddy walked off, I'm like, Lil J, what you owe him for them trays? He like, shoot, I think he said like 3 bags of coffee and like 10 ramen noodles. I said, did y'all write it down? He was like, oh yeah, let me go see, right? I said, yeah, go hurry up, that's important, right? So he leave out the cell, and I'm assuming that he went to him and asked him like, hey, did you write it down? This is why I owe, right? So he came back to the cell. He's like, yeah, we good, we straight. Now, keep in mind, y'all, me and him been cellies for about a month and 2 weeks now. This dude ain't been getting nothing on his books. Absolutely nothing. I've been taking care of him up in this cell, right? So I asked him like, hey, how you gonna pay Freddy back? He was like, yeah, I was gonna ask you about that. I'm like, what you mean? He was like, shit, I was gonna see, can I clean the cell, or, is anything that you need some work done or whatever? I said, Lil J, what do you mean you was gonna see if I had some work to be done? I said, no. What you do in this cell is what you do in this cell for free. And no, I ain't got no work to be done. I was like, yo, how you gonna get this man his back? He was like, shit, I don't know, man. I was relying on you. I said, Lil J, this is exactly what I was talking about getting a debt with people and you can't pay them debts back. He like, but you my seller, you supposed to hold me down. I said, let me tell you something. We both grown men. You're not my child, okay? We're both grown men. I'm gonna look out for you this one time. I'm gonna pay that debt for you. But if you ever do this again, I promise I'm gonna kill you. So he stopped eating. He was like, all right, OG, I got you. I said, look, I'm not playing with you, Lil J. I'm not playing with you. He like, I got you, big bro, I got you. I said, all right. So the next day, I get the 3 bags of coffee and I get the ramen noodles and I go to Freddy, right? He's like, oh, what's up, D? I'm like, hey, listen, this for Lil J, man. He was like, oh, okay, well, shit, I appreciate it. I said, also, check this out, man. Don't let him borrow nothing else. He was like, hey, Donta, you know how I get out, man. No, I can't do that. If he wants something from me, hey. I said, listen, man, I'm just letting you know I'm not paying this debt no more. So if he come to you, that ain't on me. I'm just letting you know that right now. He was like, all right, yeah, man, Donta, hey, man, I respect it. I said, all right, I don't want no bullshit. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't supposed to be cussing. That slipped out. I apologize. Hey, have y'all hit the like button yet? Make sure y'all hit that like button. But anyway, so I leave, right? And I go back to the cell. Everything was straight for about 3 days. Lil J come to me right on the yard. Me and my homeboys walking the track. He like, hey, big homie. That's why he a big homie you to death. Big homie. I'm like, what's up, man? He like, hey, man, I really need to holler at you. I need to holler at you. I said, hold on, y'all. So I'm like, what's up? He like, man, I fucked up. I said, what you mean you fucked up? He was like, you know, the basketball game that just came on the other day? I said, yeah, what about it? He was like, man, I bet on the game. I said, okay. He was like, I lost. I said, okay. He was like, no, it ain't okay. I lost $100 to Big Thomas. I said, you did what? It was like, Thomas said, you know, he approached me and was like, hey, do you want to bet on the game? And I said, yeah. He said $100. I said, all right, bet. And I just knew I was going to win, but I lost. Can you look out for me? I said, listen, man, I told you not to bet no more, man. You ain't got nothing to bet. Why would you bet that, man? And let me tell y'all something. $100 in prison is like $1,000. Okay? It's like $1,000. So I said, well, when do you gotta pay him back? He was like, man, he said he want this shit today. Like, I just came from the corridor and he approached me like, hey, man, where the fuck my money at? And I was like, I'm gonna get it. And then he basically told me to have his shit by the end of the day or he was gonna do something to me. I said, listen, man, you got to handle that. He was like, but I ain't got nothing. I said, I told you, do not gamble. Do not go in debt with nobody. And what do? I already took care of that debt with Freaky Freddy. And now you going to go out and bet money with this? I said, you on your own, man. Now, before we go on, I know some of you people out there going to be like, well, Dante, won't you look out for him again? No, this is not my child. This dude is like 22, 23 years old. Okay. I was like 29, 30 at this time. Okay. I told him and repeatedly told him to stay away from Freaky Freddy and stay away from Big Thomas. Right. And don't gamble and don't go in debt with nobody. So I gave him many warnings. So I don't want to hear y'all talking about, oh, Dante, that's wrong. You should look out. No, bunk all that. Right? I wasn't there to commit the crime that he committed to get locked up. Okay? So I don't want to hear none of that. So anyway, I said, check this out, man. When I need for you to go to the cell, pack all your shit, and get the fuck out my cell. Now! He like, oh, okay, OG, okay. So I said, and don't touch a motherfucking thing of mine in that cell. He like, all right, bet, OG, okay, damn. So he walking off the yard with his head down. So my homeboy's like, yo, what's happening, man? Do we need to do something to him? I said, no, man. This dude done got in debt with Big Thomas. They like, what? I said, yeah, he bet on some damn game or whatever, and he lost $100, and nah, I'm not going for that. They like, oh, well, he gonna have to learn, right? I go to the cell, y'all. I go to the cell. He in there sobbing, crying, right? I'm just standing with my arms crossed like this outside of the cell, just looking at him, right? So he pack all this stuff up. He walking out. He like, you gonna really do me like this, OG? You gonna do me like this? I said, I warned you. Matter of fact, hold on one second. I go to the cell. I kept a couple of my sword of justice, which is the banger. I kept that in the thing of peanut butter, right? I went in there, wiped it off, and I hit him with one. He like, well, what's this, OG? I said, you gonna need this. It's the last thing I'm gonna ever give you. Now, if you ain't gonna use it, matter of fact, I don't even want to know. But Big Thomas is gonna want something from you, and he ain't gonna stop until he get what he want. So, if I was you, take this take this sword of justice. Sorry about that, y'all. Take this sword of justice, and I want you to put it in his neck. He was like, man, I'm gonna get more time. I said, what you mean you gonna get more time? You already got life without parole. I said, what's gonna happen? I said, you know what? You good. He was like, well, I don't want this. I said, no, you keep it. You good, right? So he like, man, all right, OG. So he walked down the tier, right? And he go to the control booth. About 8 minutes later, the guard come up there. He like, what's up, Donta? What's going on? I said, dude got to get out. He was like, all right, well, is it a problem? I said, yeah, it's a problem, man. I made him just not getting along. He was like, all right, well, we gonna put him in another cell. I'm like, all right, whatever. I end up going back to the county jail the following day. I had some new charges brought up on me or whatever. So I had to go back to the county jail. And I was there for 1 week, right? Some bullshit, right? Thank God I ended up beating the charge. They ended up dropping them charges, whatever. So I was gone for 1 week. Why when I get back, y'all, I'm back with the homies, whatever, and we bailing around the yard. One of my homeboys was like, hey, you remember your old say Lil J? I said, yeah. He was like, there you go right there. Now I'm looking, but I'm not seeing him. And then I'm looking, and then I see him. Lil J got like pink lipstick on his lips, right? This dude dyed his dreads like pink and black or whatever. This dude front shirt is all tied up in front, and his jeans is like real skinny, and he got his hands on his hips. And I'm like, dang. Let me tell y'all something. Prison is not no game. It's not a joke. Y'all better stop and think before you act. A lot of y'all out here just doing shit without even thinking. Just busting your gun. Well, guess what? There's no guns in prison. It ain't nothing but fighting and fucking. Either you gonna fight or you gonna choose one. With that, y'all, if y'all haven't signed up for my Patreon yet, my Patreon will be pinned at the top of the comment section, okay? I started my gaming channel also. Make sure y'all subscribe to my gaming channel. Matter of fact, I also started my skits channel too. I'm gonna have my skits channel pinned at the top of the comment section too. Right? Matter of fact, all my channels will be in the description and pinned at the top of the comment section. With that, y'all, this is your big partner, Donta. I'm out. Welcome to another episode of Donta's Story Time. So I just got put in the bullpen. So when I got in there, it was about 60 guys up in there. Now, when you first go into the bullpen, there's a sign that says capacity 25, right? It's like 60, 70 dudes up in here. So I'm like, man, all right. So when I get in there, everybody is everywhere. I'm talking about dudes laid out on the ground. All the benches is taken. It's dudes that's lumped up over here, dudes over here, grouped up over here. It's so many cats up in there, y'all. So when I step in, it's really ain't no room nowhere. And if y'all ever been to the bullpen, y'all know that you can't really lay down in there. But dudes is packed in there like sardines. So I'm literally standing here at the door. Now, I know I could be in here for maybe a day or 2 days. And I'm like, nah, this ain't gonna work for me. And keep in mind, there's 3 bullpen tanks, right? And they all packed out. So I'm like, it's Friday. You ain't about to see no judge or anything till Monday, right? So I'm like, all right, whatever. And I'm also like, I'm not about to be standing up neither. Somebody gonna have to give up their seat. Somebody gonna have to give up their spot. Whatever the case may be, somebody gonna have to give it up, right? So I'm just scoping, looking around, right? And then I see this white dude named Dylan that I knew from the streets, okay? Now, Dylan was a good kid. Dylan was one of the white boys that acted black, but he didn't act like he was a tough guy. You know the white guys that grow up around black people, but they don't act black, but they still got a little spunk to them. That's how Dylan was. So I see him and he see me, but he got like writing on his face and stuff. So I'm kind of confused because I'm seeing him from way across the room, right? So I don't know what tattoos that he got on the face, because last time I see him, he was barefaced. He didn't have no tattoos on his face like myself. So I'm looking across and I'm like, what up, Dylan? He was like, oh, my boy Donta. Now, when he spoke, now keep in mind, y'all, I haven't seen Dylan in like 5 years, right? But when he spoke, he had a little extra to it. You know what I'm saying? It was like extra. So I'm like, what up? So he started walking towards me, stepping over guys. Dude, like, man, watch out, man. So as he's getting closer to me, I'm seeing the tattoos more clearer on his face. And they are Crip tattoos. Now, in Flint, Michigan, I never seen no Crips, okay? In Flint, Michigan, when I was growing up, it was hoods. You know, Merle Hood, Pearson Hood, Fifth Ward, the Projects, the Regencies, Selby Hood. You know, it was hoods, right? If it was gangs, I couldn't tell you if it was. I wouldn't know, right? So how can I forget about Dayton Hood? But anyway, it shocked me because he had Crip tattoos on his face. So I'm looking, I'm like, what? So he's like, man, what's up, my Donta? Right? So, you know, we shake hands, whatever. I'm like, what's up, man? I'm like, what you doing here? He was like, man, I popped somebody. I was like, you popped somebody? He was like, yeah, man, they were trying to rob me. I said, man, look at you, Dylan. I'm like, how you been? He said, I've been good, but man, they talking about giving me natural life. I'm like, for popping somebody that tried to rob you? He was like, well, it really wasn't. But I'll just tell you. Now, what I'm about to tell y'all, you should never do in lockup. Never do this in lockup. Do never tell nobody about your case, because there's dudes that will listen to you, get a hold of a detective, and then get a hold of the prosecutor to jump on your case and get them information that you done told them, and they will get a time cut if you get convicted. So never do this, okay? So he telling me like, no, actually, me and my homeboy went to go rob somebody, and when we robbed them, his homeboys was coming around the corner, and we got into a shootout or whatever. But, you know, we gonna keep that between us. I said, so did the person die? He was like, yeah, he died. I said, damn, Dylan. He said, nah, but that ain't nothing. That ain't nothing to a boss. That ain't nothing to a boss. But what you in here for? I said, man, you know what I'm in here for. What am I always coming to jail for? He's like, oh, yeah. I'm like, all right. So I said, man, how long you been up in the bullpen? He was like, man, they dressed me down and brought me back down here. I'm supposed to be going to court Monday, but I don't know why they would bring me down here Friday. I said, yeah, that is weird, right? So 10 minutes to go by, because we just chit-chatting, nothing really spectacular we talking about. 10 minutes to go by and the dip come. Crack the door open. He started calling names, right? We like, thank God, right? So it was me, Dylan, and about 20 other guys, right? And some dudes looking around like, man, hold on, that dude just got in here, man. How he, you know what I'm saying? How he get called out? let me tell y'all the conditions of the bullpen, okay? The conditions of the bullpen is, first of all, they give y'all these sandwiches. They call them monkey brains. You get 2 pieces of bread, and the only thing I can describe what it looked like is tuna fish, right? It's not a food loaf. It dang near could be that, but it's like a whole bunch of, it's like olives, pickles, maybe tuna fish, some other stuff. I don't know what it is, but it is very nasty. You eating that for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and then you getting this powdered milk, right, for breakfast, lunch, and dinner too, right? And the condition is hot in there. There's no airflow going in there. There's one toilet that always backed up. It's horrible, right? So anyway, they call us out. We all line up or whatever. Now, this is the process when you get out the bullpen. You go to like a sub jail where it's 2-man cells or whatever. It's maybe about, I don't know, maybe 20 cells, one at the top, one at the bottom, 2 tiers or whatever. So we get in there, right? Now, there's nobody in here at all. Absolutely nobody in here. So all of us guys that came in here, we all can get our own cell because it's 20 cells and there's 20 of us that came in here. So we all can get our own cells, right? So we go up in there and I get the first cell straight ahead, right? I go right up in there. Bam. So I'm in there and I come out and I see Dylan talking to these 2 black dudes, right? Now, there was this black dude named Bone from Flint, Michigan, right? And I knew him from the joint. And he was a dude that liked guys. He was like a DMX type of dude, like a real aggressive, always amped up dude, but he liked guys. He liked the boys. He liked that type of people, right? So I see Bone and some other black dude talking to Dylan, right? I don't know what they talking about. It ain't my business, but it looked like the discussion is getting heated, right? So I step out the cell all the way. And he like, hey, hey, Donta, come here, man. So I'm like, man, what this dude got me into? So I walk over there. I'm like, what's up? He was like, man, would you tell these dudes how I was on the street? Would you tell these dudes that I ain't no H? Man, tell these dudes, right? Listen, y'all. He was trying to have me vouch for him, okay? Now, I don't vouch for nobody because I don't know who you really are. Like I said, I haven't seen Dylan in 5 years. Now, what I can say about him is that he wasn't a punk. I never seen him turn down a fade. As far as shooting and gang banging and all that, I don't know nothing about that because I haven't seen this man in 5 years. So I'm not exactly sure what he want me to actually vouch for. And if he want me to vouch for him being a Crip and putting in work in that, I can't, I didn't know that, Dylan. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I did not know. So I'm like, what's going on? He was like, man, tell them I wasn't on the street. So I'm like, in my head, I'm thinking like, well, he wasn't on the street. So I said, no, he was straight. He was good. So they like, so what about this shit, man? Because I ain't never heard of no white Crip, man. I ain't never heard of no white Crip, right? And the other dude was like, yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. This dude in here false flagging. So I'm like, is y'all a Crip or something? Now, Bone, I know he ain't no Crip. This dude that's a regular dude that like boys, right? The aggressive dude that like, guys. He a homosexual. But the other dude, I don't know what he is. So Bone was like, hell no, I ain't Crip. And the other dude was like, no, I ain't no Crip, but I don't like dudes that be false flagging, right? So Dylan is pulling up his jumpsuit pants like, man, hey man, well we can go there. We can go in the cell, right? So Bone looked down and like, are you serious? Like, look at this little white boy trying to push up on me like that. So Bone was like, man, kids. And then he walked off, right, with this guy. So I'm like, man, Dylan, what's up with that? He was like, man, he trying to press me, talking about I ain't no real Crip, man. I ain't no real Crip, and I need to stop false flagging or something gonna happen to me, bro. I'm like, speaking of that, when did you become Crip? He like, dang, you too, man? You gonna do me like that too? I'm like, Dylan, I ain't seen you in like 5 or 6 years. Like, when did you become a Crip? He was like, man, I've been a Crip all my life. I was a Crip when I knew you out on the streets. What you mean? I was like, I don't remember all that. I said, not to say that you ain't, but I mean, I'm just saying, I don't remember that or whatever. He was like, man, I've been in Crip all my life, man. But anyway, man, that ain't about nothing, man. What's up with you? I'm like, shoot, my bed is good, man. I'm finna go in here and get some sleep. So he was like, all right. I said, hey, the bald head dude, I'm talking about Bone, y'all. He like, yeah. I said, hey, you might want to watch him. He was like, why? I said, cause I did some time with him up north, and he a booty bandit. He bust out and started. I was like, that dude, this dude that tried. Now he's talking loud now. The dude that just tried to press me. I'm like, oh man, chill, man, stop talking loud. He making a scene. I'm only finna be in here for 3 days, y'all. I ain't got time to be getting into it with Bone because this dude talking loud and putting this accusation, even though it's really not an accusation, it's for real, because I know firsthand of what he has done up in there. I done seen him do it. I done heard him do things, right? So I'm like, man, chill, Dylan. He like, oh, heck no, man. I can't believe this. A punk trying to check me? Oh, hell no, man. Yep. Let him try to say something else to me. Let him say something to me. Right? I said, all right. Now listen, y'all. At night, they lock the doors. But you can put they gave us sporks or whatever. So if you put your spork right there in the lock mechanism when they lock the door, it won't all the way lock. It'll just jam it, but on a control booth, it'll look like the doors is locked, right? Because they all go red. When the doors is unlocked, they all green. But when they lock, they all go red, right? So it'll look like it's still red, but it's not until you actually open that door, right? So Friday night, everybody got their own cell, right? Saturday morning at the breakfast, they start bringing other dudes in there. So now dudes is getting, double bunked or whatever. Bone is talking to Dylan, right? But it seems like it's like a friendly conversation. So I'm ear hustling, and I just hear Bone like, yeah, my bad, cuz. I didn't, I ain't never seen no white Crip. But you good though. You good. So, Dylan like, yeah, man, I ain't no fake dude, man. I do this, man. I've been doing this since I was a little baby, man. My papa, my mama, man, they all in that lifestyle. Now that I know he's lying, because I know his dad is a mechanic, and he a dope fiend too. Now maybe he was a Crip too. I don't know. But what I say, no, he wasn't no damn Crip, right? In space, or his mom. He ain't grow up in that lifestyle. So I know he was lying about that. But anyway, so he like, yeah, it's all good. He was like, hey, well, I might want to be a Crip. Would you teach me how to be a Crip? So I'm listening like, well, what the Bone doing? Oh, I see what Bone doing. Bone trying to get close to this dude. He trying to get warm up to this guy, whatever, to try to, get him in the trick bag. So they talking, and he was like, yeah, man, these is the commands. These is the laws. This is what you got to do, which I don't know because I'm not no gang member, and neither do I care about all that stuff. But he's telling him all this Crip literature or whatever. So he like, all right, bet, bro. So then Bone like give him a dap, but he bring him into him and like hug him, like, yeah, that's real Crip love. This what Bone said to him. So Dylan like, yeah, okay. So he walked off. So then I pulled up on Dylan. I said, hey, Dylan, man, didn't I tell you, dude ain't right? He was like, oh no, man, he want me to bless him. He want me to, put him in, put him down with the Crips. I said, dude, that dude ain't trying to be no damn Crip, man. This dude trying to get next to you. He like, man, what you mean? I said, this dude trying to F you, man. What are you talking about? He like, man, Donta, bro, you tripping, man. You tripping. You done did all that time, man. You state struck, bro. You state struck. For those that don't know what state struck is, they might come in different. You might heard it different. You might heard that you constitutionalized. I said my fault, y'all. Institutionalized. Okay, right. So that's another way of saying that you state struck, that you institutionalized. He like, man, you state struck, bro. Man, ain't everybody ain't trying to be up on that, man. He wanted, if he wanted to learn how to be a Crip, I'm gonna teach him how to Crip and put him down. I said, all right, man, you got it. I told you. He was like, man, you know what, Donta? On the real, man, you sound like you been a hater. I said, Dylan, you got it. You got it. And I walked away, right? Now, over the next 2 days, right, him and Bone is just kicking it. They eating together. They walking around the day room together. They laughing, they joking, they in the cells, they arm wrestling. They is like they buddies from the streets, right? Monday morning, this is when I'm supposed to be going home, right? Monday morning, they bring about 15 guys in. So now everybody about to have a bunk mate. So Bone like, hey, Dylan, let me go up in there with you. Let me go in there with you. So Dylan like, yeah, all right, come on, right? Because we didn't have cell assignments back then, right? You could just go into any cell or whatever. So they get in the cell together, right? Oh, hold on. I know y'all probably wondering like, yo, Donta, what is that playing in the background? That's one of my prison stories about when I was telling y'all about there was a wedding on the yard. Okay. I made compilations of my prison stories for you people that go to work and you want to get through your shift. I got on each one of these videos, there's about 5 or 10 hours worth of prison stories on there. I'm gonna have that playlist pinned at the top of the comment section. And also, y'all, make sure that y'all check out my Amazon wish list, okay? I'm starting a new show in the fall, but I need y'all assistance in purchasing some of these items on my Amazon wish list. That will be pinned at the top of the comment section too. Let's continue the story. So, Bone go in the cell with him, right? And I say, yep, it's finna start. But hey, I already told him. He ain't listened to me. He said I'm hating on him. It ain't my business. It ain't my concern, right? So I'm ready to leave. It's Monday. I don't post it all. I would have, if I got locked up Monday, I would have been out Tuesday, right? But you get locked up on a weekend, you can forget it. So I'm just, that whole day, I'm just anxious, waiting for my name to get called, right? Now, when it's about 9 at night, you can forget it. Now, nothing really eventful happened that day. Nothing really happened that day, right? Worth speaking about. But Bone and Dylan was in that cell all day. They only came out to eat, and when they came out to eat, they was eating together, right? So it's lockdown. So I go to the car, I'm like, hey, my name ain't on the list. Like, what's your name? Donta. He like, nah, man. Oh, yeah, you scheduled to leave maybe at 4. Yeah, about 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, all right, damn. All right, bet, right? So he was like, yeah, man, you'll be leaving like early in the morning. So I'm like, all right. So I go to my cell, right? So everybody getting locked down, right? Now, around 2 o'clock, now there's always supposed to be a deputy in here, but around 2 o'clock, this guard that's working on the shift on the third shift, he leaves out for about an hour. I don't know what he doing. I don't know if he going to go to sleep in the office. I don't know if he just taking a cigarette break. I don't know what this dude is doing, but he's not in there between the hours of 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., right? So around 205. Keep in mind, y'all, I'm at the bottom, right? Bone them is at the top. So I see Bone walk past my cell. And I'm like, what the fuck Bone doing out of cell? Right? The guards didn't buzz him out anything. And remember, y'all, I told you y'all can jimmy things. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can jimmy, you can put your spork right there at the door lock mechanism or whatever. So I'm assuming that's what he did, but I'm like, why is he out of his cell? Right? So he leaves out, and then he's carrying something in his hand. Right? And I'm like, what the fuck do he got? Right? So then he goes back upstairs and closes the cell door. So I'm thinking to myself, like, ain't nothing in here but the microwave, remote control, the trash can. It wasn't a trash can. What the hell did he have? Right? So I'm like, all right, whatever. So I lay down, right? Because I'm about to go home in an hour. Next thing you know, I hear, man, stop, man. I told you I ain't want to do this, man. I told you I don't want to do this. So I'm like, what? And it's Dylan. And I hear, man, come on, man. I told you I'm not like that, man. Why you keep saying that? So now I sit up on the bed. I'm like, man, what the heck going on? Right? So I hear, man, come on, man. Stop, man. Stop playing. Stop playing. And now I hear muffled. Right? Now you hear his voice get muffled, like, right? So I'm like, what the f is going on? So I don't hear nothing. I don't hear nothing, right, for about a minute. Then I hear, man, stop, get off me, get off me. So I'm like, boom. So it get quiet again, and you hear muffling noises again. I say, yep, I know what Bone and them up there doing now. So I'm going to say about 5 minutes to go by, and you hear Dylan, guards, help, help. And then you hear Bone like, man, shut the fuck up, man. Shut up, man. We both gonna get in trouble. We both gonna get in trouble. Like, man, guards, help. And you hear like Bone like probably grabbing his mouth, telling them like, shut up. Like, because it sounds like they fighting and struggling, right? So other dudes start waking up. And they like, hey, man, y'all be quiet, man. What y'all doing, huh? What is y'all doing, man? People trying to sleep, right? So Dylan like, man, somebody get the guard, man. Get the guard. But he really can't finish his sentences because Bone keep hitting. I don't know what Bone up there doing to him, right? And he grabbing his mouth because you can tell he's being muffled, right? So then I hear Bone like, man, shut the fuck up before I kill you, man. Shut the fuck before I kill you. So it get really quiet. And then you hear this loud scream. He was like, ow, 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 right? So now I jump up. I'm like, hey, man, Bone, what is you doing? What is you doing, right? And then it go, so you don't hear Dylan scream no more, right? So with all that screaming that Dylan did, the guard had to hear it. So he come in there like, hey, man, what the fuck is going on? He coming there cutting on the lights. Man, what the fuck going on? So I'm looking like up top, like up there, because they was like right up top of me to like to the right. So I point up there, right? And the other dudes like pointing like whatever. So he go to the cell. He go up the stairs. He go to the cell. He like, hey, what is you doing, man? Get off him. Get off of him. He get on a walkie-talkie. So he's called, well, I don't know what code he called, right? Get off of him. Get off him. Now, I can't see this. I can just hear what he said. Get off him, right? About 2 minutes go by, and it's about 15 deputies running in there. They running there. I'm up here. They up here, right? They go up there, right? They pop the cell. It's a scuffle. I hear them. They beating the fuck out of Bone. They whooping Bone out, right? So I see they done knock Bone out, and they carry him out hog tied. Y'all ever seen like how a pig get hog tied with the apple in his mouth? This how they carry Bone out, right? So Bone is unconscious, his head laid back, and he bleeding from his nose, and they carry him on out, right? So then this is when I seen Dylan.
Dylan could barely walk, y'all. He had to be held up by two officers. It was one officer to his left and then another officer to his right, and they was holding him up, having him walk, right? When Bone walked past my cell, y'all, his tooth was missing, his face was all bloody, and his pants, that smell I will never, ever, ever get out my nostrils. It was so putrid. It was, ugh. It smelled like crap and something else. I don't know. It was just an evil smell. And he had his face looked like he was just defeated, right? And I was like, damn, Dylan. The reason why I'm telling y'all this story is because I just seen Dylan at Kroger's, right? And he was with, I guess, his baby mama. It could have been his wife or whoever, right? And he had a daughter, right? A 4-year-old little girl, little cute little girl, right? And I'm coming down the aisle and I see him, and he see me. And he like, hey, what up, Donta? What's up, man? What's up? So we dap. I'm like, what's good, Dylan? He said, man, this is my girl, man. This is my little baby right here, man. This is my baby right here. I said, hey, what's up, princess? She was like, hi, how you doing? Then she ran back behind her mama. And I was like, oh, you got a little cute little daughter. He's like, yeah, man, I'm free. I'm home, man. I'm home. I'm like, yeah. It's good that you home, man. You made it through, right? And I'm like, all right, man, I'm going to holler at you. For you cats out there that's committing crimes, and now, again, I don't know if Dylan was really like that, but obviously in lockup, he couldn't handle his own. Prison is not a joke. It's not a game. There's evil, demonic men that's in there that want to, that ain't been with a woman in so long that you start looking like a woman. So stop committing crimes. Stay crime free. Until next time, y'all take care. Oh, wait. Remember, y'all, make sure y'all sign up for my Patreon. My Patreon will be pinned at the top of the comment section. Also, check out my Amazon wish list, okay? Y'all go cop something because we are dropping the new show in the fall. And I'm going to tell y'all what it's about. We're going on an adventure. We finna go track down Bigfoot, Dogman, vampires, the supernatural, all of that, okay? That's what that show is going to be all about. So like I said, if y'all want to show y'all support, make sure y'all click the link to my Amazon wish list and cop something from that list. With that, y'all, this is y'all big partner Donta. Y'all be safe out there. I said out there. I'm sorry, y'all. I know it sounds like I'm stuffed up, because I am. I slept with the fan on last night, and I'm all clogged up. Speaking of that, let's get the question of the day out the way. Do y'all sleep with the fan on at night? Let me know in the comment section. Till then, I'm out.
So I pulled the knife out. I'm like, what's up? I'm tired of you niggas gossiping. Who wanna do it? Who want it? Who want it? They was like, come on, Donta, you bugging out. You bugging out. Like, no, I'm tired of you gossiping. I'm tired of you niggas in my business up in this prison. I'm tired of you niggas always running your mouth. They like, Donta, please, man, don't do it. Don't do it. I'm like, man, watch out. Watch out.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Welcome to another episode of Donta's Prison Stories. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, or I'ma push that blade.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
All right, y'all. This prison story is about this dude that we call Big D. Now, I never call him Big D because I'm not about to call no man Big D, okay? His real name was DeAndre, right? So when I first got into this pod, they warned me about him. It was like, hey, man, watch out for that dude DeAndre. I'm like, what about him? And like, man, he kind of funny. I'm like, what you mean he funny? Like he a gay dude. So I'm thinking like, okay, I mean, well, I ain't got to watch out for him. I mean, at this time, y'all, I'm like, what, 6'1", 225 pounds at this time. I wasn't at my biggest, but I was, you know what I'm saying? I was a force to be reckoned with, but I ain't tripping about that. So I'm sitting here at the table waiting to get my cell assignment. So they say, oh, you in D4, right? The guard come and give me my sleep, like, you in D4. So one of my homeboys that was talking to me, he was like, hey, that's what D at. That's DeAndre in there. So I'm like, all right, whatever. So I'll go up the stairs and I go to the cell. Now he's sitting at the desk drawing, right? So when I go in the cell, he turned around. He was like, hey, man, what's up? I said, what up, man? Now, let me describe how this dude looked, y'all. Y'all remember Biggie Smalls? He was kind of shaped like Biggie, right? He actually reminded me of Biggie Smalls, right? He was like maybe 6'3", maybe 6. I know he was a little bit taller than me. I do know that. So he maybe was about 6'2". He probably weighed maybe about 325, 310, something like that. He was a really big dude. He wasn't no big, brolic type dude, like, you know, ripped guy. He was just like fat and muscle, but mainly fat, right? So I'm like, what up? He was like, oh, you in here? I said, yeah. He was like, oh, okay. Well, you know, you got the top rack, and my name D. And he put his hand out like this for me to shake it. So I gave him the pound, because I don't shake dudes' hands at all. I'm gonna tell y'all why. Because I know for a fact, some of you dudes out there, y'all will go beat off one and then don't even wash your hands. Just wipe your hand on the towel, and then you'll come out like, hey, what up, my guy? You doing? No. I'm gonna give you the pound, right? So I just gave him the pound, right? So I said, my name Donta. He was like, oh, okay. So normally, y'all, I would establish dominance immediately, which entails of I'm getting that bottom rack. I'm getting that bottom bunk, right? You're going to have to get at the top. But how big this dude was, I didn't want this dude, you know, sleeping over me. I didn't want this dude climbing in and out the bed over me. No, that's out, right? And I always had this fear, this phobia. Now, that's why sometimes I would let somebody get the top rack. If they was like really big, like overweight, you got to get the bottom, all right? Because I'll be thinking like the bed gonna collapse, and well, that's the end of Dante, right? So I didn't establish dominance, right? So I'm like, all right, bet. So keep in mind, y'all, I already got, you know, my preconceived notion about this dude, right? Of what my homeboys and other people have told me about him. So I'm putting my stuff up, right? So I'm like, hey, let me ask you a question. He like, what's up? I said, word through the grapevine is you gay. Is that true? Now, keep in mind, y'all, he's drawing. And he stopped, right? Then he turned and he looked at me. He was like, who said that? I was like, no, I just want to know. I just heard through the grapevine. He was like, oh, well, no, I'm not gay. And he kept on drawing. So I'm like, all right, whatever. So I leave out the cell, right? And I go talk to my homeboy, right? And he like, what happened? I said, ain't nothing happened. He was like, he ain't say nothing to you. I said, no, he ain't say. I mean, I asked him, was he gay? He said he wasn't. And he was like, man, he lying. I said, let me ask you something. How do you know he, you know, gay, whatever? He like, this prison, dude. Everybody know. Like, everybody know. I said, have you personally seen him do something, or, you know what I'm saying? He was like, no, personally, no. I said, so how you know? He was like, I mean, this prison, everybody know everybody business. So I'm like, all right. So it's 6 p.m. Now, this is dinner time. Dinner time is served from 6 p.m. to 6:30. If you don't eat from that time, hey, you won't see no more food unless you got something in your cell until 7 o'clock the next day, right? So we go. Me and my homeboys, we go to the cafeteria, right? About 10 minutes later, I'm just about to grab my food, and DeAndre come in there, right? Everybody is looking at him, right? Now, I'm not noticing they looking at him, but everybody is looking at him, right? And now I'm noticing, like, when I done sat down, people looking at him. I said, man, what's up? Everybody looking at, D for? It was like, you ain't here? I'm like, no, what? He was like, man, they said that he sent the white boy to the hospital. I was like, what? It was like, yeah, he sent the white boy to the hospital. I said, what, he like beat him up? And he was like, no, man, he went up in him. And I said, what? He was like, yeah, he went up in a white boy in a prison shower and he sent him to the hospital. Before we go on, I got to ask y'all a question. Y'all know, for the ones that have been following me for the last 6 months, y'all know I do the question of the day. The question of the day is this. Do y'all believe in demon possession? Let me know in the comment section. Do y'all believe in demon possession? Because I'm wondering about something. So put it in the comment section, right? So I'm like, what? It was like, yeah, man. The other day, DeAndre went to prison shop with this white dude, and I guess he took him. And they found dude on the prison shower floor bleeding out. I was like, man, this dude my bunkie, man. So my other homeboys and other dudes sitting around was like, what? Who? He your bunkie? What? I'm like, yeah, dude is my bunkie. They like, man, you better than me. You better than me, right? So I'm like, oh, hell no. Now keep in mind, y'all, this is early in my bid. This ain't the Donta that was pushing that sword of justice. This ain't the Donta that was running extortion, running the protection scheme. This was me still finding my way in prison. Okay, y'all, hold on. Let me get this commercial off. Hold up. I like to play my videos in the background. As y'all can see, that's one of my older videos right there. Speaking of that, we're going to keep going, but hold on. Speaking of that, for you truck drivers out there, for you people that work at warehouses or just trying to get through your day or burn time, I do have my prison stories compilations, okay, where I got like 8 or 9 stories on one video. So it's about 10 hours of play. I'm going to have all them links pinned at the top of the comment section. My compilation playlist will be pinned at the top of the comment section so y'all can check that out, all right? Also, if y'all ain't signed up for my Patreon, make sure y'all sign up for that. I will have the link pinned at the top of the comment section too, right? Let's keep it going. So now, I'm like, no, he gotta go. He gotta go. So I get up from the table. My homeboy's like, hey, what's up? Well, where you going? I said, I'll be back. Matter of fact, I'll see y'all on the yard, right? Because right after dinner, everybody go to the yard. So I go to the cell, right? And I'm sitting there on the desk, and I'm contemplating, like, what? I got to get this dude out of here. I got to get this dude out of here, right? So I'm thinking to myself, like, well, maybe I need to pack all this stuff up and just store it out in the hallway. But then at the same time, I just got here, and I really don't want to, have a confrontation and end up going to the hole, or I get hurt. You know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking, like, no, okay, forget it. I'm gonna just talk to him, right? I'm gonna talk to him. So I'm waiting. So this white guy named Strawberry come walking past, and then DeAndre is right behind him, and it's like they about to come in the cell, and he's like, oh, hold up, right? Because he see me. So he like, hey, come back later, right? And Strawberry walk off. I said, hey, let me holler at you right quick, man. He's like, what's good, Donta? What's up, Bunky? I said, did you grape somebody yesterday? He was like, what? I said, did you grape somebody the other day? He was like, no, man, who said that, man? Why people keep saying stuff about me like that? Man, I'm not like that. I'm not like that. I said, well, what you was doing with Strawberry? He was like, man, that's just my friend, man. See, people are always trying to get into people's business when they see somebody. Just because I'm talking to somebody, that don't mean I'm with them. Like, I'm so tired of these dudes up here, man. They always gossiping and you see it's insinuating, right? So I'm like, I said, look, man, check this out. I can't tell you what to do and how to do it. But if you really are like that, man, you got to go. He was like, man, I just told you I'm not like that, man. But what you mean I got to go? I've been in here for a year. You have to leave. I said, what? He was like, you going to have to leave. I'm not going nowhere. So at this time, y'all, I'm sitting on the desk. So then I jump up and I take my shirt off, right? And keep in mind, y'all, Donta was jacked. I know I don't look too like that, right? I mean, I still got just a little bit muscle here and there. But when I say I was jacked, I was jacked. So I jump off the desk, take the shirt off, flex the muscle like bam, bam, right? And he bagged up. He was like, hey, man, hold on, man. I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight. I said, listen, man. This ain't gonna work. He said, man, just hold up, man. Hold up. I keep telling you, man. You believe in gossip, man. Me and that guy, the white guy yesterday, that was consensual. That was consensual. So when he said that, I got to scratching my head like, what do you mean that was consensual? I thought you said you wasn't. This is what I'm thinking in my head, like, for you to even say that was consensual, then that would imply that you was, right? So that kind of threw me off. And I said, hold on, man. So you mean to tell me the rumors that I've been hearing about you, they true but not true? He was like, no, man, I'm saying I didn't grape that dude. That was consensual. He owed me something and this prison. I said, hey, listen, D. Either you gonna get out of here, or I'm gonna put you out of here. How you want to do it? So he was standing there, and then he was like, man, like I said, I've been here for a year, man. I've been here for a year, man. You ain't gonna. I'm not going nowhere, man. You just gonna have to do what you gotta do. But I'm telling you, don't touch me. That's all I do know. Don't touch me. Don't touch me, right? So, keep in mind, y'all, DeAndre is a big dude. Like I said, he like Biggie. He remind me of Biggie Smalls, right? He just a little bit taller than him and a little bit wider, right? So, as he's swaying back and forth, talking about, man, don't put your hands on me, man. Don't put your hands on me, man. Now, the magnitude of this situation is really creeping in on me. Because I'm like, I can B-box his face, but if he rushed me, it ain't no room in this cell to fight. I need some room to stretch out and, kind of throw them things, right? I need to be able to bag up, you know what I'm talking about? Come forward, bob and weave, right? So I'm just imagining him, running in on me. So I'm thinking like, okay, I can't pick him up and scoop him. I'm going to just blow my back out. Or he can grab me like this and start elbowing me in my back, and then I'm done. So I said, okay, the only way I win this fight, if he charged me and I got to hit him as hard as I possibly can. I got to try to knock him out, right? So he just said, man, don't put your hands on me, bruh. Don't put your hands on me, man. Don't do that, man. Don't do that. So I said, well, you got to get out, because really, y'all, I do want to put my hands on him just to, display my dominance. But at the same time, I'm really, have y'all ever looked at somebody and was like, yeah, I can beat that dude up? Or you seen somebody and you sizing them up, and you like, I don't know if I can do it. Well, my mind was torn between the two because I'm like, okay, I know I can knock him the fuck out, but if I don't knock him out and he rushed me, I don't know how I can, you know what I'm saying, get up. I don't know how I can be the victorious one in this situation because all he got to do is like kind of lay down on me, and it's going to be hard for me to tussle with him. So I'm like, yeah. So I'm like, all right, whatever. So I said, hey, man, listen. I'm finna go hit the yard. I'm going to be back. You better have your out of here and you better be gone. And I just walked past him, right? I just bumped off on him and walked past, right? So I'm going down the stairs, right? Because we on the second tier. And he come out like, man, fuck that shit, man. Dad, I'm tired of you motherfuckers always running your mouth like it's something sweet. Like I'm something to play with. Y'all trying to play me? This prison. I'm tired of y'all trying to play with me like I'm a top of a hoe or something. I'm sick of all you motherfuckers up in here, man. All you motherfuckers in can spot and all this. Man, fuck all of y'all, man. I'll every one of you motherfuckers up in here. I'm tired of you motherfuckers playing with me. So Strawberry comes from the other side over here to the left and I'm like, calm down, D. Calm. He like, no, man, fuck that, man. I'm tired of these dudes always gossiping, running their lips about me. I don't do nothing to nobody in here. I don't do nothing to nobody in here. And y'all want to fuck with me. I'm sick of this, man. I'm going to kill somebody in this mother. Now he crying, y'all. And I'm looking at him from the bottom tier, looking up at him, right, while he out there going crazy. I'm tired of these motherfuckers in here, man. I swear to God. No, Strawberry, move. Move, Strawberry, move, man. Because I'm telling you, if this dude touched me, I swear to God, man. If this dude touched me, I swear to God, man. I'm telling you, I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose it. So Strawberry like, come down here with me. Come, let's talk. He like, no, man, let me go. No, let me go. Right? So, I ain't gonna lie, y'all. How amped up he was. See, listen, I'm usually mellow, and it takes a lot for me to get angry. You know what I'm saying? So, it wouldn't have been in my best interest to confront him or do anything to him at this time because it's like, this dude already pumped up, and I gotta get hyped up to fight this dude, right? So I was like, man, whatever, and I just walked out. And as I'm walking out, I see him like, oh, man, I swear to God, man. I swear to God. So I leave out, and I go hit the yard, right? And I see two of my partners. So we walk in the track, and I told them what just happened. They like, you good? You straight? You need that thing? I'm like, what thing? Because keep in mind, y'all, this is early in my bid, y'all, so I'm not really hip to the prison lingo. They're like, you need that thing? I'm like, what thing? They're like, man, that... You know what I'm saying? I said, nah, I'm good. They're like, you sure? I said, yeah, man, I'm good, right? So as we walk in the track, now keep in mind, well, I'm not really good with distances or whatever, but let's say the track is a football field, maybe about a football field and circumference like this, whatever. So the building, I was in A building. So I'm going to say clockwise, A building's at 12 o'clock. 6 o'clock is where I'm at, right? On the opposite side, right? And I can hear DeAndre faintly in the distance. He done came onto the yard. And he like, man, fuck that, man. Where he at? I'm tired of these dudes, right? I'm not knowing he's talking about me. I hear him from the distance, though. Right? Hold on, y'all. I gotta get something to drink. I'm thirsty. Hold on. Juicy juice. Let me ask y'all a question before we go on. Do y'all still drink juicy juice? And if y'all do, what is your favorite juicy juice? I remember back in the day, you know, when I was having kids, we'd get the wick, and they'd get you the juicy juice. They give you the cheese and the bread and the eggs. I never left the juicy juice alone. Yeah. Juicy juice. But anyway. Oh, listen. I'm doing promotions, y'all. Get in contact with me. Email me if you want me to promote your business, your social media channel, if you got a product, whatever it is, get in contact with me. I'm going to leave my email pinned at the top of the comment section and the description, all right? Let's get back to it. So I hear him off in the distance, right? And he like, no, man, I'm tired of these motherfuckers, man. I'm tired of these motherfuckers. He trying to play me like I'm a hoe or something. I'm tired of this. So I'm staying, we walking. So he talking to some guys or whatever there. Strawberry is over there too. And now he's pointing over there towards me like, him. There's him. So now I already know what time it is. So as we walking, Strawberry is power walking towards us, right? And he like, your name Donta? I said, yeah, what's up? He was like, man, DeAndre want to fight you. I said, what? He said, man, DeAndre said he want to fight. He said, want to fight. I said, boom, right? I backhand Strawberry. I was like, wow. Smacked the fuck out. Strawberry was like, ow, why you hit me? Why you hit me? And I see DeAndre running over there now. He running over there, right? I said, don't ever deliver no motherfucking message to me, man. Don't ever deliver no motherfucking message to me. So then I kicked him off, right? He hit the ground, like, boom, right? So DeAndre running over there, now he's slowing down. So I took the shirt off, right? Y'all jacked up. And I get in my stance, like, what's happening? What's happening, right? So DeAndre get up there. He said, man, why you hit my friend? Why you hit my motherfucking friend for? Get up, Strawberry, get up, right? So, and I know, let me explain something, because I know y'all wonder, like, yo, Dante, why you hit Strawberry? Because listen, right now, I'm establishing dominance. Everybody's watching. So I need everybody to know that, first of all, keep my name out your mouth, number one. Number two, don't come over here trying to deliver no message. If somebody want to talk to me, come talk to me and face me like a man. Don't send no stooges and no pigeons over here to talk to me. And especially don't send no homosexual over here to speak to me, right? So that's why I had to, establish the dominance, right? So I said, boom. He hit the floor, right? Then I kicked him. Bow, right? So DeAndre get over there, man. He helping Strawberry up. He like, man, why you hit my friend? Oh, hell no. We got to get it, right? So I'm like, what's happening, right? So I take the shirt off, right? I'm standing there. Now, usually when I fight, my hitter head is my right? I'm not really good with the left, but with the right, knockout. But usually, I like to try to feel it, so I pause. So I like to throw that hand out like this, and that, throw a couple jabs like bat away your fist, your punches, right there. So we exchange the punches, right? I'm trying to do, because I know if he catch me with one of these, I don't want to get dizzy, right? I don't want this dude to knock me out, so I'm dancing with him, right? So I'm just going like boom, 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 like moving around and all of that, right? And throwing that, right? Hitting the left, hitting the right. So next thing you know, I said, let me stop playing with this dude, right? So I go in for the kill. I hit him with a boom, boom, right? So he go like this, and then he went like this, and I finished him with that elbow. Y'all see that? Y'all see that elbow? That elbow that broke a lot of dudes' teeth, then blacked a lot of dudes' eyes, then opened up a lot of flesh on dudes' faces. That elbow right there, right? So I was like, boom, 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 right? That boom. When I tell you, DeAndre dropped like a sack of potatoes. He was like, right? K.O. I knocked DeAndre the out, right? I'm talking about when he hit the dirt, Strawberry got down on him like, DeAndre, wake up. DeAndre, wake up, right? So the guards are already like, hey, get down, y'all get down, right? If you don't get down, they got these shotguns, these gauges or something. They got these blocks about this big, like this. You get hit with one of them things. So I instantly get down. Spread eagle style on the ground, right? So the guards come up there, scoop me up, handcuff me, They get DeAndre up, they handcuff him, and they handcuff Strawberry, right? They put us in these cages. And they asking us what's going on. Now, I didn't know that you don't supposed to tell what happened, right? It ain't snitching, y'all. Let me say that, because I know, oh, Donta, you was snitching. No. Before y'all try to call me a snitch, I didn't know the rules. I thought I was supposed to told them exactly what happened. So Peanut was like, Donta, what did you do? Darnell, please get up. Please, Darnell, please get up. I just got back to the pod. I just came from a visit. So my homeboy Clayvon was like, hey, Donta, we got a problem. I'm like, what now? He like, well, we ran up in dude's cell and he wasn't going for it, but it wasn't even about him going for it. But dude is really weird, and he said he from the city. So I'm like, what, he from Flint? He said, yeah. I said, well, what you mean he like weird? He said, just go up there and talk to him. Matter of fact, he said he wanted to talk to you. So I was like, why he want to talk to me? He said, just go up there. So I'm like, do I need to grab a knife or something? He's like, nah, just go up there. So I go up there, right? This dude is sitting on the desk Indian style. Now, one might say, well, what's wrong with sitting on the desk Indian style? It's a lot of things wrong with sitting on the desk Indian style. So he's sitting over there and he got his hands like he meditating type. You know what I mean? So I'm like, yo, you want to talk to me? He was like, hold on 1 second, young blood. And he was like, amen. So I'm like, what? So then he got up off the desk. He was like, hey, listen, I already know about you and your crew and your shakedowns and extortion and protections, and I understand we from the same city, but I'm not getting down with none of that. I said, okay. He like, well, I want to put y'all on some game. I'm like, what game? He said, well, just take a seat. So Al come in there, Clayvon up in there, and Homicide in there. So we all sitting down and he's sitting back on the desk. So he like, so I'm going to teach y'all some prison hustles. So I'm like, okay. He said, well, I'm not going to be in here for that long. And also I'm about to get me $1 million. We like, okay, yeah, all right. Well, how you going to get $1 million? He said, well, I already got $30,000 on my books. So we like, man, get out of here. He said, you think I'm lying? I'm like, yeah. So he gave me a number to call, right? So he said, well, I know that y'all, people pay y'all for protection in here, whatever. So I'm going to pay you for some protection, and I need a phone. So how much is a phone? I said, well, right. It depends. If you want a flip phone, that's going to cost you $800. But if you want a normal phone, like a touch screen or whatever, that's going to cost you probably about $1,500 to $2,000. He said, okay, cool. I ain't tripping. So I'm like, all right, bet. So Al pulled me to the side. He like, man, maybe we should have asked for more money. I was like, nah, we just see how this go. So Al go get a phone and he give it to dude. So dude make a call and he basically tell whoever he called to put the money on the Cash App. And Clayvon went to go get the phone when we got the Cash App on, and the money was on there. So I'm like, so you really got that bread, huh? He was like, yeah, I'm finna tell y'all a hustle right quick. So what I do, I go to prisons. Every time I go to prison, I'm always looking to get money. So we like, okay, so what you gonna do? He said, well, I'm about to tell y'all what I'm about to do here. Now, this is my prison hustle. So, since they got the PREA thing, you can basically get money off of the PREA. I'm like, what you mean? He like, just listen. He said, the last prison I was at, I cut open, I got a whole bunch of ketchup packages, right? We said, okay. He said, now, I just got to warn everybody what's about to take place. We finna go into the Terror Dome.
he said he would get a whole bunch of ketchup packages, right? He said he opened up the ketchup packages, a whole bunch of them, and he will insert them in his butt. Yeah. He will pack out his butt with ketchup packages. And then he would go to the shower and then scream, the hard R word. He would basically alert the guards that he just been violated and he don't know who did it, basically. So he'd come out there running out butt naked. I've been violated, right? So we like, what type of crap is that? He said, hey, listen, I done got paid. So we like, so what? So dudes that get violated, they get money? He said, no, you got to understand. See, when you tell the guard, what happens is you call the PREA number, right? You call them and you don't tell them that you feel like somebody is trying to do something to you. Be like, no, I already complained to the guards that this guy is keep trying to do something to me and he's trying to make a move on me now. So we like, okay. So he said, so that way there's a record, and then that day, like maybe 20 minutes later, pack your butt with the ketchup and go to the shower and then come out screaming, and it's already on record that you already complained to the guards. You see what I'm saying? So now PREA has a record that you alerted the guards because you're going to tell them that, and then like 20 minutes later, you got violated. So that's how you're going to get the money. So we like, yo, you a cold piece. You a piece of work. He like, yeah, so I'm just letting y'all know, man, y'all can get in on that. So I said, wait a minute, but that'll go on your prison record though. Then your people will get contacted. He said, man, so what? I don't care about none of that. I'm getting my money. I said, nah, that ain't for me, man. I can't have my people thinking that I done got touched up in here, or you know what I'm saying? He like, man, well, you ain't trying to get money. I said, nah, I'm straight. I'm straight on that. So he looked at Al. Al was like, nah, I'm good. I'm straight. Homicide, nope, I'm straight, but that is a good hustle. So Clavon was like, I don't know, man. 50 bands? He said, yeah, I'm about to do it. Clavon like, nah, I can't do it. I can't do it. So he like, all right, y'all, I'm just letting y'all know. So, just keep guys up off me until I do what I gotta do. I'm like, so how long you about to be? He like, shoot, I'm gonna just lay down for about a month, and then I'm gonna go ahead and enact my plan. So we like, okay. So I have to tell y'all this. Okay? In prison, you have no friends. You have absolutely zero friends. Even the people that's from your city, okay? Now, I'm going to be real. The only friend that I have for real, even though I said you have no friends in prison, the only friend I had was Al. I can't say Clavon. I can't say Homicide. I can't say Tar T. They was my homeboys, but I only had one true friend, and that was Al, okay? But here's the thing, y'all. In prison, dudes, there's more snitches in jail than y'all might think. There's a misconception out there that every dude that's in prison is solid. Every dude that's in prison, when they get to prison, they mature and they serious and all this and that. There's guys in there that try to get time taken off they sentence while they locked up. Okay, they call CIs, confidential informants, dudes just in there that's trying to gather up information to give to the detectives and stuff like that. So anyway, there was a CI in there. I don't know exactly who it was, but I believe it was homeboy Bunky, because what took place a couple weeks later, well, it explained everything. Let me keep going with the story. So you know, we go out there, we let everybody know, like, yo, hey, homeboy with us, don't nobody mess with him, or, you know, the same program. For those that might be lost right now, yes, when I was in prison, I was running protection and I was running extortion. Sometimes the lines could get blurred, but that's how I was making my money. It was me and a couple other guys that I was cool with, and that's how we made money, by offering protection and a little bit of extortion. But hey, it's prison. Matter of fact, if y'all haven't already, make sure y'all hit that like button and stop playing games. All right. So anyway, about 2 weeks later will go by, right? We had no incidents. Well, there was one guy that was... Whoa. Hold up, y'all. We finna get back to the story. But I know y'all see that Cash App and that PayPal down there. I know y'all see it. I ain't good for $5, $10, $20, a hundo, a thowie. Come on, man. Hey, support your big partner, Donta. If you got it, you got it. If you don't, you don't. But at least you can do is hit the like button and let me know where you from in the comment section. All right, y'all, let's get back to it. Coming up short with the stove, but we straighten that out real quick. But, and I'll tell y'all about that. So it was this dude named Mark, right? Mark's supposed to always give me 3 packs of oatmeal pies. I'm talking about the boxes. Like, I think he got like 8 or 10 of them in it. So he owed me every week, because we had store every week. Every week, I needed 3 boxes of the oatmeal pies and 10 Mountain Dews. That's what he's supposed to give me, like, period. So Mark ended up coming short, talking about he only had 1 box, but he had the 10 Mountain Dews. But I see he got 2 packs of oat with 2 boxes of oatmeal cream pies right there that he kind of slid under his bed when I was coming through to collect. And I'm like, so where the rest of that? He like, well, you know, I owe a couple of people. And I said, yo, you owe a couple of people? He like, yeah, man, but I'm gonna get you next week. I said, well, you know, if I gotta come back here next week, that's double, right? He like, no, I'm gonna give it to you. I said, so I'm just blind and I don't see the oatmeal pies right there under your cover, man. He said, oh, them for somebody. I slapped them about 2 times, but I didn't slap them hard like to leave a mark, but I just gave him a little playful 2 slaps in the face and was like, yeah, next time stop playing. He said, I didn't. Them is yours, my bad. So that's the only incident we had. So we gonna fast forward. Now, homeboy come, we gonna say this, now this incident that this whole story is about take place 2 weeks later, let's say a Sunday night. All right. So homeboy that, you know, got these schemes in play, he comes to me and he say, all right, y'all, it's been nice knowing y'all. I'm about to go ahead and get this play going tomorrow. So we like, oh, all right, well, all right, bet. So I guess he got all his ketchup packages, and I guess he about to put his plan into motion tomorrow morning, I guess. So about 3 o'clock in the morning will come, right? All we hear is some footsteps. Doom, 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 doom. It's the goon squad. The goon squad has entered our pod, right? And they pop homeboy sale. So we all getting up like, what the heck is they doing a shakedown? But like, why would they do a shakedown early Monday morning like this, right? They go straight to dude's cell, pull him out in his bunkie, and take them where we don't know. They end up taking them out, right? And I remember seeing a bag full of ketchup packages that they had, and we was like, yeah, we got it, right? So I'm thinking like, was he... I'm just thinking to myself, like, was he really moving dope or something and just telling us it was ketchup, or, you know what I'm saying, like running a bigger hustle, a bigger scheme? Like, is this dude moving drugs or something? You know what I'm saying? Maybe he got K2 or something in them ketchup packages or something. I don't know. So I'm just thinking, like, why would they hit a sale like that? And they talking about they got it, and you just see a bag of ketchup. So I'm like, oh, okay, well,
Before we go on, y'all, let's do the question of the day. The question of the day is this: who will win this fight? Mortal Kombat characters or Street Fighter characters? Let me know in the comment section.
Well, all right, whatever. Ain't none of my business, really, right? Guess what, y'all? Guess what? Before we go any further, I need for y'all to hit that like button. It is very important to hit that like button, okay? Y'all got to hit that like button. You got to share the video because YouTube is playing these games with this page, y'all. They're not pushing my numbers out like they used to. It's power in hitting that like button. Also, we about to get back to the story. Y'all chill out. Hold up. Also, in October, I'm starting my podcast, okay? Alicia Norwood will be on the podcast also. And y'all will start seeing, I'm going to start showing my face from here on out, start in September, okay? So September is when I'm going to go back showing my face. I'm going to be in the studio. It's going to be done. And y'all going to see my face from here on out. But in October, we doing Halloween content. I'm talking about scary stories, spooky stories, haunted houses stories. We doing monsters biography, talking about Michael Myers, Jason, the backstory to all that stuff. Matter of fact, y'all got my number. I'm going to have my number pinned in the comment section, and y'all see the number right here. If y'all have any supernatural stories or scary stories or weird stories that y'all cannot explain that happened to you or happened to somebody that you know, give me a text me on that number right there. That's my business number. That's the number that can get y'all in contact with me directly. And if y'all don't have to even show y'all face. Y'all can just call in and tell me the story, and I'm gonna put it out there in October. We starting the podcast in October. So if you want to be on the Donta Show Network, make sure you get in contact with me if you got them scary, spooky, supernatural stories. All right. And again, hit that like button and lean on that Cash App. Let's get back to it. So, I'm just laying down, lay back down. I'm just wondering, like, man, what the heck is going on? Like, okay, whatever. So the next day, we find out that somebody snitched. And I'm thinking it was his bunkie. I think he done told his bunkie to play what he was going to do. And I think his bunkie dropped a kite on him and told the Deps the whole get down, right? I didn't see dude anymore. I don't even know where he even went, but I'm assuming he probably got into a whole lot of trouble, y'all, because the way I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, maybe his bunkie dropped a dime on him and they put him in emergency court, and his bunkie maybe had to, because I didn't see his bunkie no more neither. His bunkie probably had to testify against him and let them know, like, yeah, this is what he did. He told me that the last place he was at, he stuffed his butt with ketchup and cried foul, and he got awarded with this money or whatever. So I'm pretty sure that dude testimony got dude in trouble, and I don't know how they will recover the money or whatever, but because I'm pretty sure that money was moved maybe 5-6 times. But anyway, yeah, that was very crazy. To even, dudes in prison be having imaginations out of this world. I mean, who would ever think? You got, I guess when you got all that time, you got time to do crazy stuff like that and think of master-minded things, of stuffing your butt with ketchup and hollering foul and getting paid. That's cold.
Check this out, y'all. I'm starting a new show in the fall, but I need some items purchased from my Amazon wish list. So make sure y'all click on the link that's at the top of the comment section so y'all can grab something from my Amazon wish list. It'll be highly appreciated. Also, make sure you subscribe to my Patreon. There's stories and videos over there that I cannot put on social media because they ain't having it. So if y'all want them exclusive prison stories, my Bible stories, my supernatural stories, and y'all want to see me acting in 4K, make sure y'all go over there and y'all go check it out. So I'm laying in the bed trying to get some sleep because I had a headache. And all I hear is,
on a perfect day, I know that I can count on you.
so I'm like, what the? So I'm like, man, who the heck is that singing like that? I mean, they alright, but man, I got a headache. So I'm just laying there now with my eyes open like, hold on, was I dreaming? So I'm like, man, you know what? Let me go back to sleep. Maybe I'm tripping, because prison to do that to you. So I close my eyes and I hear it again.
Cause I need somebody who will stand by me. You will always be right there.
So I'm like, man, what the heck? So I sit up, I'm like, man, who the heck is that? Who the heck is that singing, man? I'm like, hey, man, I got a headache, man. Quiet down, man. I'm trying to sleep, man. Stop all that singing, man. Who is that? Who is that, man? Little did I know, y'all, this was Freaky Freddy. This was Freaky Freddy singing to this dude named Coco. For those that don't know who Freaky Freddy is an inmate that I knew over the years. The way he programmed was like this. He ran the store. If he let you borrow something and you couldn't pay him back, well, it was only two things that he wanted from you. He either wanted your backside or your mouth. Now, if you go to him and you borrow something from him, he's going to let you know up front what he want back in return if you can't pay. Now, that's up to you if you decide to go ahead and get something from him knowing you can't pay back. Sometimes people pay him back with what they owe, and sometimes they pay them back Now, Freaky Freddy backstory was that in 1975, he got locked up for doing the unthinkable with his mother. Adult protective custody ended up putting the case on him because they said that his mother and his relationship was like really strange. Now, at this time, I believe Freaky Freddy was maybe about 28 and his mother was like 64, 65, and she was kind of sick. So the caseworker was getting like concerns, like it seems like they had a boyfriend and girlfriend, a husband and wife type of relationship. So one of the caseworkers that was assigned to them got really suspicious, so they ended up setting the camcorder up, and they end up finding something very, very disturbing that ended up getting Freaky Freddy locked up for 25 years in prison. I'm not going to tell y'all what they found on the camcorder, but let's just put it this way. In the Bible, it says that a man do not supposed to lay with his mother because that is his blood relative, and we gonna leave it at that. So he was like,
Oh, my bad, little bruh. My bad, man. I'm just over here getting my new edition on, bruh. I ain't mean nothing about it.
so I'm like, yeah, man, just keep it down, man. I got a headache, man. I got a headache. So I laid back down. I'm like, man, I hate being here. I hate being here so bad. So Coco was like,
Freddy. Why you stop singing for it? I paid you to sing to me. Don't you love me? Don't you love me, man?
Freddie was like, yeah, I do, but man, this dude over here next to me, he complaining.
Coco was like,
Okay, and so what? This prison. Let him complain, shoot. I paid you to sing to me. Don't you supposed to be my boo? Don't you supposed to be my boo, man? Forget what he talking about. Who you listen to? Am I yours? Am I yours?
Freddie was like,
Yeah, man. Yeah, but I'm not trying to get in a tour with the cats over here, man.
Now, before we go on with this story, I need for y'all to do me a favor, okay? After after this story go off, I need for y'all to go to the comment section, right? At the top of the comment section, okay? I need for y'all to click that link.
I'm starting a brand new show in the fall, and there's some items that I need off of Amazon. So I made an Amazon wish list. So any of my supporters out there that want to support me, I need for y'all to grab an item or two out of this Amazon wish list so I can get this new content brought to y'all in the fall.
Also in the comment section, show me some love, y'all. Let me know where y'all from in the comment section. Put your area code in there, put your zip code, or even put your city or your state, all right? Because Donta could be out there skateboarding, right? And I could be jumping over the Grand Canyon, and I might fall off the skateboard and into a vortex and end up in your city, state, or town, okay? Or even your village. So let me know where you're from, so that way I can lay on your couch until somebody come pick me up, all right? And again, y'all, at the top of the comment section, make sure y'all subscribe to my new channel. All right, y'all, let's get to it. So we on the yard, right? And I see Freaky Freddy talking to the new guy. Now, this dude was maybe 5'11". He could have even been 6 foot, right? He was a healthy looking dude, maybe about 210, 215, right? So I'm looking at him like, okay, I know Freaky Freddy ain't putting the boot game on him. And for those that don't know the boot game, this is basically Freaky Freddy trying to wine and dine him and possibly physically overpowering him and trying to do something to him later on if he don't get what he want. Even though that wasn't how Freaky Freddy programmed, but every once in a while he did do that to, you know, weaker inmates. But it's rare that he have done that. So I see the new guy talking to him, so I'm thinking, okay, maybe, you know, Freaky Freddy, because normally I warn people about him, you know, because it's a sad thing to see somebody get caught up or jammed up in a situation, because prison already hard enough. You don't want it even harder with somebody trying to pound on your back. Pause, right? So usually I look out for inmates to let them know the deal, like, yo, hey, this is how this dude is, and if you like that, then it is what it is, right? But I didn't get to this guy yet, right? So I see them hitting the yard and they walking and they just laughing and giggling and talking together. So the way that, like in prison, you read people real fast, right? It's like, I don't know, I don't know, it's something like, you can tell like Freaky Freddy and a dude like knew each other out on the streets, right? So I'm looking and I'm like, man, they gotta know each other. They gotta know each other prior to prison, right? So I said, I summoned one of my homeboys to go over there and intercept the conversation, right? Now I know. A lot of y'all like, oh, Donta, you supposed to mind your business. You need to mind your business in prison. And what is that to you? Why you in a business? Well, let me tell y'all something. Forget what everybody be talking about when they be say, oh, you need to mind your business. Everybody is all on man time and everybody keep it G. No, that's a lie. Everybody is always in everybody else's business. That's why it's always issues. That's why it's always problems. There's dudes that's always hating, jealous, and envious dudes that's always steady plotting and scheming and trying to get over on the next man. So don't nobody mind their business, all right? So I sent my homeboy over there, and he come back like in 2 minutes. And I'm like, what's up? He said, man, that's bruh cousin. I said, that's his cousin. He was like, yeah, man, that's his cousin that's his blood cousin. I said, how you get all that? Why, by 2 minutes? He was like, shoot, they was talking about his auntie and all this and that. And I said, oh, okay, all right. So I just left it alone. So I'm walking past him and I hear Freaky Freddy telling him like, yeah, man, I'm definitely getting you in a cell, bro. I'm getting you in the cell, man. Yeah, man, it's really good to see you. And they dapped up and they walked off. And Freaky Freddy went over there by the weight pile and was doing what he do, right? Now, I'm going to tell y'all, Freaky Freddy wasn't over there to lift weights. Freaky Freddy is one of them type of old school prisoners that what he would do, and y'all just have to excuse me, y'all said y'all want the inside of these prison stories and what be going on with these dudes. Well, what Freaky Freddy would do, he'd go over there by the weight pile. He wouldn't be right there, but he'd be right there in eye shot, right? And what he'd do, he'd have his hand in his pants, right? And well, that's what he's doing. He's gunning whoever's right there on that bench, meaning he looking at them and he getting off, right? Until somebody catch him and they threaten him, then he walk off. That's what he does. That's how he programmed, and that's just what it is, right? So he went over there and he got to doing what he was doing till he got finally yelled at and screamed down on, right? Then he just walk off. So we end up back in the dormitory, right? And I'm down there playing dominoes with all my homeboys, and we gambling, y'all. When I say we gambling, we are gambling. I got about 20 packs of ramen noodles down there. Man, I got about 15 Mountain Dews. I got a whole stack of honey buns, man, hot Cheetos, all that. Listen, y'all, it's Friday, right? And we about to, listen, the deputy that come on, the CO, he real cool. He let us, because usually we got to be locked down at 9 p.m. But he let us rock out to like midnight, right? As long as there ain't no issues, as long as there ain't no drama, as long when he get done with that count and ain't no issues, we good, right? So we out there, right? We playing tunk, dominoes, all of that, right? So I didn't know the cousin was already moved in Freaky Freddy's cell, right? Now, remember, y'all, Freaky Freddy is a store guy, too. I'm not the only store guy in this pod. Freaky Freddy is a store guy, too, right? So his cousin is in his cell, right? And I don't know how he got moved in there that quick. That ain't the issue. The issue is this. The cousin is coming to the gambling spot that I was hosting, right? And he's coming with unlimited commissary, and he's losing. Now, my homeboy Al whispered in my ear, told me like, hey, he's still in Freaky Freddy commissary. Now, I don't know where Freaky Freddy was at. He probably was in his cell sleep, or he was somewhere else doing something that he had no business doing on God's green earth, right? But nevertheless, I'm like, I don't care. Shoot, that's between him and him. Now, it had to be maybe, I probably took maybe, let's just say 60 items from this dude, right? And he was like, man, hold on, I'll be back. And this dude came with a laundry bag full of commissary. There's about 50, 60 items in there too. He said, let's bet it all on one hand. Now, I said, now listen, okay, so in Tunk, if you hit 49 or 50 off the rip, you win, right? Also, another rule is if you drop and the other person catch you, you got to pay them double. Now, I told him, listen, because cats will do that real quick, you know. I can't tell nobody how to play cards, but, you know, cats are on first hand, they drop it, just bam. And it's like a 60, 70% chance that you could win. But, you know, I told them, okay, listen, we'll do that. But here's the thing. You cannot drop on the first hand, and we're not doing doubles. And he said, all right, bet, cool, whatever. So we played. Bam, 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 right? We like in the 8th hand, and then he dropped, and he wins. So now he got about 100 to 120 items. So he just collected, and he go back to the sale, right? So I'm rubbing my head because really I didn't really lose anything. You know, he actually got what he lost anyway. You know what I'm saying? So I wasn't really tripping. So he go back to his cell, and Freaky Freddy come out the cell, and he just standing there looking at us. So then he walk over there. He like, hey, my cousin was just over here. It was like, wow, what's up? He was like, just tell me, was he over here? And I was like, you go ask him. And he was like, all right. So he goes back to the cell, and he's like, hey man. So we hear the conversation because he loud, right? He like, hey, I done told you already, man, you just can't be eating up my food, man. This is my business. You can't be doing that. So he like, his cousin like, man, cut it out, man. Man, cut it out before I make you. And it got quiet. So when he said that, we all like, what did he just say? Now, let me tell y'all something. In prison, you don't supposed to play with people. And when I say play with people, because wrestling can turn into a knife stabbing, you know, calling somebody out their name can get your head bust. But what he said, we all was scratching our heads like, what did he just say? Then he said it again. He said, don't make me make you, you know, basically go down on me like we did when we was kids. And we all just looked at each other like, man, what type of freaks this dude on? No, the cousin said, that's right, y'all. Freaky Freddy didn't say that. The cousin said that to Freaky Freddy. So we all looking at each other and we like, hold on, man, tell me this dude was just playing. But the way he said it, he wasn't, it didn't sound like he was playing. So then he comes out the cell and everybody just looking at him. And he was like, what's up, y'all? Y'all wanna run a couple trade games? Now the trade games was basically you just betting for future trades. Me particularly, if I'm only betting future trades really for the hamburger and Friday. That's it. Other than that, I don't really eat nothing off them trays. Except for the breakfast trays when they give you boiled eggs. I get them and I make a cook up or whatever. But anyway, he come out there and I'm like, no, I'm good. And he just asked everybody like, yo, can I gamble? Can we do trades or whatever the situation is? And he even went so desperate to asking cats like, yo, I'll clean your cell for a week if I lose, right? But nobody wasn't messing with him. So he go back to the cell. And he go to Freaky Freddy. Well, you know, Freaky Freddy real name is Frederick, right? So he go back to his cousin Frederick and like, hey, look, let me get a couple items so I can gamble with. I'll get you back. So Freaky Freddy like, yeah, man, go here. So he give him about 10 packs of noodle and he come right back over there. He get the gambler with it. He loses, right? He goes back to Freaky Freddy and get 10 more, right? Come back, win some, lose some, and he ultimately lose, right? He go back to the cell. Freaky Freddy like, no, I'm cutting you off. I'm gonna cut you off, man. So they in there arguing, right? And he say it again. So at this point, we like, yeah, man, this dude is weird, man. This dude, like, yeah, this dude is really weird. But hey, that's his cousin. They did what they did when they was younger. It's messed up. Maybe Freaky Freddy like this because of him, you know, doing what they did when they was kids or whatever. But I made it a point, and I told my homeboys like, hey y'all, we ain't dealing with this dude. Don't accept no money from him. Don't gamble with him. This dude is a real creepy dude, man. We just stay away from that dude, man. If he tried to do business, just cut him off. And I was just thinking of a reason to smash him off the door, put him on the glass, get him up out of there. Cause I'm like, man, I don't know, y'all. It's just one of them things where kids get violated. Even Freaky Freddy, you know, Freaky Freddy. I don't know exactly how old they was when this happened, but you know, I don't know. I just picture Freaky Freddy being a child being violated by his cousin. And it just really made me upset. But I didn't have the grounds, to do anything to this man yet. Right? So I just say I'm just waiting for an excuse to do something to him. And it wasn't me trying to be a vigilante or be Freaky Freddy War Daddy or anything. But I don't know. When I hear about kids being involved, I just get upset. And hey, it is what it is. So later on that night, after we locked down, they in there arguing. And we all trying to sleep, but it's getting good. The conversation and the argument is really getting good. So Freaky Freddy like, hey, you gonna pay me what you owe me. I don't give a fuck, we family or not. Right? Like Freaky Freddy is going off on him. I guess his cousin told him like he ain't paying him nothing. He ain't paying him spit. Right? So they just arguing back and forth. Now they bringing up personal. Now they bringing up the past again. Now they reopening and snatching off the band-aid of old trauma and old wounds, right? They put all their family business out. Apparently the granddaddy, like the whole family is a whole bunch of sexual deviants, right? Like the whole family is messed up, jacked up from the grandfather on down. A whole generation of decades of messed up men in this family, right? So apparently the granddaddy was touching on all his daughters, right? And then when the daughters would have kids, he would touch on the grandkids, even the boys, right? And he was the type of grandfather that would be at the Thanksgiving dinners, be at the Easter dinners, sitting at the head of the table. The aunties and cousins is telling the other kids that don't go sit on his lap, don't go around him. He nasty, this nasty grandpa. Making a joke out of it, knowing what he has done to multiple people in the family. This is where Freaky Freddy come from. Generations of sexual deviancy, right? So we hear them talking, and he brings it back up, and he was like, man, why did you do that to me? This is what Freaky Freddy said. He like, why did you do that to me, man? And he was like, man, you was older than me, like you didn't know. We was just blah, 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 which I'm not going to say on this video because it's too explicit, right? So they just arguing back and forth. And Freaky Freddy was like, listen, man, you going to pay me what you owe me. You going to pay what you owe me. And he was like, hey, man, well, you going to have to get it in blood. Now, when he said that, it don't matter what country you in. Look, let me start that over. When somebody say you gonna get it in blood, it don't matter what continent you on, what country you on, what state you in, what city you in, what town you in, what village you in, what community you in, right? When somebody say, man, get it in blood, that means it's about to get violent, it's about to get physical, or somebody might lose their life if the other person don't back down and back down quick, right? So when he said that, Freaky Freddy was like, get it back in blood. He was like, yeah. He said, all right, say less. I'm assuming Freaky Freddy now just laid down and went to sleep, right? Or about to go to sleep. Because I didn't hear Freaky Freddy no more that night until about 4 o'clock in the morning. Now, Freaky Freddy got the bottom rack and his cousin got the top rack, right? So I'm knocked out. And when I say I'm knocked out, you rarely get to sleep good in prison, but for some reason, I slept good this night, right? Until I heard, man, get off me. Man, get off me, man. What is you doing? Get off me, man. What is you doing, man? Get off me. And then it got quiet. Now, when I heard that, I'm like, man, what the? Because I didn't know what cell it was coming from. And it's rare that things like that happens in our pod, right? Normally, if Freaky Freddy is doing something with somebody, you don't really hear it, right? And plus, he usually do that in the daytime away from everybody. But this was different. So now I'm up and I don't hear nothing else again, right? So at the count, fast forward at the count, right? Freaky Freddy go to the shower. And me being nosy, because I didn't see his cousin, me being nosy, because it was on my mind, like, man, what the heck happened? Freaky Freddy goes to the shower, right? And then his cousin come follow him. He come follow him right in there, right? So I was like, oh, I guess he all right. And then I hear it again. Man, what is you doing, man? Hey, what is you doing? Now, he wasn't screaming and hollering. I was just over there by the shower, right? Waiting to get in the shower because a line done formed, right, to get in the shower. Now, they is in there fighting. You can clearly hear them fighting. So all I'm thinking is, oh, they must be fighting because of what happened last night. They got to be fighting because of what the cousin owed him. He said he ain't give him nothing, and I guess he brought up, you know, what happened when they was kids or whatever, and he told them to get in the blood. So I guess they in there fighting, getting it in blood. But then, you know, the bumping and, you know, the punches and stuff turned to something else. Yeah. It went from grunting to stop, man, what you doing? Man, what are you doing? And to, man, stop. The person that was saying, man, stop, and start sounding like he was in distress was the cousin. Listen, yo, I don't want to continue this story because, you know, and I know a lot of people that be at work be listening to my stories, and, you know, I know y'all want me to drag these stories out, but my spirit don't even feel right even telling y'all this story. So I'm going to have to end it real soon. Long story short, y'all. Freaky Freddy walked out, right? He walked out like nothing happened. He go to his cell. He put his clothes on. I'm next to go into the shower, so I'm like, all right, man, this dude taking up too much time. So I go in. I bust a right, bust a left, and there go the showers. His cousin is right there under the stall, knocked out unconscious, and he's bleeding from you know where. I go to the farthest stall, wash up, and get up out of there. It wasn't my business. It wasn't my concern. Let me tell y'all something. Freaky Freddy, that day on, you know, I looked at him differently. Oh, I didn't feel sorry for him at all. I didn't. I just realized that this man has no bounds. This dude don't care if you family or not. He only got one thing on his mind. The crazy thing is, I wondered, did Freaky Freddy try to mount him throughout the night when we heard, get off me, what you doing, get off me? Did he try to push up on him then? Freaky Freddy is a super apex predator, like a dog. You know, like dogs, if you breed in dogs, whatever, they would try to mate with their own mother. Freaky Freddy is a dog. Freaky Freddy is an apex predator that know no bounds. I know what y'all thinking. Y'all like, so Donta, what happened with the cousin? Well, he eventually got up, washed off, went to the control booth, and said, hey, I fear for my life. Can y'all please get me out of here? And they told him, well, you got to tell us what happened. What, because they don't know that he was just violated by Freaky Freddy. But he was like, man, just get me out of here, man, or I'm going to start acting out. So they told him to come on in the control booth. They went up to Freaky Freddy room, packed him out, got him up out of there.
He like, Coco, come here. Come here right now. So Coco was like, what, man? I'm hungry. I'm just trying to get something to eat. So Freaky Freddy walked over there and grabbed Coco by the back of the neck and marched him back in his cell like he was a child. So Coco like, come on, let's go. I don't want you to get in trouble, Freddy. Let's go. Come on, Freddy, let's go. You motherfuckers better come up with my wife right now. You motherfuckers better come up with my wife right now, or somebody gonna die up in here. Somebody gonna lose their life up in this motherfucking pod. I swear to God, somebody gonna die up in here. So Coco goes to the microwave and he put his stuff in the microwave. And Freaky Freddy come right out of the room. I guess he was asleep or whatever. And he like, hey man, what the fuck is you doing? What is you doing? Now, when Freaky Freddy yelled that out, you know, we all looking like, man, what the heck going on? Because I never really heard Freaky Freddy like yell, like, you know, elevate his voice like that. Usually he talking calm and collective. And sometimes when he getting into it with somebody, his voice will go a certain level, but no, it was just really loud and it startled everybody. So we all looking like, man, what's going on? So he like, Coco, come here. Come here right now. So Coco was like, what, man? I'm hungry. I'm just trying to get something to eat. He was like, man, get your motherfucking ass in the cell, man. I ain't tell you can leave out the cell. Get your motherfucking ass in the cell. Right? So Coco was like, man, you gonna stop talking to me like that. You gonna stop talking to me like that. So Freaky Freddy walked over there and grabbed Coco by the back of the neck and marched him back in his cell like he was a child. So we all looking like, man, what the heck going on, right? So they in the cell arguing. Coco like, I'm tired of you, Freddy. I'm tired of you. I ain't gonna keep living like this. So Freddy was like, no, I was in here asleep, man. Anybody could have came in here and did something to me. Anybody could have came here and stole something from me, man. You supposed to be watching my back. We supposed to be together. And you gonna do me like this? Coco was like, man, stop tripping. Stop tripping and stop yelling at me. Stop yelling at me, Freddy. Stop yelling at me. So my homeboy come over there. Now, at this time, we can eat popcorn, right? My homeboy Al coming over, he eating the popcorn, and he sit right next to me, right? He just eating the popcorn. And it's like a real life, Days of Our Lives, Passion, General Hospital type of show that's going on right now, right? So he like, I'm so tired of you. I think I'm gonna go get another man. I'm gonna get another man. Freaky Freddy was like, what? And then it got real quiet, y'all. Now, I don't know exactly what was happening in there, but I can only imagine that Freaky Freddy was in there choking Coco, right? Because Coco come running out of there. Now, Coco was like really dark, but you know when people was like choking or something and their eyes turn bloodshot red, that's how Coco came out. He came out grabbing his throat, right? He came out like running out, and Freaky Freddy came out like, get your motherfucker back here. I ain't done with you. Come here. Grabbed him again. Now, there was this guard named Rodriguez that was right there in the bubble, and he's seeing all this. But he didn't care. I guess he felt like this is a loveless quarrel. They're going to be fighting today. They're going to be fucking tomorrow, right? So the officer that's in the bubble,
he come out, he like, hey man, y'all calm that down. Chill out, man, chill out. So Freaky Freddy put his hands up like this because he know he didn't want Coco to go into lockup. If Coco go into lockup, hey, Freaky Freddy, and I'm going to tell y'all why. Because Coco was like Freaky Freddy's wife. And he treated him as such. I know it's weird, but it's prison, y'all. It's prison. And there's a lot of weird stuff that goes on in prison, right? So Freaky Freddy didn't want no smoke. He put his hands up like, no, you got it. Yeah, I'm good, right? So Coco sit down at this table, right? And the guard go over there. He like, you all right? You want to write this up? He like, no, man. He just need to keep his hands off me. He need to keep his hands off me. I swear to God, if he put his hands on me again, I'ma kill him. I swear to God, I'ma kill him. Right? So the guard like, hey man, listen, I'ma end up moving you out of here, man. He like, no, don't move me. We good. We good. Don't move me. Right? So Freaky Freddy, he come out, right? And he go to the microwave. Now when he opened it up, he was like, Coco, I thought you said you had some food up in here. He was like, yeah, I had a bowl of ramen noodles in there. So he was like, well, it ain't in here no more. Well, where's that? So Coco get up and he like, I don't know. So Freddy was like, hey, who touched my stuff? Who touched my stuff? So everybody looking around like, what? Now, there was this dude from Flint, Michigan named Snoop, right? Snoop was one of these dudes that was just a straight bum. Snoop was one of these dudes that lived off the land. Snoop was one of these dudes that had no money coming in, no type of support. This dude ain't had no visits in years. He just one of them dudes that, you know them dudes that on the street that you can't bring to your house. You can't leave him in your car. He the type that'll go into, where you keep all your change at and just take it all, right? He a thief, basically, right? So Snoop ain't nowhere to be found. Keep in mind, everybody, when this altercation was taking place between Freaky Freddy and Coco, everybody came out they cell. The people that was already out in the day room watching, everybody was out watching this. I told y'all this was like some soap opera type of stuff, right? So he like, hey, who took my B stuff? Who took my, he said the B-I-T-C-H word. Who took my B stuff? So everybody looking around, he like, all right, bet it up. So he said, Coco, go back in the, go back in the cell, man. Right? So they go in the cell. Freddy comes out, y'all, with a lock and a sock. Now, I never known Freaky Freddy to be violent, right? For those that don't know who Freaky Freddy is, let me give y'all his whole background, his whole rundown, okay? But before we do that, y'all, check this out. I got a brand new TV show that I'm working on that I'm going to launch in the fall, okay? But I need y'all support. I need the people that can. I created a Amazon wish list, and there's a lot of things that's in there that I need purchased from my beautiful, supportive audience, okay? So make sure y'all click on the link at the top of the comment section and select one of these items for your big partner, Donta, all right? We got to do this together. Come on, y'all. Let's go. Click that Amazon wish link and get something out of there. Let's get back to it. So now, he like, Freaky Freddy like, Coco, are you sure that you have some noodles in that microwave? Because when I go out, when I'm out here and I'm about to crash out, Now he's saying this outside of his cell, right? And he's standing there with a lock and a sock. He like, Coco, you sure you had a bowl of noodles in that microwave? Because I'm about to crash out, right? So people looking, and I'm on high alert because I'm like, hold on, this dude is really standing out here like that? Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. I forgot. I got to tell y'all Freaky Freddy background. So his name is Frederick, all right? He from Detroit, Michigan. Now, I can't really recall what he got locked up for, but this is how he programmed. He ran the store, okay? And typically what he would do is, if let's say you go to him and you want to get a cup of noodles. Well, on store day, you got to get him 2 noodles back. Or, you ask him for 2 honey buns, you got to give him back 4. Now, what he'll do, he'll give it to you. But he'll let you know off top, like, hey, if you get in debt with me and you can't pay your debt, no matter how small it is or how big it is, you're going to have to pay me back either with your mouth or your, right? And so cats already know. They already know. Now, from my understanding, I have seen dudes not pay him and they run up a crazy debt on him and he like, yo, I'm just not going to mess with you no more, right? Because I never seen him really aggressive to like right now, right, with Coco or whatever. So, it shocked me earlier in the story when he came out barking on Coco, because I never seen him bark down on somebody. There was one time that he did trying to get loud with me when I end up taking on somebody else's debt and told him like, hey, yo, leave dude alone. Leave dude alone. He under my protection, right? So there was one time that he kind of barked on me, but I go find that video. But anyway, so that's our Freaky Freddy program, right? He ran the store. If you didn't pay him what you owe him, he wants something in a nefarious nature, right? But anyway, that's Freaky Freddy. Normally he wouldn't be in a relationship with somebody, but for some reason he been in a relationship with Coco for about a month now. He done moved them in the cell and they husband and wife. I guess he felt like he wanted to settle down or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, I know, y'all. I know. So he's standing there and he like, I'm going to say this one more time, Coco. Did you or did you not have them noodles in the microwave? And Coco was like, I already told you. He said, say less, say less. So he go out there, right, in the middle of the day room. He like, you motherfuckers better come up with my wife right now. You motherfuckers better come up with my wife right now, or somebody gonna die up in here. Somebody gonna lose their life up in this motherfucking pot. I swear to God, somebody gonna die up in here, right? So I'm looking, right? I done put my hand in Al bag of popcorn and I'm eating too, because this is funny to me. I mean, if y'all really think about it, really think about it. You got this older man, right? This older homosexual man basically calling a younger homosexual man his wife, his prison wife. This is his boo thing. This is his to death do us part. This is I'll hold you down, right? Hey, hold up. Hey, look, check this out. We finna get back to the story, but I want to address somebody in the crowd right quick. Somebody wrote me on one of my videos the other night, and they said, man, why every time I turn on YouTube, you always talk about some gay stuff, right? Well, obviously, you don't watch me every day because I upload like 3 times a day. The thing about it is I just don't upload about homosexual stories that goes on in prison. I tell a whole bunch of street stories, a whole bunch of hood stories, but for some reason, YouTube ain't pushing those. So if you think I'm just uploading these type of videos, which you clicked on, right? So you should not have no problem. If you actually go to my home page and you go to the videos, you will actually see, oh, this dude do all type of videos. He do hood stories. He do cheating stories. He do all type of stories. But YouTube, for some reason, is putting these out, okay? But again, if you don't like the stories, if you don't like the titles, if you don't like the thumbnail, you know what you're clicking on. So obviously you're curious. So before you try to say, oh, Donta gay, he always making these type of videos. Well, guess what? If I'm gay, did that make you 2 times gay for clicking on the video? All right? But anyway, let's get back to the story time. So he's standing there and he's holding the lock in the sock like this. Like holding it like this, hitting his hand. Like, somebody better come off with that, man. Somebody better come off with that, right? So he's sniffing in the air. He was like, somebody got my, hey, Coco, what type of seasons you had? He was like, oh, I had shrimp. Now, shrimp is a very distinctive smell in prison. The package, right? Cut that down. So next thing you know, he's sniffing like a hound dog, and he smell it, and it's coming from Snoop's room, right? So he like, hold up. So he walk over there, and he like, hey, where you get them noodles from? Snoop was like, man, get out my cell, bro. Get out my cell. Snoop was like, no, where did you get them? Where did you get that? He was like, man, hold on. That's my B-bowl. Man, you got my B-bowl? You took Coco's stuff? He like, man, watch out, man. Watch out. So he run up in the cell. All you hear is, give me that motherfucking bowl right now. Give me that bowl right now. So Snoop like, man, get the fuck out of my cell. So now Snoop, he ain't nothing but about 120, maybe 125. He a little frail dude, right? But he a thief. And Freaky Freddy probably about a good 190, maybe 195, probably like 6'1", about 6'1", 6 foot or whatever. So this is an easy fight for him, right? So Freaky Freddy in there barking on him. I'm talking about big dog. Man, give me that motherfucking bowl. Give me the bowl. I'm going to bash your head in with this lock and sock, right? He like, man, get out my cell, bro. Get out my cell. He was like, why the fuck you take my wife noodles? Why did you take my wife noodles? He was like, I'm sorry, man. Here. So Freaky Freddy was like, no, you already ate out of it. So he smacked the bowl right out of his hand. To noodles, to juice, everything went everywhere in the cell, right? So Freaky Freddy was like, you owe me, man. You owe me, man. So Coco comes to the cell and was like, come on, Freddy. Come on, let's go. He like, no, man. No, this dude gonna steal your stuff, man. Apologize to my wife. Apologize. He like, Snoop like, man, my bad, man, my bad. I didn't know whose it was. So Freaky Freddy was like, so you just taking people's shit, right? You don't know whose stuff is, but you just taking it. Why would you think that you can just take somebody's stuff? Why would you do that? Why? So Snoop was like, look, man, I already apologized, man. I ain't gonna keep saying I apologize, man. I said I'm sorry, man. I was hungry. So Freaky Freddy was like, you know I run the store, man. You could have came over there and got something, man. But you gonna steal my wife's shit. You gonna steal my wife's shit. So Coco was like, come on. Let's go, Freddy. Come on. Let's go. I don't want us to get in trouble. He's like, man, you know what? Boom, 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 boom. He got the whipping Snoop out with the like sock. Boom, boom, right? Snoop was like, oh, stop hitting me. Boom, boom, boom. He's like, you gonna steal from my wife? You gonna steal from my wife? Snoop like, oh, please stop hitting me. Don't hit me no more, please. God, guards, please help me. Help, right? Boom, boom, right? So Coco like, come on, let's go. I don't want you to get in trouble, Freddy. Let's go. Come on, Freddy, let's go. So he pulled him, right? He pulled him out the cell, right? So now keep in mind, y'all, this the first time I ever, when I say ever, I ever seen Freaky Freddy go hands on. So he's walking, right? And he just, Freaky Freddy, I guess because he just whooped Snoop out or whatever with the lock and sock, he's walking like a big dog through the pod. I'm talking about he's standing up straight like this. He walking with his chest out and he just walking, right? And he mean dogging everybody. I'm thinking when he walked past me, man, and did like this, I wanted to get up and hit him in his jaw. I wanted to knock him the F out. I mean, it's because man, Freaky Freddy, you ain't really like that. Freaky Freddy really ain't like that, man. Or maybe he is, but I just like, come on, man. This whole story is wrong, right? But anyway, so he goes to the cell, and Coco was sitting there too, right? Coco sitting like at this last table right by their cell, right? So Freddie go in the cell or whatever, and Snoop comes out with all this stuff. He ain't really had that much, right? And he like, man, that's wrong, man. That's wrong, man. That's fucked up, man, how you did me. So he's going to the control booth to check in, right? So he got all his stuff. And he, like I said, he ain't had that much. So he goes to the control booth, right? So Coco hurry up and get up. Now, Officer Rodriguez is not in the control booth. I don't know where he at. He probably outside the door smoking a cigarette or something. So Coco hurry up and get up. So he was like, what are you doing, man? What is you doing? He like, no, man, Freddie messed me up, man. Man, I'm hurt, man. I got to go to the hospital, man. I'm getting out of here. So Coco know if this dude tell on Freddie, it's over. It's a wrap. Freddie finna get rolled up. Freddie finna go to the hole. And Freddie possibly might get transferred. So Coco like, no, listen, don't do that. Don't do that, right? So I guess Freddie hears Coco and he come out. He like, man, what the going on? He was Coco like, hold on. He trying to check in. Right? I don't want you to get in trouble. So Freddie was like, man, hey man, what you want, man? What you want? I give you what you want. What you want, boy? He do like, man, Snoop like, man, you hurt me bad, bro. You hurt me bad, but man, just give me a couple bags of soups and Doritos, man, and some sausages, man, and we good. So Freddie was like, man, all right, man, come on, man, hurry up. So Snoop goes to his cell, right, and Freaky Freddy give him the items. So he goes right back to his cell. So we are looking like, it's crazy. Let me tell y'all something. Prison is so weird. I mean, just off the fact that you got a grown man, that's claiming another grown man as his wife. Now, I know we live in 2026 where right is wrong and wrong is right and up is down and down is up. We are officially in the twilight zone. Some might think that we are in the end of days. Some might even think that this is the end of the world. And when we look around, it might seem like that. Quick update about my brother that y'all been asking about. I think my brother is LGBTQ, and I'm gonna tell y'all why. Now, I did a story last night about when I picked my brother up from prison and we put him in one of our houses, our halfway house. I got a couple halfway houses, right? Something else happened. Something else happened, y'all. Now, you remember in the last story I told y'all about my brother, right? And I told y'all that he had this app on his phone called Grindr. Well, I'm about to tell y'all about that 1 second. So for those that don't know what that app is, and if you're a straight man, don't go looking for it, all right? And I'm not promoting that at all. But the subscription, since he's on my phone plan and whatever he purchased, it comes straight to my phone, right? The receipt and all that stuff. My wife verified it. And she said, yeah, Donta, that is a LGBTQ app where dudes meet up or whatever, like a dating app. So, yeah, y'all, it is official that he is like that. Now, I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, y'all. I'm trying to give, maybe he running a con. Maybe he just got the app and he just trying to meet up with dudes to rob them or something. I don't know. I'm hoping that's the case, right? I'm hoping to God that's the case. Because like I said, y'all, this one of my younger brothers, he done did a whole dime. He had 20 years to go, Well, I mean, he got 10 more years to go. He on parole right now. But it's a lot of things that he doing that just got me questioning who he is. But again, y'all, if y'all want to see that full story, click on the link pinned at the top of the comment section, okay? It is a really good one, so y'all make sure y'all go check that out. Also, again, y'all, I got a new show that I'm coming out with in the fall, but I need y'all support. For those that can, I need for y'all to buy an item in my Amazon wish list, okay? I got things ranging from $12 to some things that's about $500 in there. So y'all go over there, y'all go check it out, man. Every purchase is highly appreciated. When you do buy something, I'm going to shout you out in my next video. All right. With that, y'all, this is the Donta Show Network. I upload Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, sometimes at 9:30 a.m. or maybe 9:30 at night, right? But guaranteed, if y'all not getting my notifications, unsubscribe to the channel, subscribe back to the channel, and hit that all notification bell, right? Hype the video, like the video. Also, we got to do the question of the day. I forgot to do the question of the day, y'all. The question of the day is this. Would you rather have $1 million or get back 10 years of your life, right? You just reverse age 10 years back. Let me know in the comment section. $1 million or you get 10 years of your life back. With that, y'all, this is your big partner, Donta. I'm out. All right, y'all. My brother just got out of prison. And I know my family is going to be mad when they see this video. But listen, I tell prison stories. And, you know, I got to educate the youth and people that might be thinking about committing crimes. So, look, for my family that might be watching this video, I'm sorry. I just got to put it out there. Now, for those that don't know, I had a brother that went to prison for 10 years for armed robbery. And he got 10 more years to go, but he just got paroled. And they paroled him to me, okay? Nobody in my family didn't want to take him in. You know, a lot of people in my family on Section 8, government assistance, so you can't have a felon staying with you. So I got a couple rental properties or whatever. So we got a 3-bedroom house down the street where I basically turned it into a halfway house, give or take, right? And for those that don't know what a halfway house is where you go when you get out of prison. You have to, you know, it's like a transitional thing or whatever. So my brother get out, right? Now, when he went in, he had a fade, right? With waves or whatever. Now, he been in there for 10 years, so he grew his hair out over the years. But the colored hair that he had kind of threw me off, right? It was green and pink, like green and pink little dress or whatever. So I'm like, okay, well, maybe that's the new style or whatever, because I ain't been in the streets. I don't know fashion. Right now, y'all, I got a bald head, okay? So I don't know what the new trends are, whatever. But, you know, we go pick him up, and when he come out, I instantly recognize him because, you know, he my brother, but something was just off about him. You know what I'm saying? Now, my brother is like 5'10", and he's really stocky. Like he been in prison. That's all he been doing, working out. But he 5'10", and he probably about a good 210, 215. But he ripped up, right? But it's just something. I can't put my finger on it, right? Now, I know y'all read the title. Y'all see the thumbnail. And yes, that is my brother. But it's like, look, I've been locked up in a joint, right? But I ain't been locked up in like 15 years, y'all. So I'm kind of out of touch with how things go in there. But my brother, he
he like dancing. I know y'all like dancing. Dante, what are you talking? What you mean dancing? I don't know, man. He just seemed like he just loose. Like, you know, he's a big guy, but it's like, why are you okay? Do y'all remember the crunk era? Like Lil Jon and the East Side Boys and Lil Scrappy, all the down south stuff. Y'all remember that? And like snap your fingers, do your step. You can do it all by yourself. Talk to me, I talk back. I'm Dante. Let me buy you a drink. You know what I'm talking about? Let me stop, y'all. But you know, that's the music he went into the joint listening to. And, you know, I had a whole mixtape playing for him. And he said, pull over right quick. And he got out the car and snapped his fingers. And it's like that Laffy Taffy, girl, take that, all that, you know. He got out the car, he's snapping. But the way that he was moving, like he hip rolling and stuff. And I'm like, man, like, where do you learn all the moves at? You know, because before you went in, you know what I'm saying? We used to hold up the wall. You know, we'd have like the girls dance on us or whatever. But this dude is like actually moving his hips and all this. Like, I'm like, man, this dude too big to be moving like that, right? So I'm like, okay, all right, whatever. Maybe let me stop looking too much into this, man, because maybe it's me. Maybe I'm tripping, right? So he get back in the car, and I'm like, so you good, bro? You good? He like, yeah, man, I'm just home, man. I'm home. I said, what you want to do? I got you. He like, shoot, man, you know what I want to do. You know what I want to do. I'm like, I bet, right? So I called my wife and tell her, like, look, I'm not coming home tonight. You know, my little bro, he just got out. We out. We out. I ain't gonna do anything to, you know, disrespect the marriage or anything. But me and my brother finna go out, and we about to have a good time, right? So she like, all right, babe, you know I got you. You know, you need some money, whatever. I'm like, yeah. But anyway, so we get out there, right? Now, as I'm pulling up to the club, and y'all know what club I'm talking about, he like, yo, what we doing here? I said, shoot, I'm finna, you finna get some honeys. You finna get some girls to dance on you. He like, oh, nah, bro, nah, man, nah. Now I want to go to the crib, man. Take me to the crib, bro. I said, all right. I said, well, hold on. Let me get you right, man. Let me get you a cell phone and all. He was like, okay, best. So we go to the Metro PCS store. You know, I get him a cell phone and all this and that. We go to the mall. I get him a couple Nike jumpsuits and, you know what I'm saying, get him some Jordans or whatever. So the welcome home nigga package, right? So we pull up, right, to the halfway house. Now, listen, y'all, before y'all try to get all crazy or whatever, just listen. I cannot discriminate, okay? The government pays me to house these people. So, like I told y'all, I have a 3-bedroom house already, you know, for inmates that's getting out or whatever. Now, there's 2 straight guys that already live there, okay? And then there's a gay guy by the name of Cookie that lives there too. Okay, y'all. So hey, listen, come on, y'all. Hey, this 2026, and y'all stop acting like that. He got out. He did his time. You know, he needed somewhere to go. The government pays me X amount of dollars every month to house these people. And, you know, hey, listen, the dude Cookie, he might be a homosexual, but, you know, he did his time, y'all, and he do live in one of my halfway houses, okay? So we pull up, and I tell my brother, okay, well, you know, home sweet home. You know, this the rules. He like, rules? What you mean rules, man? I'm your brother. I said, listen, man. He like, I got you, Donta. I'm just playing. I got you. But what's the rules? I said, you cannot have no company over here at all. And, you know how it is. Respect each other, you know, privacy up in here. And, you know what I'm saying? No drugs, no drinking, no nothing. They do random inspections every month here. So don't get it to don't mess your parole up, all right? He's like, I bet. I said, other than that, man, you know, your curfew is 10 p.m. Just follow the rules, man. And y'all just keep the house clean. we provide the groceries. We provide, we pay all the bills. Just, I got you on your cell phone, babe. I'm gonna put you on my plan. You good? He like, all right, man, bet. Thanks, bro. I said, all right, just hit me up, right? So before I leave, I introduce him to everybody, right? Everybody talking to him, and I'm like, okay, he in good hands. So I leave, right? Over the next week, now, maybe my brother don't know no better, but on my phone, since he's on my plan, right? On my phone, I get notifications if you sign up to subscriptions, right? Certain subscriptions. Now, I always check my credit card statement because I'm always on my financial, right? And I'm checking my credit card statement, and I see a account on there that's called Grinder. So I'm looking at this, I'm like, okay, this must be like some dating website or something like that. So I asked my wife, I said, babe, because I thought this was her account, because she always subscribing to something. So I said, babe, what is this? And it was for $12.99, right? But they pay annually, so it was like $160 something. So I said, babe, what's this? She was like, I don't know. It looked like some type of app or whatever. And she checking her phone. She like, I don't got nothing like that on my phone. So, I got 2 other phones. I'm looking on mine to make sure I didn't accidentally download something. And they ain't on my phones. I'm like, what is it? So I go to the internet, y'all, and I type in Grinder. And what came up, I said, oh my God, this got to be a mistake. What is this, right? Now, I'm not promoting that at all. So I'm not even going to tell y'all what's on there. Do not go on there. And I know some of y'all is hard-headed, so y'all going to go on there anyway, right? But I'm telling you, if you're a straight man, don't go on there, okay? Don't, all right? But before we go on, y'all, listen, y'all, I got a brand new show that's coming out in the fall. And I'm only talking to my supporters. I need my real ones to come out the woodworks, okay, y'all? I got an Amazon wish list that I'm going to have pinned in the comments, at the top of the comment section and the description. If y'all can help out, and I'm talking to my real ones, my supporters, if y'all can help out, grab an item on there is highly appreciated, okay? I can see who purchased what, and I'm going to shout y'all out in the next video, all right? So y'all make sure y'all check out my Amazon wish list so I can start this show in the fall, okay? Now let's get back to it. And if you haven't hit the like button, make sure y'all hit the like button. So let's get back to it. So my wife like, Dante, what is this? Because I pulled up the website on my computer, and she just walked in my office. She was like, what's up with you? I said, no, babe, ain't like that. I said, this is the app, right? This is it. This is the thing. She was like, what the heck is that? I said, I don't know. So she go in there, she go through there, she trace it, and it goes back to his number. So I'm like, what? I said, well, maybe he made a mistake. She said, no, that ain't no mistake. That ain't no mistake. You got to put in certain information. No, so I'm like, all right. So I get in the car, right? I don't even want to call him. I get in the car, and in the house ain't nothing but 10 minutes down the road from me, right? So I get in the car, and I'm driving down there. Why when I pull up, I see him and Cookie sitting on the porch like you remember back in the day when we was kids, y'all, and you sitting next to your friend or whatever, and y'all like thigh to thigh. He's sitting next to Cookie, right? And they just having a good old time, just laughing and all that, right? So when I pull up, he kind of moved like a little bit to the right, like to get away from, like he was startled. So I peeped that. So I get out the car. I said, hey, what's up, bro? He like, oh, what's up, Dante? And Cookie was like, hey, Dante. I said, what's up? What up, Cookie? You all right? He was like, yeah, your brother funny. I said, hey, I'm like, come here, let me holler at you right quick, bro. So he like, what's up, Dante? So I'm like, hey, so, when you do certain stuff on that phone, it comes. He like, oh no, I got you, man. I've been paying for it on my own. I got you, bro. I said, no, what I'm saying is, it's like these subscriptions be coming to my, and he cut me out. He like, no, I got you, bro. I got you, man. It ain't, no, it ain't gonna come out your bill. I got you. So it's like he wouldn't let me get out what I was trying to say. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I peeped that. Now I'm like, okay. So I'm like, everything good? You straight? Everything, good at the house? He like, yeah, bro, everything good, everything straight, man. So I was like, all right, bet. I said, well, I just came over here to check on you when you good? You need anything? He's like, no, I'm good. I said, how was your housemates? He like, they good. I said, I see you a Cookie good? He like, yeah, Cookie, man, Cookie my dog. I said, all right. I said, all right, bet. Well, all right, well, just holler at me if you need something. He like, all right, bet. So I get in the car and I pull off and I call my wife. And I'm like, babe. She like, what's up? I said, yeah, I just came over there and he, I tried to ask him about it, but he kept like cutting me off. Like, I got it. Like, I'm gonna take care of it. But I'm like, he don't even know what I'm talking about, or he do know what I'm talking about it, but he would just keep cut me off. She was like, well, I mean, he been in prison for 10 years, so I mean, you would know. I mean, all these stories you be telling on YouTube. Like, I mean, I know that's your brother, but there's a chance that he may have. You know what I'm saying? And I said, yeah, and I said, yeah, but it get worse. She was like, what else? I said, man, when I pulled up, him and Cookie was sitting next to each other, like thigh to thigh. My wife was like, what? I said, yeah, they were sitting thigh to thigh on the porch. And when I pulled up and got out the car, he like kind of moved out the way. Like, when you do something, you get caught. She was like, oh, yeah, something. Yeah, something ain't right, but hey, I mean, just pray for him. I said, yeah, I'm just pray for him. Let me ask y'all a question in the comment section, just real quick. Now, I know that's my brother, and I know he did 10 years. And they say if it look like a duck and it sound like a duck, it's a duck. Now, I don't. In my bloodline, we pedigrees, right? We like pit bulls. Ain't no weakness in this lineage, in this lineage. But like I said, when I think back on it, it's like when he got out the car, he was hip rolling and snapping his fingers, and just the way he was moving when he first got out, when he was dancing to the music. I'm like, man, like, dude, you too big to be moving like that. And then, this subscription that he subscribed to for a whole year, it's like, man, listen, y'all. I need for y'all to pray for me, okay? I might need y'all prayers on this one, because if he really is like that, then I need y'all prayers, because I don't know if I can take this. I don't know. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. But listen, again, y'all, dang, man, I really didn't want to make this video, because I know my mama gonna be upset when she listen to this. I know my dad gonna be upset when my aunties, my uncles, my grandmother, I know they gonna be upset. So I know when this video drop, I'm gonna be getting a whole bunch of calls. But if this is true, y'all, what should I do? What should I do? Should I just let him live his life? Or should I just, pull him to the side and be like, hey, man, listen, man. You know what I'm saying? But then what do I say to him? What can I say to him? I don't know, y'all. I don't know. Y'all just let me know in the comment section how y'all feel about this video. And again, y'all, make sure y'all check out my Amazon wish list. I got a show that's coming out in the fall, and I need y'all support. So y'all make sure y'all go click on that link to my Amazon wish list, and whatever y'all can get it'd be highly appreciated. With that, y'all, make sure y'all hit that like button, share this video, hype the video. And also, y'all, if you ain't signed up for my Patreon, get over there right now and sign up for my Patreon. That link will be pinned in the description and in the comment section too. With that, y'all, this is your big partner, Donta, and I'm out.
So I get a call last night. It is my homie Roderick. And he like, hey Donta, man, you at home? I said, yeah, what's up, man? He was like, man, I need to holler at you, man. I need to holler at you right now. Like, right now. I'm like, what's going on? He was like, man, come outside. I'm parked in front of your house, bro. Come outside, man. I need to talk to you, man. I'm like, what's going on? He said, man, just come outside, man. I need to talk to you. So I'm like, all right, man, here I come. So I get up out the bed, put my clothes on, and I grab my gun because I don't know what's going on, right? I don't know if we about to go ride out on somebody or what. I don't know. So I go outside, and he parked right in front of the crib, right? So I open the door and I get in, and he looking straight. He looking forward. I'm like, what's up, man? Now, I notice his eyes is like bloodshot red, right? And his eyes look like he been crying. I said, what's up? He said, Donta, I'm going to ask you a question, bro. And please, please, please don't lie to me, man. Please tell me the truth. I'm like, what? He said, man, did you have sex with my wife? I said, what? He said, man, come on, man, tell me the truth. Don't lie to me, man. Come on, man. Don't lie to me, man. Tell me the truth. I'm like, man, what, man? Are you out of your mind? I said, dude, heck no, man. What's wrong with you? He said, don't lie to me, bro. She told me y'all did. I said, man, hey, listen, man. I don't know what you got going on, what y'all got going on, but don't be putting me in that. And so I'm opening the door to leave out, and he grabbed my right arm as I'm getting out. He said, man, Donta, man, tell me the truth, bro. Don't do me like that, man. Don't do me like that. So I closed the door. I got back in the car, and I closed the door, and I was like, are you serious, man? You really gonna ask me some stupid shit like that? He was like, man, why would she lie? Why would she lie? So I'm sitting there, and then I thought about it, and I said to myself, oh, dang, I did. Now, wait a minute. I know. A lot of y'all gonna be like, well, Donta, what you mean you did? Like, you forgot? How did you forget when you slept with this guy's wife? No, y'all. It's not like that. Let me explain. So, back in, I'm gonna say I was in middle school when this happened. You see, in middle school, you know, me and this chick was friends. I didn't even know him. I didn't even know this dude, but me and his wife was friends. We was like in 7th to 8th grade, right? So we knew each other growing up. And I believe when I was like 20 or 19, we went to a club together. You know, it was about 20 of us that always be hanging out, right? And we still didn't know him at all. And we'd be at the club or whatever. Then one night it happened. It was like a drunk night, and it happened, you know. But it wasn't nothing, right? So I forgot all about it. Now he met her like 5 years later, right? And I forgot. So when you look at the situation, it was like, yeah, but I mean, it wasn't like it wasn't nothing recently. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I said, you know what? What did she say? He was like, man, bro, you just tell me the truth, man. Did y'all? I said, look, man, go talk to her, man. He's like, no, man, man, that's effed up, man. Why would you do me like that? Why would you do me like that, man? I need that. I'm like, what?
He was like, yeah, I need that. So he getting out the car and everything. Look, y'all, it's 11:30 at night. And this dude in front of my house talking about he need that because he accusing me of doing something with his spouse. So I'm mad now. Because I said, man, this dude is tripping. So I get out the car, right, and we square up. And I'm like, dude, you don't want to do this, right? Because I don't know, like I said, y'all, I don't know if y'all know, I'm a really big guy, whatever. And this dude ain't nothing but like 5'7", 5'8", right? And I'm not trying to do this to him, but for some reason he just he want to fight. And I'm like, all right, man, whatever. Because I can restrain myself for so long, but when you steady advancing on me and trying to swing on me, I have no choice but to defend myself. So I'm like, man, hold on, man, watch out, right? So he actually swing, and when somebody swing and they miss, but you can feel the wind. I said, this dude really trying to knock me the F out. So I back up, I'm like, I said, hold on. He was like, no, man, I need that, man, I need that. So I said, hey, man, chill, because if he would have hit me, y'all, I think either he would have knocked me out or he would have stunned me, right? And I'm not going for either one. So I said, hey, man, chill out, man. So he swing again, and I catch his right arm, right? And I wrap him up, get behind him, and I choke him out, right? Now, I'm not choking him out, to hurt him bad, but I got to let him know, like, hey, I ain't finna just stand here while you keep trying to, hit me, right? So I'm choking him out. Now he tapping. Let me tell y'all something. In a street fight, all that tapping, nah, this ain't no UFC. This ain't no WWE. This ain't no WWF. This the streets. No, you can tap all you want. I'm putting you to sleep. Especially when I didn't start this, right? So he tapping and he foaming at the mouth and all this and that. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to let him go. I ain't going to do him like this, right? So I let him go. So he hit the ground. And he coughing, he spitting and stuff. I said, man, I told you I ain't want to do this to you. I told you I ain't want to do that to you, man. He like, man, that's fucked up, Donta. That's fucked up, right? So I'm feeling a little bad for him, whatever. So I leaned over to help him up. And he hit me. Bam! He hit me right in the nose. When he hit me in the nose, my eyes got to watering. I'm like, oh my God, this motherfucker, right? So he rushed me, right? So we fall on the ground. Now we wrestling back and forth. I eventually get up and I just punch him out. Pow, pow, boom. And I punch him in the face, right? When I hit him in the face, he fell straight on the ground, knocked the fuck out. I knocked him clean out, right? So I go to my porch and I sit down on the porch. I'm all out of breath and everything, so I'm just looking at him, right? So now he comes to. So I said, you straight, man? You good? You want some more? You got your fill? He like, man, bruh, man, when did y'all do this? When did y'all do this? I said, look, man, we was in, dude, this was before I even knew you existed, man. He was like, what you talking about, man? Because the way she was saying, it's like it happened like recently. I said, no, man, this was, man, we was like in our early 20s, man. We was at a club or something, and it just happened, man. This is before I even knew you, man. I forgot all about that. So he was like, so it wasn't recent, like in the last couple months. I said, no, man. Hell no, man. Why would I know? He was like, man. I said, well, why did y'all even get here? Like, what's going on? What did she say? He was like, man, all right, look, we've been having problems for the last couple months, man, and she just been tripping on me, man, and she just told me like, yeah, I F Donta. And I said, what? And he was like, yeah, she just came out and said I F Donta. I said, like, why would she say that? He was like, I don't know, man, but are you sure it was? I said, dude, man, call her up. Matter of fact, come on, let's go right now. Let's go over there right now. So he like, all right, man. So we get in the car, right? And I'm telling him like, look, dude, I don't know why she would say that. You know, that was like 20 years ago, man. And 20 years on top of that. And he like, man, I just been going through a lot. And, you know, man, she this just stressing me out, bro. So we pull up, right? Now it's about midnight. We go in the house. She's sitting on the living room couch, right, watching TV. And when I walked in, it's like she's seen a ghost. I said, "Hey, why you tell him that we been messing around?" And she was like, "What you mean?" And then I was like, "Come on, man, stop playing, man. Why would you tell him we been messing around?" And she was like, "We have been." When she said that, y'all, I don't know if something broke in this dude's mind, but he turned and looked at me square in the face and took off on me again. Now, when he swung on me, he connected, he got me, he hit me in the jaw, right? But when he hit me in the jaw, my left hand went out and I grabbed him by his shirt and we fell on the dining room table and I whooped him out. I was whooping him out, right? Now, I'm describing the fight for y'all, so I don't want to hear none of these little gay jokes, right? But I end up mounting on him, right? And I'm over him, and I'm boom, gorilla style, boom, 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 right? Tell me why, as I'm whooping this dude out, rightfully, because he swung on me. His wife get up and bust a vase over my dang back. Boom! I'm like, oh! Right? So I fall to the right side, right? And he getting his bearings. Like, he hurt, so I think I done knocked the fight out of him. But this woman done hit me across the back with a vase. So I'm like, oh! Right? So I'm like, man, what the fuck is you doing? What the fuck is you doing? Why did you not? I'm laying on my back, like trying to get on my side, trying to get up. And she just started hitting on me. Like, she jumped on me and started hitting on me. Now, I'm going to be real with y'all. This is a bigger woman. Like, this woman weighed like 260, 270. A big woman. You know what I'm talking about? I ain't trying to be disrespectful, but she's a big chick. You know what I'm talking about. Now, she wasn't like that back in the day. But now she is. She had a couple kids and whatever. Now she's hitting on me. And my back is spasming out because she just busted vase across my back. And it wasn't no little vase. It was a big old vase. So I'm like, man, what is you doing? So now I'm fighting for my life at this point because I really feel like if this woman lay on me, she gonna try to smother me or whatever. So I'm like, push woman, I'm like, get the fuck up. So look. Let me say this before we go on. I always tell y'all, do not put your hands on a woman, okay? I'm against men that put their hand on women. But if you fighting for your life and you feel like this woman can take you out, well, you gotta handle your business. So she's now like, she's hitting me, but she's trying to lay on me and putting her weight on me. And my back already hurt, so I'm like, oh no, this woman trying to kill me. So we wrestling at this point, and I got a good clear shot in. Boom! And I'm not proud, y'all. I'm not proud of what I did. I'm not. But I hit this woman so hard in the jaw. Boom! She fell to her side, right? I knocked her out like a cold knockout game. So out of nowhere, he like, oh, you hit my wife? You hit my wife? So now I'm still like on the ground. So he's kicking me, right? I'm getting jumped. Well, not jumped because I just knocked the wife the fuck out, right? So he's kicking me. You kicked my wife. So this dude literally trying to stump me to death, right? So I end up grabbing his leg eventually, wrapping him up, taking him down to the ground, right? And he hit the ground. Now, I know some of y'all wondering, like, yo, Donta, where the kids at? I don't know where his kids at. And their kids call me uncle, right? But maybe they at his mama house, her mama house, they somewhere, but they not here, right? So I take him to the ground, right? And now at this point, I'm trying to get out. I'm trying to get out the house. But in my mind, I'm like, how I'm gonna get home? Because from my house to his house is a good if I'm walking, man, it's a good hour. A good walk is an hour. And it may be about a 15-minute drive. So I grab the keys and I get out of there and I jump in this car and I take off. I get home, right? Now it gotta be about 1 o'clock in the morning. I get home. You know, they calling my phone, bring me my keys back, bring me my car back. I'm calling the police. You this, you that. You know, you all this nonsense, right? And I'm trying to tell him like, dog, your wife is lying, man. That did not happen, man. That was like 20 years ago, right? So the next day they come over, right? And she is sitting in the car, and he get out the car, and yeah, he got a closed eye. I gave him I closed his eye. So I don't know what he on. So I got that thing, you know, in my waist, because I'm like, if he try to pull out on me, you know, I'm just gonna do him in right here in this yard. So he like, look, bro, me and my wife talked like last night, man. My bad, bro. She told me what really happened. I said, see, I told you, man. I told he like, yeah, I know, man. I was just going through when she said that in the living room. That just, I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I said, yeah, man, I forgive you, man. But, man, y'all, man, whatever y'all going through, man, you need to get counseling or something, man. Because it's like, your dog, man, that could have went crazy. That, you know what I'm saying? He was like, yeah, but why you hit her, though? Why you hit her for? You know, that wasn't cool. I said, what? I said, man, she broke a vase over my back. And she was trying to strangle me, man. What are you talking about? He was like, yeah, I know, but, man, come on, that's my wife, dog. I said, dude. Your wife tried to kill me. He was like, man, look, man, I know, but could you tell her you sorry? Could you apologize? I said, what? I said, hold on, let's put a pause there. Let me ask y'all a question in the audience. Should I apologize to his wife for, number one, lying on me? That's number one. And trying to make it seem like something happened recently. And then number two, this woman bust a vase over my back and tried to smother me. Right? Unprovoked. I didn't do nothing to this woman. So y'all let me know in the comment section. Should Donta apologize? So I sat there and I said, you know what? For the sake of this friendship, I'm going to apologize. I mean, I'm just gonna say it was me. It was me. My bad for me putting my hands on you, okay? Because this is my guy. This is one of my homies. I ain't got too many homies out here in the world, but this is one of my homeboys, right? So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna be the bigger man. I'm gonna be the bigger man, and I'm just gonna apologize, right? So she get out the car with her arms crossed, right? Like I owe her something. So I'm like, hey, I apologize for last night. She was like, yeah, I'm sorry too. And she just got back in the car. So he was like, we good? We straight, D? I said, yeah, man, we good. We straight. So he was like, can I get my car back? I said, yeah, man, here, man. I gave him the keys or whatever, right? So he was like, I'll holler at you later.
The things that go on in my life, y'all. The things that go on in my life. I think I'm gonna have to start, you know, getting new friends, or maybe not even have friends, because it seems like every other week there's something going on in my life that is like beyond belief. It's like, first of all, why would you tell him that we was doing something like recently when that happened like 20 years ago when we was kids? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I keep finding myself in these predicaments. And one day, either I'm going to get hurt real bad or go to jail, or I'm going to hurt somebody real bad and go to, you know what I'm saying? And I don't want to do neither. I done did my time. I don't need to be getting locked up at the age I am now for no foolishness, especially nothing like this. So y'all let me know in the comment section. Do y'all think Donta need new friends? Do y'all think Donta need to let his homies go? Or do y'all think that maybe it's not me, it's them? So I guess that's the question of the day. Is it me, y'all? Or is it them? Who was in the right? Who was in the wrong? And let me know why in the comment section. And if you ain't hit the like button yet, hit that like button. Also, the Patreon is pinned at the top of the comment section. All right. Listen, y'all. I'm making a new show that I think y'all will really like. Okay. But I need help getting the equipment. So I'm going to put my Amazon wish list pinned at the top of the comment section. So for those that want to contribute to my next show, make sure y'all click on that Amazon link right there and y'all purchase something out the cart for your big partner Donta. With that, y'all, it's highly appreciated. I'm out.
All right, y'all, this is part 2. If you ain't seen part 1, make sure y'all click the link pinned at the top of the comment section to watch it. All right, so I'm like, so what are you? I'm talking to my cellmate. He's like, well, I'm a Muslim. Now, where I come from, I never seen no white Muslim. Either you was black or you was Arab, and sometimes you could be even a Mexican. So I said, who made you a Muslim? You ain't no motherfucking Muslim. He was like, no, I took my shahada and everything. I'm a Muslim. I said, okay, all right. So, you know, I hit him with a couple things. I said, okay, if you a Muslim, what happens when you die? He was like, well, according to the Quran, if you are good, then, you know, it'll be beautiful angels coming to take your soul. But if you're a bad person, then, you know, these demons will come to take your soul, and your soul will be so terrified, it'll be hiding in the body, and they'll be forcing your soul to come out. I said, okay. I said, what happens in the grave? He was like, well, in the grave, if you are a good Muslim, then your grave will be big. It'll be space. It'll be, you know, a lot of space in there, and you will smell good things in there. But if you are a bad one, it's very small, and your sinful body will be outside of your body rotting, and you can smell it, and you'll just be in there being tortured. And then he said, matter of fact, there's going to be 2 angels that's going to come to you, and they're going to ask you 3 questions. Who is your Lord and Savior? Well, who is your God? Who is your prophet? And are you Muslim or Christian? And I said, okay. So I said, okay, I see you. You're a Muslim. Okay, I see. He said, so what are you? I said, well, I guess you could say I'm a Christian, but I don't really like that title. But if I have to say it, I guess I'm a Christian. And he said, well, you know, we like the same thing. I said, no, we're not. I said, this is the thing. This is the thing about the difference between Muslims and Christians. There's a lot of differences, right? But the main thing is that the Muslims believe that Jesus was a great prophet. And the Christians believe, like I believe, that Jesus is the Son of God. The Muslims is trying to take away his divinity, his godhood from him, right? And that's the biggest thing, because the Bible tells us that Jesus is the only way to the Father, right? The only way. So,
And when you look at it, I told him, I said, it ain't nowhere it could be this way. No, the Bible tells us, which came out before the Quran, right? It says that Jesus is the only way. And matter of fact, I said, if you look at it like this too, Jesus said that if a man or angel come with a different gospel of what you heard from me today, let him be accursed, right? Let him be accursed. So then when you fast forward to 500 years later, when Muhammad was in the cave, and this so-called angel Gabriel would come to him and give him the Quran, what did y'all forget what Jesus said? He said, if any man or angel come with a different gospel, and believe me, the Quran is a whole different gospel, right? So, I mean, that right there, what are the proofs that you need from there? And then I said, think about when the so-called angel Gabriel came to Muhammad. He was beating the mess out of him, beating the dog crap out of him, right? Attacking him. And what angel in the Bible has done that to a prophet? Think about it. Yeah, sometimes when the angels show themselves to a prophet, they'll be scared and they say, hold on, be gentle. I got you. I'm from the angel of the Lord. And right, and they give you peace. But the angel Gabriel that came to Muhammad was a whole different ball game. Now, don't think that I don't believe that Muhammad exists. Oh, I believe he did. And do I believe the angel Gabriel came to him? I don't believe it was the angel Gabriel. I believe it was something else. Right? But, he said, well, yeah, you got a point. I'm going to have to look more into that. I said, yo, don't take my word for it. Look it up. Right? So he said, okay, cool. So he was like, man, what you into, man? Do you smoke? You drink? I said, no, I don't. Then I felt bad, y'all, because if y'all haven't watched part 1 of this story, y'all ain't gonna understand what I'm about to say or why I said it. I said, look, man, I kind of feel bad for coming at you the way I did. When I first came in the cell and I told you get at the top, I just had to figure you out and see what was what with you. He was like, oh no, man, I understand, man. I've been in here for 30 years, man. I've been here for 30 years, and I just, hey, life is life. If when life give you lemons, you get lemonades, man. I said, oh, okay, all right, bet, right? So he said, all right, well, it's time to go. It's dinner time. So I said, all right, bet. I said, what we having today? He was like, I think we having some goulash and corn, and it's decent. It ain't too bad. I said, all right. So as we walking out, Big Thomas come out of nowhere. Hey, what up, my boy D-Tay? What up? Listen, y'all, this not my boy. This ain't my homie. I met this dude on the bus coming up here, and like I said, I don't rock with this dude for what he told me that he was doing and how he got put in prison. Now, for those that might want to be lazy and not go click on part 1 after this video end to get the history of Big Thomas and why he got locked up and why I don't deal with him at all, y'all just gonna have to go watch it, man. So anyway, I'm like, I look at him. I'm like, what's up, man? He was like, shoot, man. Hey, man, this is easy, man. This easy. So my bunkie kept walking. So Big Thomas was like, hey, who that? Who, you know that guy? I said, yeah, that's my bunkie. He was like, man, that dude got a fat A. When he said that, y'all, now at this time, y'all, I've been locked up for about 4 years now. About 5 years, about 5. And when he said that, I'm like, what? Man, what did he just say? And then he said it again. He said, man, dude got a fat A. I said, hey, you gay, dog? He was like, no, man, heck no. Why would you say that?
I said, did you just say this dude got a fat? He was like, yeah, but I was just playing, though. I was just playing, bro. Right? And then he walked off. So, this one thing about me, y'all. If something's bothering me, I have to address it. And what was bothering me was like, yo, I don't rock with you. I don't want nobody thinking we friends, homies, homeboys, none of that. I don't want people seeing us talk and me and they, you know, associating you with me or associating you with me. No, that's out. So I jogged up on him. I said, hey, partner, let me holler at you right quick. He was like, what's up? What's up? I said, check this out, man. I don't F with you, homeboy. He was like, wait, hold on, what's going on? I said, hold on, man. Let me get this off. Let me tell you something. Your kind and my kind don't mix. Whatever you into is what you into. That's just you. I'm programming a certain way. You programming a certain way. And on some real dog, I don't want to fuck with you and I don't want to have nothing to do with you, homeboy. He like, what's up? I mean, what happened? What's going on? I said, ain't nothing going on. I said, you know what? That you got locked up for, that's what's going on. He was like, man, that was so long ago, man. I ain't like, I said, no, dog, I said, no, I don't like the way you move. I don't like the way you carry yourself. You do you, I'm gonna do me. You know, just stay over there. I'm gonna stay over here. So he was like, well, all right, man, all right, whatever, man. But man, whatever. And he just walked off. Y'all, I had to do that. I had to establish that line because I didn't want this dude thinking that me and him was homeboys and me and him was just like he can just walk up to me on the yard or in the kitchen or somewhere and try to kick it with me. No. This that you got locked up for, the stuff that you was involved with, nah. And then what you just said came out. I'm not finna be hanging around no dude talking about, man, this dude got a fat A. That ain't even how I talk. I don't even want nobody around me talking like that, right? So, boom, right? So, we get up in there, right? My bunkie is already like at the top of the line. I'm like towards the middle. And Big Thomas maybe like 6 people in front of me, right? And y'all gotta understand, Big Thomas is a big dude. And like I said, I'm a big guy too. Like I said, I'm 6'2". At that time, I was about 250, 260, right? But Big Thomas was like 6'9", maybe a good 320, 340, right? Dude could have been in the NFL as a linebacker, a lineman or something, right? Big dude. But he was so loose. Y'all ever seen the dude that's always like moving his hips and like moving around all wild and crazy? He was just too loose, right? Just loud, talking loud, and you know what I'm saying? He just trying to just want to be seen, want to be heard, right? So I'm like, yeah, just in the line, just talking loud, man. Yeah, see the block, Pyru, and just saying like that. I'm like, oh, so I know y'all wonder, like, Dante, why did you just say see the block, Pyru? But if y'all click on the link after this video go off, y'all will understand why, right? Because Big Thomas, when I met him on the bus ride, he told me he was Cedar Block Pyru and he was from Cali, right? So that's why I said that, right? So he keeps saying Cedar Block Pyru and all this and that, right? So I'm like, yeah, this dude a trip. So I see him and he sit in front of my bunkie, right? And they talking, so I'm like, man, I ain't finna eat. So I go to another table, right? I eat, get done, get out, leave, right? Go hit the yard, right? I see a couple of my partners from my old prison, my early stint, right? And you know, we chopping up, we kicking in or whatever. They giving me the rundown, the politics, and all that, right? So then Big Thomas hit the yard, right? And I see my bunkie run up on them, and they talking, they walk in the yard. So I tell one of my homeboys, like, yeah, that's my bunkie right here, white Muslim. They was like, oh yeah, we know, dude. They like, yo, what's up with that dude that's with him though? Who that? I said, man, that dude, I guess his name Thomas or whatever, he from Cali. Now, I ain't put his business out there, y'all, because I'm not the one that gossip. You know what understand? I wasn't going to put out what he told me. I should have in hindsight, but, you know, I'm not that type of dude. You know what I'm saying? But, and I know some of y'all wonder, like, well, Dante, what did he do? This ain't what this story is about, y'all. This, if y'all want to know what he did, y'all got to watch part 1, which is pinned at the top of the comment section. But I'm like, okay, look, check this out. Check this out. I said, look, I ain't rocking with dude. You know, me and dude, I said, yeah, he all right, but you know, he ain't my cup of tea. They're like, oh, okay. So they telling me, I'm like, so what's up with my bunkie? Like, what y'all know about him? They like, he cool. You know, when he first got in here, you know, he was going through it. You know, he was a part of a white gang, believe it or not, but you know, he was soft. Everybody know he joined the gang or whatever for protection, but you know, they tried to have him go on a crash dummy mission, and you know, he refused to do it, so he got put in lockup or whatever. When he came out, I guess the gang wanted to get at him, and you know, the Muslims here, they accept everybody. I said, okay, so he started being Muslim, but it's like he really been on. He been on this deen. I said, okay. So I'm like, so let me ask y'all a question. What's the politics with dudes that, you know, get down? So they're like, well, what you mean get down? I was like, you know what I'm talking about, like get down. So my homeboy like clipped his nose. I said, no, not that, man, not getting high. I'm talking about, the homosexuals. It was like, oh man, we get them off the yard. No, hey, no, they get off the yard, man. That ain't going on here. Nah, not here. Nah, they can't walk this yard. Hell no. I said, okay. The reason why I asked them that, y'all, because Big Thomas really gave me them vibes. And I was just wondering, like, yo, how do they treat them type of people, whatever. So they were like, no, man, them type of dudes they can't walk this yard, man, at all. So I'm like, all right, bet. So now, the second yard, because remember, y'all, we just got here, right? I just got put in this block. This all happened in one day, right? So you got 2 yard cars, the one in the morning and then the one in the afternoon after dinner, right? So we all going back to the block, whatever. We're in the sale. So dude like, hey, can I talk to you right quick? I'm like, what's up? He said, you know that guy Thomas? I said, yeah, what about him? It's like, man, that dude is really strange, man. I'm like, well, what you mean? It was like, he like, I don't know, man. He like a child. Like he childlike. Like this dude kept trying to like tickle me and shit on the yard, and you know, just kept putting his hand on my shoulder and shit like that, and like I was like his friend or something. Like, you know what I'm saying? I said, well, what you mean he was tickling you? Because that's what I zoomed in. He was like, yeah, we was just, you know, walking the yard, and, you know, I was talking about Islam, and, you know, he act like he was paying attention, but then he just bust out and said, tickle, 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 and I'm like, hey, man, what are you doing? And, you know, he put his hand on my shoulder, and I just felt real uncomfortable, like what you know, what's up with dude? I said, hey, look, I don't know him like that, but I'm gonna tell you, I rode the bus with him coming up here, and for my understanding, dude ain't right. Like this dude mind is not right. It's really fucked up. And matter of fact, he said something about you when we was on our way to Chow. And he was like, what'd he say? I said, man, this dude, he basically said, who was that with that fat A? He said, wait, come again? What did he say? I said, he said verbatim, man, who the F is that with that fat AZZ? He was like, yo, man, that dude is bugged out, man. He said that. I said, yeah. He was like, man, you think he? I said, man, I don't know, but I mean, he said, man, we were sitting together at the lunch table, and he was sitting in front of me. He kept like kicking me, but like trying to play footsies or something. I said, what? He was like, yeah, man, this dude was trying to play like footsies with me or something. I was like, well, why you ain't kicking him back? He said, I did, but he was like, am I bad? He kept like joking, like laughing, like giggling, like he was Mr. Giggles or something. I said, yeah, man, hey, let's stay away from that dude, man, because dude ain't rap too tight, man. And I went in the spiel and told him, Big Thomas' background and what he told me and what he got locked up for, in my opinions about that, whatever. He was like, yeah, no, dude is weird. Dude a freak or whatever. So we gonna fast forward to about a month later. Every day, Big Thomas kept coming around, dude. Every day he kept coming up to him, playing with him, trying to tickle him. Dude telling him like, yo, man, chill out, man. Dog, don't play with me like that, man. But Big Thomas was just ignoring him. Like he was just missing what he was saying. What I'm about to tell y'all next is what this whole story is about. But before we get into that, I need for people that never been locked up before and might find yourselves going to prison for whatever reason, listen to me. If a man is over friendly, right? Always trying to treat you like y'all been the best buddies for years, and you don't know this man, and he trying to offer you things, and he telling people like you his homeboy, like y'all just the best of friends. Understand that is a tactic. This man don't give a dang about you. This dude he's claiming you. He putting this mark. Like how dogs go piss on trees and grass and stuff. That's what he's doing. He gonna try to feed you, give you things or whatever, and try to guilt trip you. And when he try to make his move. And this is what happened, y'all. So like I said, about a whole month went by, and Big Thomas, and how I know this was going on, because this is my bunkie. My bunkie is telling me everything this dude is doing, right? And I've been telling him like, hey man, you gonna have to check that, man. Stop letting shit slide, man. It's just gonna get worse and worse. So one day he came to me, right? Friday, stow day. My bunkie came to me. He was like, hey man, Donta, I can't take this no more, man. I don't really want to take this to the brothers or whatever, the Muslim brothers, because I really don't want to take it to them, because I'm not 100% sure, but if this dude really like that or not. But this dude keep pressing me, man, and he keeps saying he playing, but I don't play gay games, man. I don't play like that. I said, well, man, you gonna have to do something, man. You gonna have to put hands on him. He said, I know, but man, that dude too big. I said, Wait, I don't know what to tell you, man. You have to do something. You let this go on for too long, right? He was like, yeah, I know, man. He was like, man, another thing, like every time I go to the damn shower, some way, somehow, this dude just end up finding his way in there. Like the first couple times that happened, I'm like, okay, whatever. Maybe this is coincidence, but no, man, this dude, every time I go to the shop, like this dude is waiting, and he'd just wait, and then when he see me go, he'll run and go grab his towel and then shoot to the shower. And I'll be like, yo, dog, like, and then one time I was in here, I've got soap in my eyes, and this motherfucker said, you missed something. I just hear the nigga voice, and when I like peeked out my eyes, this motherfucker standing right next to me. and ain't nobody else in these stores. I said, what? He was like, yeah. I said, man, come on, man. You gonna have to, I don't know, man. Tell your brothers. He was like, man, I just don't want to start. I said, man, listen, I know dudes just like that, man. He just playing that game. So he was like, all right, man, I'm gonna do something about it. I said, all right. 5 o'clock, y'all. This right after chow time. We on the yard, right? One of my blood homies come up to me. He like, hey, man, your bunkie, they take him to the hospital. I said, what happened? Right now, I'm moving fast, going back and see what's going on. I'm trying to make sure, the sale's straight, right? Because I had some things in there that, you know what I'm talking about? I said, what happened? He was like, that nigga Thomas. I said, what about him? He was like, hey, he got him in the shower. Now, when he first said he got him in the shower, knowing what me and my bunkie talked about, I'm thinking like, okay, maybe Thomas done went in the shower on him again. And, my bunkie done pulled out that sword of justice and start hitting him up with it. But never in a million years would I would have thought that when he said that he got off on him, that Big Thomas actually got off on him. So what was told to me is that my bunkie went in the shower, washing up. Big Thomas came in there, told him like, yo, I'm tired of playing with you. And from there, a fight ensued. Dude got knocked out. My bunkie got knocked out. And Big Thomas went up in him. And when he went up in him, some dudes came in there and ran back out and reported it. Guards came in there, whipped Big Thomas out, took Big Thomas to the hole, took my bunkie to the infirmary. Right? So we get to the block or whatever, and my blood homie like, yeah, man, that's fucked up. So he's telling me what happened or whatever, through the grapevine from other inmates or whatever. So I get in the cell, right? And then it's about 10 Muslims pull up on me. They like, salam alaikum. I'm like, alaikum salam. They like, what happened? What was? I'm like, I basically told them the story what was just told to me. And it was like, no, not one of our own. No, we gonna handle that. We gonna handle that. Where we was at, y'all, was a level 4, right? After this level 4, what Big Thomas did, he's going to a level 5, and where he's going is single man cells, 23-1. Ain't no yard, right? They got yards, but you in cages when you go out. Ain't no way they was gonna get at Big Thomas for what he did to one of their brothers, right? Let me tell y'all something real quick, okay? I ain't gonna hold y'all too long. Prison is a very, very dangerous place. Again, there's many ways that these predators prey on people. But like I said, you have to have street smarts. And I know everybody ain't got street smarts, but if a dude is acting over friendly and offering you things and trying to be your buddy and all this and that, understand he wants something. It ain't nothing in prison for free. Now, you might got homeboys in there that might look out for you, but even with that, man, if y'all haven't signed up for the Patreon, make sure y'all sign up for the Patreon. The Patreon is pinned at the top of the comment section. The content that's on there is the content that I can't put on YouTube, okay? That's the prison stories that I can't put on there. Then the part 2s, part 3s that I put out there for the people that own a Patreon to see it before it come on YouTube. I got my skits, my horror films, my Bible studies, Bible stories, all that is over there. All right, so y'all make sure y'all go check it out. It will be pinned at the top of the comment section. In part 1, will be pinned at the top of the comment section too. With that, y'all be safe. And with that, I'm out. Okay, y'all, this story is about how I met Big Thomas and found out that he was a booty bandit. So I was getting transferred up north. And normally when you're doing a transfer, when it's like 30 or 40 guys on a bus, you don't do no stops, right? It's just a one-way ticket. It's straight go, right? But we end up maybe 2 hours in the drive up north, end up going to the small town with this big prison called Milan, something like that, this federal prison. So there was 3 guys that got on the bus, 2 white guys and this big old black bald head, ugly mother freaker with gold teeth, right? Now, there was only 3 spots left on this bus, and the 2 white guys already got their seats, right? So I'm like, okay, so this dude about to sit next to me. So he make his way back there, he sit down. So he look at me, he like, what up? I'm like, what's up, man? He was like, man, I'm just ready to finish this bid, bro. I'm just ready to finish this bid. I was like, yeah, who you telling? Right? So the bus started going. So I'm like, I said, so what they call you, man? What's your name? He was like, man, they call me Thomas. I said, Thomas? He was like, yeah, but, you can call me T or whatever. I said, oh, okay. I'm like, man, where you from, man? You got like this West Coast demeanor about you. He was like, oh, yeah, man, I'm a Cedar Block Pyru. Now, when he said that, now keep in mind, y'all, Donta ain't no gang member. I don't know nothing about gangs. The only thing I know about, but not really, it's just because I heard of these things is Crips, Bloods, Gangster Disciples, GDs, BDs, GDKs, what else? Pyrus, Aryan Brotherhood, the Dirty White Boys, like that. So, but I don't really know about these, and of course the Bloods, but I don't really know nothing about these gangs. So when he said Cedar Block Pyru, I'm like, oh, okay, this sounds like a nice name or whatever. Cool, okay. So he was like, you bang? I was like, hell no, I don't bang. He was like, oh, okay, cool. He was like, shit, you think it's gonna be some Crips that's gonna be up here where we going? I said, I don't know, maybe. He was like, oh, okay. So he got to telling me like, yeah, man, yeah, I done smashed a couple cats, man. That's why they sending me up north. I done beat the brakes off this dude. I done knocked this dude brains out of his ears. I said, what? He was like, yeah, this motherfucker owed me some money, and he kept playing with my money, man. So I beat this dude brains out of his ears. I said, hold up. So you saying, he said, yeah, look, I grabbed the dude by his throat, punched him out, started punching his head, and I punched some of his brain out of his ear. I said, dang. It was like, shoot, man, when dudes play with my money, but man, enough of that, man. Like, what's up with you? What you got going on? I said, man, I caught a couple of bodies. I stabbed the guard, and you know how that go. He said, what? I said, yeah, man, this guard, he kept pressing me. He kept shaking down my cell, and I told him, like, yo, if you ain't got no just cause to keep shaking the cell down, I'm going to get at you. And he ended up doing it again, and I ended up stabbing him in the back of his head. Left the knife in his head and all that. He like, what? I said, hey, man, listen, man, hey, but enough for me, man. What's happening? It was like, I ain't, and let's put a pause right there, because I get it. I already know what some of y'all are going to be thinking in the comment section. Oh, Donta, that's cap. You ain't stabbed no guard in the back of his head. You ain't leave the handle sticking out the back of his dome piece. Ain't no way you did that, Donta. Man, check this out, y'all. They didn't call me the blade pusher for nothing. They didn't I wasn't toting that sword of justice for nothing. Y'all got to understand that.
Okay. And I know a lot of y'all ain't never been locked up. So it sounds unbelievable. Like, dang. And for you jail dudes out there that be hating on me, talking about, Donta, that ain't gonna happen. You couldn't have did that. Let me tell all you jail dudes and all you prison dudes that be clout chasing after my name, talking about this cap. If me and you, I'm talking to you dudes that's saying I'm cap, if me and you was on the same yard or the same block or the same cell, I guarantee you, either you was going to get with my program or there was a huge chance that you was going to lose your life in that prison. And I'm just keeping it real with you. Now, for those that's rocking with me, man, y'all hit that like button, man. When y'all hit the like button, that's letting the haters know that y'all rocking with y'all big partner Donta, right? So y'all hit that like button, all right? Let's get back to it. Matter of fact, man, before we get to the story, y'all, I need for y'all to do me a favor, right? Just like we do in a prison roll call when you first get there. Man, where y'all from? Let me know where y'all are from, all right? Just tell me where y'all was born at, right? Detroit, 313, St. John's Hospital, 1988. That's me, y'all. So y'all let me know where y'all was born, all right? Put it in the comment section and hit that like button. Let's get back to it. So anyway, we riding. So I was like, man, what was them LA streets like? He was like, man, I was robbing cats. Man, I was like a pimp. Man, I had all type of brawls. I said, what? He was like, man, it's this place called Figueroa. And I had about 15 gals out there. You know what I'm talking about? I said, look, man, let me ask you a question. Like, how do you turn out a girl? Like, how do you get a woman to do that? He was like, you really want to know? I said, yeah. He was like, well, most of the time I would like go to like the Greyhound station and I just see like young chicks there alone, like runaways. And, I holler at them and I, put them up at a hotel and then I put them on the track. So in my head, when he said young girls, I'm like, how young? He was like, shoot, it really didn't matter. I mean, shoot, money is money. It is what he actually said something else, but I wouldn't dare say that on YouTube, right? They'll probably take this video down so quick, but that's what he said. So when he said that, I automatically thought like, oh, he one of them. He one of these dudes, right? Now I'm curious what he get locked up for. So he telling me, to break down how, he'd catch some young girls at the bus station and he'd pimp them out and all this and that. Or he'd get in a relationship with some chicks and he'd just introduce them to the game and some went for it and some didn't. So now, like I said, I'm curious, like what he get like I said, so what you get locked up for? He was like, one of his girls end up running to Vegas or whatever. Vegas right there next to Cali or whatever. Well, it ain't right there, but it's a couple hours away. So he said one of his girls ended up running to Vegas and, he went there to get her from her parents and the parents wasn't going for it and he wasn't going for it. So he said he bodied the mama and bodied the daddy. And well, now he in here with life without parole. So in my head, I'm thinking like, okay. So this dude, and I'm pretty sure he was, well, let me choose my words carefully. He was fornicating with a minor. Because you cannot tell me if you a pimp and you getting these young girls from bus stations and stuff like that, I know you messing around. So I'll say, okay, so this dude is a chomo, but he just ain't been convicted for it. Because if you let a dude talk and just keep talking, eventually he tell on himself. Just think about it. Because I'm pretty sure, because when he said young girl, he could have said, 18, young adult. If I catch some young adult girls. No, he said some young girls, right? So I made a mental note, like, okay, yeah, stay away from this dude. If this dude end up on my block, if this dude ain't coming to my cell, I already made a mental note. Dude ain't coming in my cell. I don't want to have nothing to do with him. This dude is a creep. But let me give y'all a side quest. You know, y'all be talking about, Donta, you don't never stay on the story. But I gotta give y'all this right here. I was just thinking, now, people are attracted to what they are attracted to, right? Y'all just pay attention. I'm going somewhere. I'm going somewhere with this. Me per se, when I was growing up, I didn't like young girls. When I was 10 years old, when I started liking girls or whatever, I liked it grown women, like women in their 20s, right? So when I was like 16, I liked the girls like in their 30s. You see what I'm saying? That is just what I was attracted to, right? So when you hear guys talking about, and maybe this was just a cultural thing, because, you know, they said that Foxy was 15 when Jay-Z was messing with her when he was like 26 or 27. And when they was messing with Aaliyah was still a teenager. And you got R. Kelly married Aaliyah when she was, 14, 15, and he was well off in his 30s. And, you know, me growing up, I was in middle school, 8th grade. I would see, you know, 7th grade girls and 8th grade girls getting in the cars with drug dealers that I knew from my neighborhood and other neighborhoods. And this wasn't their little sister or their cousin. This was their little girlfriends, right? So when you really think about it, all these dudes was pedos. All these dudes was chomos, right? So the reason why I'm bringing this up is because what happened next when we got off the prison bus and Big Thomas got exposed, right? So let me keep the story going. Okay. So anyway, but what do y'all agree with me with that? Have y'all noticed that, you know, growing up, you know, you got grown men dating teenagers and it seemed like it was normal? Yeah, but it wasn't normal. But y'all know what I mean. But anyway, let's keep it going. So I'm not really talking to Big Thomas like that no more, because it done set in my brain like, okay, this dude is a chomo. He just ain't get caught for it. But everything he done told me, if he would have got caught for it, he'd had that jacket. So I'm like, okay, yeah, I ain't got too many words for this dude, right? So we get off the bus. We go into intake. Y'all know that process. We all come in, strip naked. They throw this powder on you, and this powder is supposed to like get rid of lice and crabs and stuff like that, right? So they throw this powder on you when y'all all naked, right? They call it B's to D's. And I know. That sound, I gotta say pause, double pause, triple pause. But that's what they call it. B's to D's, butts to cocks, basically, right? And that's just what it was. And for some of you freakos out there that's wondering, no, Dante Sword of Justice was not next to another man. I have both of my hands in front of me. Just a humiliation ritual that happens when you go to prison, right? So y'all gotta butts to cocks all the way to the shower. Get this powder rinsed off for you with this cold water, right? This intake, y'all. You get your clothes to dry off. The captain or the warden come through, or the what they call that? The watch commander come through, and you know they give you the spiel, what they expect, what they don't expect, what you gonna do. Who house this is, and that's giving you the rundown. And then you got the counselors come in and tell you about PREA and the Great Elimination Act and all that. And there's all, you know, give you a little prison handbook and all that. And then they take you to your cell, right? You go to a single cell, and it's called quarantine, right? And you can be in there for about a month or even 2 months. Now, Right here, just an educational piece for people out there that might got loved ones getting locked up, and you wonder, like, dang, well, they sent my baby off to prison. Oh, I haven't heard nothing about him, and they ain't give me no answer, because 9 times out of 10, he's in quarantine and he can't talk, can't send no letters, no nothing. Right? That's just what it is. So anyway, we're in quarantine, right? And we just doing the day to day. So we gonna fast forward because quarantine is boring. Ain't nothing really, spectacular. Anything happen in quarantine. So now we on a block, right? So naturally, now, like I said, y'all, I'm not no gang member. I'm not affiliated with no type of groups or anything like that. But naturally, for some reason, I gravitate to the Crips for whatever reason. When I was out there in the streets, the first gang members I ever met was Crips. Two twin brothers, Rodney and Ronell. Right? They was Crips. I just got along, Tar T was a Crip. I met him in Atlanta. Homicide was a GD. But yeah, I just got along with Crips for whatever reason. So anyway, so I end up, going over there where the Lokes at or whatever, talking to them, asking like, yo, what's going on here and this and that. They giving me the rundown of who's who, what is what, and this and that, right? So I got my cell, right? I got my cell assignment. I'm in there. I'm doing my thing, right? So I'm in this cell with this white dude named Herman, right? He was this Muslim, a white Muslim. His name was Herman. So, when I came in there, he was sitting on a bottom bunk, right? So I just instantly went to prison mode. And when I stepped in, I said, get your shit and get at the top. And he looked at me, and keep in mind, y'all, I don't know if y'all know what I look like. If y'all see me in other videos, y'all know I'm a big guy. I'm 6'2". At that time, maybe about 260. Real jacked up like an Olympian god, right? So he looked at me, and Herman, he was a frail little dude. He was maybe about 150, 140, maybe. Little skinny white dude, Muslim guy, whatever. So he just got up and rolled it up and put all the stuff at the top. So I said, when is lunch or whatever? He was like, oh, we just had lunch or whatever. And I was like, when is Stowe? He's like, oh, it's every Friday at 5 o'clock. Our dorm get called at 5 o'clock. I said, okay. Now, and I know some of y'all are like, well, Dante, why you disrespect a man like that? Well, why you come in there and tell him get his shit and get at the top? Let me tell y'all something. In prison, I have to say this. It's predators and prey. And that's what it is. Predators and prey. And I was a predator. And that's how I have to carry it. And in my mind, which is not right, but it is what it is. This is prison. This is not the normal world. Prison ain't nothing normal about it. In my mind, if you are white, and listen again, y'all, because I don't want nobody complaining in the comment section. In my mind, if you are white and you are not a part of an organization or gang in prison, in my mind, until proven otherwise, you are a punk. You are a homosexual. And that's just what it is. So you're going to have to prove to me, and not just by telling me, well, I'm not like that. No, you're going to have to show me that you're not. Otherwise, it is what it is. I'm a roll out the full court press on you, right? I'm going to give you a list of what I need every week, since we go to the store every Friday. And, I ain't got my setup in here yet. Every Friday, I need 10 packs of noodles to sustain me. I need at least about 20 sodas. I wasn't big on sweets, but man, it is what it is. And that's just it, right? Now, I know y'all waiting. Y'all like, God dang, Dante, we done forgot what the story was all about. I mean, yeah, what you talking to us is good, but where's the story at? It's here. It's here, y'all. And I'm not going to do y'all dirty. I'm not going to do y'all dirty and say, well, part 2 is on the Patreon. Okay. Because guess what, y'all? Part 2 is on the Patreon. And for those that be like, well, Dante, we go to the Patreon and we never see part 2. Well, guess what? I'm going to have part 2 pinned at the top of the comment section on the Patreon, so y'all can go straight over there, click that link, and you'll go right to it. All right. Now, part 2, I'm going to tell y'all exactly what it's going to be about. It's going to be about when my white Muslim cellmate ended up getting himself taken by Big Thomas in the prison shower. So y'all make sure y'all click that link that's pinned at the top of the comment section, okay, for the Patreon. But I tell y'all this though, I'm gonna drop that video on the Patreon. So when this come out and this video go off, just click the link and y'all can watch it on the Patreon. But I will drop part 2 on this channel. Okay, so be on the lookout for it. With that, y'all, matter of fact, part 2 is dropping on this channel Friday at 9:30 a.m. With that, y'all, I'm out. And Joe come behind him like, bam, boom, bam, bam.
So Officer Robo like, oh, please, stop, you knocked my teeth out. I'm sorry. Right? I'm like, man, fuck that, man, hit him, kill him, Joe, kill him.
Oh shit. Here we go again. Oh shit. Here we go again.
Before we start this story time, I need to give a special shout out to Angelique, Jasmine, and Tammy. Thank y'all for purchasing items out of my Amazon registry. I appreciate y'all so much. If you would like to bless your big partner Dante with a gift from his Amazon registry, it'll be pinned at the top of the comment section.
This prison story is about an officer that got his teeth knocked out his mouth because he was disrespecting the unit radio. And the unit radio was this guy that could sing really good. Do y'all remember back in the day, I'm going to say maybe the mid-90s, early 2000s, it was something on the radio called like Night Jams or something. I believe maybe 8, 9 o'clock at night, it'd have like these slow jams that come on at night. Well, there was this guy by the name of Joe Campbell, that was locked up with us, and this dude could sing. Now, he wasn't no R. Kelly or no Luther Vandross or nothing like that, but he was all right. So before we go into lockdown, dudes would pay him to sing, right? Now, I get it. This prison. And y'all like, what? Man, what the dude in here singing? Yeah, we needed some type of entertainment. Now, hold on. Before y'all try to go with the gay stuff, no, Joe Campbell wasn't gay or anything. This was just his prison hustle. He would just sing all night to us. And I know it sound weird. I know, but come on, y'all. Be grown. Be mature. All right? It ain't no different from when y'all listening to the radio and y'all going to sleep. It's just we in prison, and that's the only entertainment we got. So anyway, we would pay this guy, Joe, 5 honey buns, a couple of ramen noodles or whatever, a couple of sodas, Jolly Ranchers, wherever he wanted. He'd sing to us for about 3 to 4 hours at night. So he'd start probably around like maybe 8 p.m. and end it around midnight or something like that. Unless somebody had more special requests going on or whatever. But anyway, before we go any further, I need for y'all to do me a favor right quick. Number one, make sure y'all smash that like button. That's an automatic. Make sure y'all share the video. And let's get the question of the day out. Who was better? Now think about this, y'all. Who was better, Prince or Michael Jackson? Let me know in the comment section. I'm going to tell y'all mine. I'm going with Michael because I never really liked none of Prince's music. I didn't understand it. I didn't get it. It was weird to me. But Michael, I'm giving it to Michael. But y'all let me know how y'all feel about that. Prince or Michael? Let's get back to the story. So it was this officer that we call Officer Robo, right? Because this dude, he just always was just in everybody's business. I'm talking about he always and on the low, I think he was kind of, y'all know what I'm talking about. I'm gonna tell you why. Cause he always was searching dudes, like every time, just like he just lived to search dude. Donta, get against the wall, spread him. Knowing I ain't got nothing. He touch you in places that you don't supposed to be touched at, but you really can't do nothing about it or crash out on him. Then you go to the hole and catch another charge, right? So he'd touch on you or whatever, be like, man, come on, man. God damn, you know I ain't got nothing. All right, whatever, inmate. He would just always check the people, going to people's cells, just going through people's stuff, just being disrespectful, right? So he usually work Monday through Friday, and he didn't work on the weekends, right? Which thank God, because the officers that worked on the weekend, they'd be real lenient with us. You know, we normally supposed to lock down probably around 10 p.m., but they'd let us rock out to like 1 o'clock in the morning outside of our cells, right? So Saturday come, and normally it's this dude named Officer Tim that be on the weekend shift that be, you know, letting us rock out, whatever. But he didn't show up. So we looking like, well, who gonna, you know, be holding down Saturday shift, whatever. And then here he go, Officer Robo. He come in. He like, yeah. I already heard about how y'all be getting out on the weekend. I ain't going for that, man. Y'all locking down at 9 o'clock, period, right? Don't argue with him, y'all, because we already know he's so quick to write somebody up and you get your visit taken away or your phone privileges. So ain't nobody really arguing. People grumbling, right? But that's what he want us to do. He want us to book. He want us to act a fool on him, right? So ain't nobody paying him no attention. So it's like 7:50 at this time. And like I said, lockdown is at 9 o'clock normally. So everybody doing what they doing, whatever. He ain't really tripping. He's sitting at the desk. He's not in the bubble. He's out there at the desk with his feet up on the desk, just looking at everybody, right? So everybody, you know, they just doing their ones and twos or whatever. And I go to the dude, Joe, the singer, right? So I'm like, hey, what up, Joe? He like, what's up, GT? I said, listen, man, I got a playlist for you. And I give you 5 bags of coffee and 2 bags of Jolly Ranchers. It's just 5 songs. He like, all right, I bet, right? So I go back to my cell and I go get the playlist, whatever, right? So other dudes coming to him with their playlist, whatever, giving him the commissary, whatever. Cool. Now we gonna fast forward to lockdown. All right, y'all, it's lockdown. Come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Come on, let's go. Right? So everybody like moving slow, dragging their feet. He getting up. We talking about Officer Robo. Come on, y'all, let's go, man. Y'all gotta go in, go lock in, man. Come on, man. Come on, let's go. Right? So dudes getting up, moving slow. Everybody finally in lockup, right? We all in our rooms, you know, doing our thing, whatever. So I'm like, hey, Joe, you gonna crack it? You gonna crack it? Right? He like, yeah, I'm about to in a minute, DT. I'm brushing my teeth right quick. I'm brushing my teeth. I'm finna get to it, boss. So I'm like, all right. So I go lay down, right? Now, I pull my phone out and I start playing. Y'all remember that game, Tetris? Yeah, that game was that game, Tetris, and it was just one ping pong game that was on my phone. Them only 2 games that was on the phones back then. So that's to let y'all know how old and how long ago this was, whatever. So I'm laid out on my bed or whatever. I ain't got no celly at this time. So I'm laid down there and I'm just on my phone playing Tetris, right? So I'm like, hey, Joe, what up, man? Come on, man. Come on, start it. He like, all right, hold on, D. I got you. I got you. So he was like, all right, 1, 2, 3, go. And baby, you know that I would do anything and everything for you. Oh, yeah. 'Cause I lose all self control. Cause I don't understand and I don't went to you. How can I go? There you go, there you go, there you go, there you go. And here I go. So he's singing. Now, he didn't sound like that. I know I sound better, right? Wait. Look, I can see it right now in the comment section. I know I'm going to have some haters in the comment section. They're like, oh, come on, Donta. So y'all mean to tell me I can't hit that note? Because I lose all self-control. Come on, man. Y'all hit that like button. Come on, y'all already know. Anyway, y'all. So he's singing, right? And Officer Robo like, hey, man, who is that? Cut that out, man. Cut that shit out. So I get up on it. I'm like, oh. I'm like, hey, man, chill, man. I paid for that. So Officer Robo like, who that? Who said that? I said, it's me, Donta, man. He like, man, I don't give a what you paid for, man. I don't want to hear that singing, man. What y'all think this is? This ain't the Apollo, man. So I'm like, hey, man, won't you chill? He like, you chill before you go to the motherfucking hole or catch a write up. So I'm like, man, all right, man. So I lay back down. So dudes start yelling out to say, sell, because they done paid Joe all this commissary to sing for the night, whatever. And Officer Robo, you know what I'm saying, he cock blocking, he hating. Right, so dude's like, hey man, we paid for him to sing tonight. So Officer Robo like, man, I don't give a what y'all paid for, man. This jail, this ain't no motherfucking Apollo, man. You take y'all motherfucking ass to bed. He talking to us grown men. We convicts, we killers up in here, man. And he talking to us like we his little infant kids or something. Right, so dude just started screaming at him like, hey man, you ain't even supposed to be here, motherfucker, man. What the fuck you mean? What the fuck you mean go to bed like we some kids or something, right? So he like, hey, y'all better chill out, right? So we all screaming on him or whatever. So dude like, man, Joe, man, go ahead. Go ahead and sing, man. Fuck him, dog. Fuck him. So Joe start back up. Sail away in a perfect place. Visions of your smile will always remain, still alone in the perfect place. Oh, baby, we go on. Oh, long as I live, my first love, and I owe that to you. Here we go. I had a coated Valentine, visit of you when you were mine. Okay, y'all. So again, he like, hey man, stop that singing. Stop that motherfucking singing, man. I told y'all, stop. Who doing that? Who is doing that singing? So we got the yelling on him, man. Shut the fuck up, Officer Robo. Why you keep trying to ruin what we got going on? Man, fuck you, Officer Robo. Fuck you, man. I hope you die, you punk motherfucker, right? So we screaming on him. So he's screaming back. He like, all right, bet. Bet it up. Since you motherfuckers don't want to go to sleep and y'all keep singing, all right, bet. I'm going to cut the motherfucking water off on you. Because I'm going to cut the water off. So we hollering. We all up on the bars, right? Like, man, fuck you, Officer Robo. Fuck you, man. You miserable B. You miserable punk motherfucker. You punk motherfucking all that, right? We are doing verbal destruction back and forth to Officer Robo, right? So he like, all right, bet. Bet it up. Sing one more time. Sing one more time. I don't give a who it is. I'm cutting the motherfucking water off. That's the last thing I'm going to say. That's my bottom line. Right? So we like, man, fuck you. Fuck you, man. Right? So he sit back down at the desk, right? So I'm like, hey, Joe, because Joe, he was like the cell right next to me. So I wasn't saying it loud enough so Officer Robo can know who it is. I'm like, hey, Joe, you good. Man, you good. He like, yeah, man, this dude, man, I hate this motherfucker, man. This singing shit is really therapy for me. I mean, it's cool that y'all look out for me on the commissary, but man, this therapy really get me through my nights, bruh. I'm like, yeah, man, this, man, I hate this motherfucker, right? So I'm like, all right, man, I'm about to just go ahead and go to sleep, right? So he like, all right, D. So about 5 minutes to go by.
He like, yep, Joe, that's you, yep, yep, you about to lock it up. You about to lock it up right now? Yep, let's go. Yep, here I come. So we like, man, shut up, Officer Robo. Shut the fuck up. He like, nope, yep, let's go. Here I come. Yep, here I go. So he coming up the stairs and he go to Joe. He go to Joe Campbell's cell and unlock it. And he like, let's go. Joe like, man, chill out, man. He like, no, hell no. Come on, lock it up. Put your hands behind your back. You about to go to the hole tonight. I already told you to cut that singing shit out, and you want to stop. Come on, let's go. We like, man, leave him alone, Nick. Leave him alone, right? So he like, come on, let's cuff up. So I don't know exactly when Joe did this, but Joe ended up having an apple in the sock, and all you hear was bam, boom, 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 bam, right? And Officer Robo come flying out the cell. Now, the way that he ran out the cell, he had to run past my cell, right? So he run and he fall in front of my cell. This dude got a big lump on the right side of his eye and two of his teeth missing. And Joe come behind him like, bam, boom, bam, bow, boom. He whooping him out, right? And Officer Robo like, stop hitting me, please, pop, boom, boom, bam. So Officer Robo like, please, stop, you knocked my teeth out, I'm sorry, right? I'm like, man, fuck that, man, hit him, kill him, Joe, kill him. He like, please stop hitting me. Joe hit him like, bow, boom. He like, please, I got grandkids, please stop, please. I'm like, man, fuck this, kill him, Joe, kill him. Right, so I guess with all this hollering and all this screaming, I guess his teammate, the other officer, hear all this from the other unit. I guess Officer Robo was screaming at the top of his lungs, please, I got grandkids, don't kill me. I'm like, man, kill that bitch, man, kill him. Right? So Joe wailing on him, right? So like I said, I guess the other guard hears this and he calls the code and he run in there and Joe just put his hands up. He put his hands right up. He dropped the sock and he dropped the apple, the apple and the sock. He dropped both of them and he put his hands up and he get down on both of his knees and lace his fingers because he already know what time it is, right? So they come in there and surprisingly, they didn't even jack him up. They didn't jack him up at all. They grabbed him, handcuffed him, and took him on to the hole. And then they grabbed the officer. Well, they basically grabbed him at the same time. They walked him out, right? We didn't see Joe no more after that. The last I heard, they sent him up north, and he got like 5 or 6 more years added to his sentence.
If you enjoyed this story time, make sure you leave me a tip. Also, if you forgot to hit the like button, make sure y'all smash that like button and share this video and hype the video. Make sure y'all check out my Amazon wish list. I got some items in there that I need purchased. So y'all make sure y'all look out for y'all big partner. If you can't get enough of these stories, I made another channel. I'm gonna have that link pinned at the top of the comment section too and in the description. Until next time, take care.